There's no way. A sinister smirk spreads across her face, a chilling confidence in her eyes. A blur of motion, a crushing blow. The impact echoes, a sharp crack as he's sent sprawling. He hits the ground hard, the world spinning. I couldn't even follow her last attack with my eyes. The sheer difference in power is overwhelming. This is the chasm between an S-rank raider and me. She approaches, her victory absolute. A cruel amusement dances in her eyes. His mind races, desperately searching for a solution, his experience in melee combat, honed by his dream of becoming a martial arts raider, combines with the outrageous speed of his inverse calculations, allowing him to cast magic without delay. A smirk plays on the S-rank raider's lips as she speaks, her eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement. If it's this child, it may be possible. She continues, her voice a low hum, I just thought of something while watching your fighting style. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with anticipation. Thought of something? Yeah, everyone's probably thought about it once. But the raider's tone shifts, becoming serious. But no one could actually make it work. A fighting style only you can do. Her gaze locks onto the protagonist, a challenge in her eyes. How's that? Are you interested? The protagonist, though still reeling from defeat, feels a spark of hope ignite within him. A fighting style only I can do. The raider's words echo in his mind as he considers the possibilities. From now on, call me teacher. A beat of silence, then a confident smile spreads across the raider's face. And congratulations on being my first student. I did buy them because you said that was the tuition fee. But the question remains, are you already sick of them? You're already on your fourth one. A new drink every moment. It's a new drink every moment. The S-rank raider explains the basics of magic, starting with the three most important categories, combat, buffing, and healing magic. A whirlwind of knowledge unfolds before the protagonist's eyes. And with each new piece of information, his understanding deepens. Wow, he thinks, this is incredible. Boom, his knowledge of magic increases, and his magic efficiency jumps by 5%. The system alerts him to this achievement. It happened again. Every time he gets an achievement, the system alerts him. It's like the system is expecting me to grow. The S-rank raider is impressed. You're pretty incredible. You're using magic in 2 days that would take others more than a month to learn. Do I not look capable of doing it? The S-rank raider's teacher raises an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in her gaze. I entered the field of magic way before you. She exclaims, her voice sharp, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. The protagonist, however, remains unfazed. It's only a matter of time before you catch up to me. So what, teacher? The protagonist's confidence is unwavering. He's already grasped the fundamentals, and he knows it. I guess I'm suited for the field of magic. A sudden shift in tone. The scene darkens, revealing a mysterious figure, a powerful mage, perhaps, their eyes burning with intensity. The air crackles with unseen energy. Do I look like I'm not? The mysterious figure's voice echoes, laced with a chilling certainty. The stakes are high, this is no mere game. I'm risking my life. The weight of their words hangs heavy in the air. The risk is clear, the determination unwavering. I never said this before, but... The scene shifts back to the classroom. The teacher seems pensive, a thoughtful expression on her face. When you said you were going into the field of martial arts, do you know how surprised I was? Even if the field of magic doesn't make much money. How could you abandon something so suited for you? The teacher's concern is palpable. She gestures with a spoon, emphasizing her point. I bet even you think it's weird. The protagonist sighs, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. He's aware of the unusual path he's chosen. Chains of shadow, forged in prejudice, writhe around the protagonist, a crimson inferno erupts within him. The S-rank raider watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, the chains begin to break. Did I choose this path of my own will? The question echoes in the protagonist's mind as the fiery energy surges, shattering the metaphorical bonds that held him back. The chains of doubt crumble to dust. Elsewhere, a different kind of tension hangs in the air. A teacher casually asks about the protagonist's training, unaware of the earth-shattering events that just transpired. The protagonist, still reeling from his breakthrough, simply replies, "Yeah." His teacher senses something is amiss. "You're missing something," she observes, her brow furrowed. The protagonist, still processing the raw power he unleashed, murmurs, "What was that just now? Was it my imagination?" Doubt clouds his mind, but a chilling voice cuts through the uncertainty. "I thought I heard a weird voice." Now's not the time to get distracted. Let's think about something more beneficial. For example, a glimmer of hope appears. A rare medicine, capable of solving this crisis, is mentioned. The protagonist's eyes narrow in thought. A solution that could aid countless raiders worldwide. The plan solidifies. A rare medicine, the key to overcoming this challenge. The scene shifts. A training ground, filled with the energy of focused warriors, comes into view. The air crackles with power. As the S-rank raider, Park Woo-jin, observes the protagonist's movements with a critical eye. His training continues, but with a new, more intense focus. Raider Kong Na's form is critiqued. His casting is too slow. The pressure is palpable. The pressure is on. A stark warning echoes, "Fail to heal your allies in time, and they will die." Focus, protagonist, focus. The S-rank raider observes, a critical eye assessing the protagonist's performance. "These guys aren't bad for newbies," she remarks, a hint of grudging approval in her tone. The scene shifts, revealing a broader view of the training exercise. The scale of the operation is impressive, and the protagonist's progress is undeniable. "He's also gone up in rank from last year," a voice comments, adding another layer to the protagonist's achievements. A moment of distraction. The S-rank raider's attention drifts, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. "Ah, sorry. I was thinking about something else," she murmurs, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her superior notices, his keen eyes piercing through her facade. "Were you thinking about that Jaehyun boy?" he asks, his voice sharp and perceptive. A smirk plays on the S-rank raider's lips. "I see I can't ever fool you, Appa," she replies, a playful challenge in her tone. "Right." The conversation turns serious. "According to my memory, you're teaching that Jaehyun boy." Many different raiders have tried, but not a single one of them has succeeded. But the S-rank raider's confidence remains unshaken. "But you saw it too, right, Appa? Jaehyun's talent. His movements were flawless. One could believe he's a veteran." The S-rank raider's assessment is clear and unwavering. If another S-rank raider were to be added to the field magic, it would undoubtedly be Jaehyun. A final, powerful statement punctuates the scene. "Currently, the only magic class S-rank raider in this country is me." A figure emerges from a swirling vortex of energy, a silhouette against a backdrop of ethereal blue. He is Jaehyun, and he's about to make his presence known. A knowing smile plays on her lips, anticipation dances in her eyes. She watches, a silent observer, as the field of magic prepares for a monumental shift. A change that will alter the very fabric of reality itself. The air crackles with unseen power. A mystical orb rests on a plush cushion, radiating an ethereal glow, the elixir of magic reinforcement, a treasure beyond compare. Its power is undeniable, it permanently enhances the magic of whoever consumes it, a prize any magic-wielding raider would kill for. A dark, swirling vortex erupts from a cauldron, a chaotic maelstrom of energy. The concoction boils over, threatening to consume everything in its path. A desperate figure stirs the pot with a spoon, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration. With a frustrated roar, "Fuck this," he slams the spoon down, sending a shockwave of crimson energy outwards. The experiment is a failure. He runs a hand through his hair, a picture of exasperation. How many times have I done this, he thinks, his voice laced with self-reproach. The weight of his repeated failures settles upon him. I've wasted the ingredients at least 3 times now, he laments, his voice heavy with despair. A grim realization dawns on him. Ha! I'll have wasted all my money on nothing if I keep failing like this. His resolve falters. Another failed attempt. The acrid smell of burnt ingredients fills the air. A frustrated sigh escapes the protagonist's lips as he stares at the smoking remains of his experiment. The truth is revealed, he's the only one who currently knows the recipe for the elixir of magic reinforcement. A secret, for now. Flashback, a figure stands in shadow, a stark contrast to the swirling cosmic dust. The recipe, once freely available, was a gift to the world. But now, it's his burden to bear. A heavy responsibility rests on his shoulders. The alchemist's words echo in his mind, I hope this elixir will be a great help to many raiders all over the world. A noble intention, now twisted by fate. He clenches his fist. There's no use in continuing to try. The odds are stacked against him. He needs a new approach. A determined glint appears in his eyes. He'll focus on something with a higher probability of success. The future is uncertain, but he won't give up. A new plan forms. Even if the elixir remains elusive, a connection with the one who created it could be the key. The protagonist's gaze sharpens. He needs to find Lee Jae-sang, the first-grade sunbae at Millis Academy. Millis Academy, a beacon of power and mystery in the night. The protagonist's destination is clear. A phone rings, ding ding ding, the protagonist answers, his expression unreadable. Jae-hyun, I'm Ho Dash. A sudden, violet energy erupts. A crimson vortex of chaotic energy explodes from the phone. What is happening? A woman witnesses the scene, her eyes wide with alarm. Should she call the police? But nothing seems to be missing. A woman, eyes wide with suspicion, examines a kitchen with a magnifying glass. Is this a robbery where the thief only makes a mess and leaves without taking anything? The world is thrown into chaos. After the appearance of Yggdrasil, countless demons spill out into the world. And amidst the pandemonium, a select few rise to power, establishing their dominance with terrifying speed. Among them, a figure of immense power, a blur of motion, a legend in the making, Quickblade Lee Jae-shin. The first S-rank raider in Korea mysteriously vanished, only to be replaced by someone new. Lee Jae-sang, the youngest son of the legendary Quickblade, the man our protagonist must meet. Where to, she asks, her voice laced with concern. Daegu. A city currently under lockdown due to the rampant spread of demons. The city hums with a nervous energy. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy in the air. Demons stalk the shadows, their presence a chilling whisper on the wind. Daegu, a city consumed by fear. Yet, amidst the chaos, a lone figure walks with purpose. He's heading straight into the heart of the danger. A place where life hangs precariously in the balance. He's a prospective student, but his resolve is unwavering. A sharp intake of breath. He surveys the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. The gates of the academy loom before him, a beacon of hope in a city drowning in despair. But even here, safety is not guaranteed. A flicker of memory crosses his eyes. A place once familiar, now a battleground. But the past holds no sway. There's no time for sentiment. He must move forward. The city is teeming with unseen threats. Countless demons lurk in the shadows. A constant reminder of the danger that surrounds him. He presses on, his steps firm and resolute. Miles Academy. Where could Lee Jae-sang be? The question hangs heavy in the air, a knot of uncertainty tightening in the protagonist's gut. Lee Jae-sang, a martial arts prodigy, but his talent is irrelevant. He despises fighting. It's unlikely he'd be found in the Miles fighting facility. So the protagonist heads towards the lecture halls, his mind racing. The air crackles with tension. A crowd gathers, a disturbance brewing. Should we intervene? One voice whispers, a hesitant plea against the tide of apathy. Hey, shouldn't we stop that? But another voice cuts through, cold and dismissive. Why should we? Nothing good will come of helping that stuttering bastard. Stuttering? The protagonist's eyes narrow, a flicker of something dangerous igniting within them. A slight disturbance, it should be fine. A dangerous calm settles over him. With a sudden burst of motion, he intervenes. They're just cowards, anyway, the impact echoes. A brutal shove sends Lee Jae-sang sprawling. The impact echoes, a sharp kavut cutting through the air. His attackers, a pack of snarling bullies, circle him, their faces twisted in cruel amusement. Fear clenches in Jae-sang's chest. But then, a shadow falls. A figure emerges from the darkness, eyes blazing with righteous fury. This is it. You got business with our little stutterbug here, a gruff voice booms, the air crackling with unspoken threats. The bullies flinch. Jae-sang, left speechless by the sudden intervention, can only choke out a weak, hyuk. Fluk. Tears welling in his eyes as the weight of his fear finally breaks. Relief washes over him. And then, a cold voice cuts through the silence. Found you, Lee Jae-sang. Gasping for air, Lee Jae-sang collapses, his body trembling with exhaustion. A desperate struggle etched across his face. He's found. Two figures loom over him, their presence menacing. One is tall and imposing, the other older and weathered. A younger man, filled with concern, approaches cautiously. Hyung, are you okay? Jae-sang's eyes widen in surprise. Who? The taller figure steps forward, his gaze sharp and intense. Are you Stutterbug's little brother? I didn't know he had one. The older man speaks, his voice laced with a hint of suspicion. You guys don't look alike at all. He never talks about his family. I thought they all died to demons or something. The taller man cuts him off, his eyes blazing with anger. We were having an important conversation just now. If you don't want to get beat up, just stay out. Crash, a blinding flash of energy erupts, sending the older man flying backward. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He knows something we don't. And that knowledge is about to change everything. Can you walk? He asks, his tone laced with menace. The impact. A sickening crunch as bone meets fist. The man groans in pain. His brother's associate, seething with rage, unleashes a torrent of fury. You bastard, he roars. The tension ratchets up. You don't get it, do you? Do you want to die? The threat hangs heavy in the air. A cold, calculating gaze. This isn't the first time he's faced this kind of threat, this is the second time already. Lee Jae-sang, caught in the crossfire, stammers, why have I been getting into so many situations lately where this kind of thing happens? A sudden shift in focus. He's trying to regain control, to find a solution. A plan forming in his mind. Visualize it first. Think of the arithmetic expression. Construct it. And then solve it. The fundamentals of magic are revealed, visualize the image. A flash of light, an arrow of pure energy. A smirk plays on her lips as she prepares to unleash her power. Now. Activating the holy arrow skill, she challenges her opponent, try attacking me. The arrow of light pierces the air, a bone-jarring impact. A scream of agony echoes as the man clutches his broken arm. A witness stares in disbelief, whispering, did he just use magic without a chant? The aftermath, chaos and confusion. What the F*** just happened? Amidst the shock, a critical question arises, did anyone see him cast? The onlookers are stunned. How is that even possible? That was just holy arrow. At this rate, my reputation. I don't know who this bastard is, but I won't let this go. The impact of the holy arrow sends a shockwave through the air. His arm, broken. A warning cry rings out, too late. The holy arrow streaks across the scene, a blur of light and power. This is the power of a true mage. And the target is struck. The force of the blow is devastating. Li Jae-sang's eyes blaze with power, a terrifying intensity. His aura crackles with raw energy. Your force field needs to be made of magic, equally distributed around your body. It should feel like it's bouncing off attacks. Activating the active skilled mana force field. With a flick of his wrist, Li Jae-sang unleashes the mana force field, a shimmering shield of pure energy. He coughs, a ragged sound that speaks of pain and exhaustion. Sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the dim light. His hands fly up to his face, fingers digging into his eyes as if to claw away the agony. The pain is overwhelming, a guttural moan escapes his lips, a silent scream of suffering. But even as he writhes, a figure emerges from the shadows, eyes burning like embers. "Are you done?" he sneers, his voice dripping with cold menace. The words hang in the air, a prelude to the storm about to break. Activating the active skill, Holy Arrow. A blinding flash of light erupts, and a searing bolt of energy lances forth. The impact sends a shockwave, throwing the man back with bone-jarring force. He crashes to the ground, his body a broken marionette. Just, who is he? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to the raw power just unleashed. Li Jae-sang, his eyes burning with an inner fire, stands alone, the aftermath of his battle heavy in the air. A chilling silence broken only by the ragged breaths of his defeated opponent. His brother's associate lies broken, his face a mask of pain and defeat. "Damn, his face is really ruined," mutters a nearby onlooker. Jae-sang's gaze sharpens. "Or has it always looked like this?" he questions, a hint of suspicion in his tone. A faint glow emanates from his shoulder, a subtle hint of the holy arrow's lingering power. As he reaches into his pocket, revealing a small, ornate vial. "This wasn't why I bought this, but whatever." The associate's colleague watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. As Jae-sang expertly opens the vial, the crimson liquid within shimmering with arcane energy. With a swift motion, he pours the contents onto the injured man's face. A searing heat erupts. The colleague recoils in horror as the liquid burns, leaving behind a trail of destruction. That's a close-up on wide, horrified eyes. The sheer terror is palpable. "Wow, I don't know who made this potion, but it works wonders." A chillingly casual remark accompanies a sinister smile. "Well then, shall we get going?" To the nurse. The speaker's tone is cold, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. A hushed hallway, the air thick with anticipation. A young man, eyes wide with apprehension, stumbles upon another. A gasp escapes his lips, hey. The sound is swallowed by the unsettling silence. He senses something is wrong. His companion, stoic and observant, declares, "I don't feel any presence here. No one should be able to hear us." A realization dawns on the first young man, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I knew it. He came to me knowing who I am." A question hangs heavy in the air. "Did my father send you?" The second young man's eyes blaze with an inner fire. "HM? Seems like he's seriously misunderstanding things. There's no need to make him more wary of me." "No? How would I know who your father is?" A proposition hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A request that leaves young man one speechless. "Yes, I want you to make a potion." The words hang in the air, a challenge and a demand. Panic sets in. "I don't know how to make that kind of thing." His eyes widen, reflecting a storm of anxiety. But the other man is already moving, a glint of something cold in his eyes. A vial appears, shimmering with an unnatural light. "Who put this on the black market?" Young man one's face is a mask of shock. "Hap, how did he figure that out?" "There's no way he could track me down through the black market, or is there?" A chilling realization dawns. It's obvious what he's thinking. That there's no way I could have tracked him down through the black market. If it weren't for this eye, I would have never even considered selling it. Though there's no use thinking about that now. Anyway, it's a relief that the Nornir system and the black market are both operating normally. If I wasn't able to buy this potion, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Am I right? I don't know what you're talking about. You are bad at lying. I understand that you want to play dumb, but I also don't have time for that. Item has been registered on the black market. Was it a mistake to put that potion up on the black market? The weight of his actions crashes down on young man 1. His shoulders slump, a stark admission of guilt in his downcast eyes. I didn't expect something I did to turn out like this. But denial is a fleeting shield. The words "no" and "it's over if father finds out" are barely a whisper, yet they carry the full force of his fear. Desperation claws at him. "I'll do anything," he pleads, his voice cracking under the pressure, a silent bargain struck in the shadows. A desperate plea for secrecy, a fragile hope clinging to the edge of a precipice. Keep it a secret from other people. He begs, his voice barely audible. Young man 2 remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering. He didn't seek this out for blackmail, he has a different agenda entirely. I didn't bring this up to blackmail you, he states, his tone cold and precise. With a flick of the wrist, a vial of shimmering liquid appears, the prize he sought. "Ah," escapes young man 1's lips, a gasp of surprise and dawning understanding. "I just need a good alchemist," young man 2 explains, his focus unwavering. The vial glows with an otherworldly light, hinting at its potent contents. A crucial ingredient, a key to unlocking something far greater. One who'll create potions that I need, he clarifies, his eyes fixed on the prize. Young man 1's eyes widen, reflecting the ethereal glow of the potion. A good alchemist, the implications sink in, a chilling realization dawning. Suspicion flickers in young man 2's eyes. Doesn't seem like he's lying. Did father really not send him, he wonders, a seed of doubt planted. Who are you? The question hangs in the air, sharp and demanding. A confident smirk spreads across his face. A prospective Millis Academy student, Sunbae. The other young man, Min Jae-hyun, introduces himself with a polite nod. The tension remains palpable. Min Jae-hyun, holding a small, glowing object, seems prepared. He's ready to listen. The scene shifts to a minimalist studio apartment. Clean lines, muted colors, a sense of quiet intensity. Sunbae takes in the surroundings, a subtle shift in his expression. Your studio has a nice vibe. A quiet thanks. Escapes Min Jae-hyun's lips. His nervousness is evident. An uncomfortable silence stretches between them, thick with unspoken tension. Until Sunbae's voice cuts through the quiet. Min Jae-hyun visibly shrinks under his gaze. The pressure is mounting. The words hang in the air, the elixir of magic reinforcement. A young man's eyes widen, a silent gasp escaping his lips. It's an elixir that permanently increases the magic power of a raider. The statement explodes, shattering his composure. His friend's incredulous reaction is palpable. But the other young man, his eyes burning like embers, cuts through the doubt with chilling certainty. Of course it's possible. A close-up on the second young man's face reveals a grim determination. This is no mere concoction, this is a game-changer. A permanent magic power increase. And the first young man, his curiosity piqued, presses further. What kind of ingredients would I need to use for that kind of effect? The discussion unfolds, a whirlwind of alchemic knowledge. Mandrake roots, spring water from Jotunheim? The possibilities are vast, the implications staggering. But the second young man's demeanor shifts subtly. His aura changes, the nervousness replaced by a steely resolve. He's not stuttering anymore. The first young man observes this transformation, his eyes widening in realization. He's witnessing true mastery. The other young man inferred the necessary ingredients just from the desired effect. An unspoken understanding dawns. This person is incredibly talented. A plan forms in the first young man's mind. I've got to get him on my side. The stakes are too high to ignore such power. The determination is clear. The tension crackles. Young man 1 leans in, his eyes burning with intensity. I'll get you whatever you need. But a seed of doubt remains. Other alchemists might be able to replicate the elixir, he thinks. But the sheer talent of young man 2, Lee Jae-sang, is unmatched. Investing in him is the logical choice. The pressure mounts. You'll do it, right? Young man 1 asks, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Young man 2 hesitates. I don't know if I'll succeed, doubt gnaws at him. But young man 1's response is reassuring. It's okay if you fail. A wave of uncertainty washes over young man 2. Are you sure? Young man 1's unwavering belief shines through. I'm investing in you because I think you have the skills. Investing isn't easy, you know. There are times when you fail. A poignant confession from young man 2. Besides, if I tried to do it, I wouldn't even be able to take the first step. He lacks the confidence to proceed alone. With newfound resolve, young man 1 offers his support. I'll leave it to you. Sunlight streams through the barred windows of a secluded room, a haven of quiet contemplation. A young man sits alone, his posture heavy with unspoken sorrow. His eyes, pools of melancholic reflection. I'm investing in you because I think you have the skills. Investing isn't easy, you know. There are times when you fail. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the quiet confidence that follows. Have I ever been trusted like this before? The question echoes in his heart, a tremor of hope amidst the lingering doubt. I'll leave it to you. A quiet resolve settles upon his features, a decision made. Tears well up, blurring his vision, a dam of pent-up emotion finally breaks. The shattering of a wooden training sword, a symbolic release of past frustrations. Because I lacked talent and was a coward compared to my brothers, because I lost my mother at a young age, because I was left alone, because I was never recognized by my father, because I was insignificant. Tears stream down his face, a torrent of unspoken pain, a weight of the world crushing his soul. The agony is palpable, each drop a testament to a life lived in shadows. A blinding flash. Energy surges, raw and untamed. A mythic item, forged in the heart of a dying star, is his. With newfound power, he rises, a phoenix from the ashes of despair. His opponent unleashes a furious counterattack. A clash of titans. A surge of power courses through him. His eyes blaze with newfound strength. And with a roar, he unleashes a torrent of energy. The raw power explodes outwards, a breathtaking display of might. He activates the holy arrow skill. The very air crackles with anticipation. A celestial weapon materializes, ready to strike. His opponent, a formidable warrior, raises her defenses. A powerful force field shimmers into existence. But even this might not be enough to withstand the young man's attack. To think he's grown this much already. The clash is imminent. The air crackles with tension as they face each other. The young man unleashes the holy arrow skill. A wave of raw power erupts, a blinding flash of light and energy. The formidable warrior, caught completely off guard, barely manages to raise her defenses in time. The sheer force of the attack shakes the very ground beneath their feet. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos. Halt! Time's up. Both of you. Good work today. The force field, made of incredibly durable arc metal, is severely damaged. A testament to the young man's explosive power. It's an ore that would resist most people's attacks without a scratch, but not his. If they hadn't stopped when they did, the force field would have shattered completely. The formidable warrior observes, a hint of awe in her eyes. What unbelievable growth speed! Compared to the first time, the type of magic you can wield, as well as its power. She asks, do you happen to be studying theory separately? Yes. I'm learning theory from a friend. The formidable warrior smiles warmly. You surpassed my expectations. Since I can't spare time to teach you theory as well, I was a bit worried. The air crackles with anticipation. A seasoned warrior and a mysterious woman watch intently. As a young man, brimming with newfound confidence, declares his intention to test his skills in a dungeon. A smirk plays on the woman's lips. An E-rank dungeon should be a joke for you, she says, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Good luck. But even as he steps into the darkness, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. Can I really do this? Suddenly, the dungeon floor erupts. A terrifying C-rank boss monster, Nightshade, materializes before him. The sheer power is palpable. His heart pounds. As a D-rank raider, I couldn't have faced this alone, but now. He clenches his fists, a surge of determination washing over him. No. He's prepared. This is it. A fiery resolve ignites within his eyes. I can do it. The moment of truth has arrived. And then, a gasp. A familiar face appears in the shadows. Jae-hyun. He's here, offering support. A glimmer of hope shines through the darkness. Yes, Hyung. You worked hard, huh? This is an elixir of magic reinforcement. A consumable item that permanently boosts the user's magical power. Because of its incredible alchemy, the effect is amplified. Can I drink it right now? Yes. The young man eagerly consumes the elixir. And his magic power surges. It increased by 15 points. An unbelievable effect. The bitterness of the elixir feels sweet. A triumphant smile spreads across his face. Being an alchemist is difficult. Even when making the same item, the rank changes drastically based on the maker's skill. If he asked for the same elixir from another alchemist, forget going up by 15, it wouldn't have even gone up by 5. The alchemist's pride is evident. Look at that. I knew you had talent. It's all thanks to you trusting me. The young man's gratitude is palpable. I should be the one saying that. Rest. It looks like you haven't slept at all. Yeah, okay. Jae-hyun, a calm assurance in his eyes, offers a final word. If you have anything else to ask, contact me again. With a determined set to his jaw, he declares, with this, my preparations are complete. A countdown timer appears, stark against the darkness. Finally, tomorrow, I'll take down the Nightshade. The clock ticks down, 9 days, 22 hours, 47 minutes. A chilling premonition washes over the scene. Today, a voice whispers, I feel like a welcome visitor will come. Garmer. A monstrous figure stirs, its crimson eye glowing with malevolent intent. The arrival of a powerful guest is imminent. The countdown continues, only days remaining until the deadline. He stands before an ancient gateway, a mystical symbol etched into its surface, a palpable sense of power emanates from within. The trainee Valkyrie's ring, necklace, and earrings, a set complete, a surge of energy courses through him as he equips the set. The passive skill, Mana Extortion, activates. This should be enough for equipment. Condition is at its best. He declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A figure emerges from the shadows, a silent observer, watching his every move. And another, equally mysterious, joins him. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A wave of energy washes over him, a brilliant turquoise light engulfing his form. A transformation begins. The Norir system activates, a vortex of swirling purple energy consuming everything. And the protagonist is pulled into its heart, a dizzying descent into the unknown. He lands hard, the impact jarring but survivable. A chilling wind whips through a desolate graveyard under a pale moon. A palpable sense of dread hangs heavy in the air. This is Helheim's Field of the Dead. The protagonist's eyes widen. He senses it, a powerful magical presence seeping from the very ground beneath his feet. The Nightshade's influence. Defeating him is the only way to see her again. A terrifying visage of the nightshade looms large, a monstrous figure of pure darkness. And a glimpse of hell, beautiful yet terrifying, her presence a chilling reminder of the stakes. A skeletal archer, cloaked and hooded, knocks an arrow. The air crackles with arcane energy, and the Norns themselves seem to take notice. The arrow flies. A blinding streak of light cuts through the gloom of Helheim, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The force of the shot is immense. The protagonist, battered but resolute, stands amidst the chaos. He looks up, his expression grim. "I have many things to ask you." His eyes burn with a fierce determination, a will to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. A spectral figure emerges from the shadows, wielding a wicked blade. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate landscape, and what I have to teach you is how a battle mage fights. A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes explains, in the martial arts class, it's also referred to as magic swordsman, but the important thing is it's a hybrid type profession, using both magic and martial arts. She continues, a sly smile playing on her lips, and the people who have succeeded in it don't exist. The woman gestures dramatically. In terms of long range, it's not as good as the magic class. A blur of motion. The protagonist dashes across the snow-covered battlefield, a torrent of energy trailing behind him. Each footfall a thunderclap against the frozen ground. His movements are precise, deadly. But his attack falters. The instructor's critique cuts through the action. In terms of short range, it's also not as good as the martial arts class. The protagonist's form is awkward, inefficient. A testament to his lack of specialized training. It's not specialized for either range. It's a very awkward position. But the instructor's words shift. A knowing smile plays on her lips. However, it's different for you. A surge of power, a golden light erupts from within the protagonist. A cascade of experience points floods his vision. He's defeated a draugr, a wraith, and a skeleton soldier. A secluded training ground, hidden deep within a forest, the air itself hums with an ancient energy. A man in a sharp suit, his face etched with concern, checks his phone, a sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. The screen glows, displaying a cryptic message, a strange presence is detected nearby. His grip tightens. He confirms his location, no one else should be here. But something feels off. Suddenly, the sound of tires screeching cuts through the silence. A car approaches at breakneck speed. The vehicle skids to a halt, sending up a spray of gravel. A woman emerges, her expression unreadable. "Ah, Sunbae. You're in such a remote area. It was hard finding you." Yanju. "Long time no see, Sunbae. What brings you here?" A surge of energy crackles in his palm, a display of raw power. "I'm here to take care of guild business, and also to see you." "Right. It's nice seeing you." A seemingly casual greeting, yet the air crackles with unspoken tension. Yanju's presence here, in this secluded spot, is anything but coincidental. She's not the type to come see me, especially this far star. The protagonist's mind races, piecing together the puzzle of Yanju's unexpected visit. What could she possibly want? The scene shifts to a lush, green forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient trees. "Anyway, are you managing this dungeon?" Yanju asks, her tone sharp and inquisitive. "It's not an outsider's business." The protagonist's response is curt, guarded. He knows Yanju's sharp eyes miss nothing. "Strange. You don't usually manage dungeons." Her words hang in the air, a subtle challenge. Yanju's lips curl into a knowing smile. "Did you get demoted or something?" The question is playful, yet laced with a hint of something darker. The protagonist's apprehension grows. "Sunbae." Yanju's formal address hints at a shift in the conversation's tone. She leans in, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "I have something I want to ask you." The tension ratchets up. Yanju's question cuts straight to the heart of the matter. The rumor that Yu Sonjian is sick, is it true? The protagonist's face darkens. A sharp intake of breath precedes his clipped response. Obviously, it's just a rumor. Where did you hear that? His voice is tight with barely controlled anger. The question is less about the source and more about the implications. Yanju's expression is unreadable. Well, I have a lot of ears. She gestures vaguely, a sly smile playing on her lips. As you know, our curator guild has a lot of this. Know this kid, Min Jae-hyun? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. It seems like he's been frequenting the Lotus Guild building recently. And meeting Representative Yu Sonjian a lot. A subtle shift in Yanju's expression. Is this more than just casual observation? I was wondering if you know the reason. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion in their depths. That is also not an outsider's business. A firm, almost dismissive reply. The tension ratchets up a notch. I didn't think you'd tell me, to be honest. Yanju's words are laced with a hint of playful challenge. Park Sunjae Sunbinim. The name is dropped like a bombshell, the weight of its implication echoing in the silence. I know you're a stuck-up goody two-shoes. The conversation takes a sharp turn, the pleasantries dissolving into a more candid exchange. Well, having come all the way here. The protagonist sighs, a mixture of resignation and weariness in his posture. I have to at least pretend to work, considering I'm being paid by the guild. A pragmatic justification, but the underlying tension remains. Under a pale moon, silhouetted against a skeletal forest, he sits, a figure consumed by shadows and doubt. A single declaration cuts through the night's stillness: I'm here. The dungeon's boss, the Shade, has appeared. A blinding flash of light erupts. And from the heart of the chaos, a familiar figure emerges. Long time no see, huh? Crimson eyes blaze, a terrifying presence fills the air. But this time, he's ready. Surrounded by ethereal energy, he declares, it'll be different this time. A terrifying presence fills the air, a crimson inferno swirling around a shadowy figure. The dungeon's heart beats with menace. The dungeon's boss, Nightshade, has appeared. A cataclysmic energy explodes from its core. And from the shadows, a figure emerges. Long time no see, huh? Surrounded by shimmering, ethereal energy, he stands defiant. A storm of power gathers within him. Nightshade rises, its many eyes burning with malevolent intent, a terrifying display of power. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. This time, it'll be different. The clash begins. A blinding flash of light erupts as he unleashes a devastating attack, the very air crackles with energy. The impact reverberates, sending shockwaves through the dungeon. Nightshade reels from the blow. Nightshade unleashes a devastating attack. A torrent of dark energy erupts from its shadowy form. The air crackles with raw power as crimson tendrils lash out. But the protagonist stands defiant. A flicker of anticipation in their eyes. They move with impossible speed, a blur of motion as they dodge the onslaught. One step to the left. A whisper of strategy, a dance of precision. The protagonist's confidence is unwavering. Their eyes burn with determination. The attack intensifies. Another wave of dark energy explodes outwards. But the protagonist anticipates every move, their reflexes honed to perfection. 2 steps to the right. Tilt the head a bit. The battle becomes a deadly game of cat and mouse. A breathtaking display of skill and precision. The battle rages. Nightshade unleashes another devastating attack, a torrent of dark energy aimed straight for the protagonist. But our hero is ready. A smirk plays on his lips as he sidesteps, anticipating the strike. Big step to the right this time, he mutters, a glint of determination in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he activates his new skill, Blitz Chain. A surge of golden energy crackles around his fist. forming a chain of crackling lightning, ready to strike. The impact. A blinding flash of golden light erupts as the blitz chain connects with Nightshade. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. Nightshade reels from the unexpected power. Are you shocked because things aren't going as you expected? The protagonist presses his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Each strike is precise, each blow infused with the raw power of the blitz chain. The fight intensifies. Nightshade struggles to defend against the overwhelming assault, his dark energy failing to hold back the golden storm. But even this ferocious onslaught isn't enough. The protagonist's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He needs more power. The monstrous Nightshade, its form writhing in shadow and fury, unleashes a wave of dark energy. Two bolts of pure, malevolent power pierce the air. Impact. The sheer force of the attack sends tremors through the very ground. A maelstrom of destruction erupts, leaving behind only a trail of devastation. Nightshade's eyes glow with a terrifying intensity. But from the heart of the chaos, a figure emerges. The protagonist, his eyes blazing with defiance, channels his power. A golden surge of energy crackles around him as he prepares a counterattack. The air crackles with anticipation. With blinding speed, he strikes. A chain of lightning-fast blows, each one more devastating than the last. The blitz chain's skill unleashed. Nightshade reels from the onslaught, its dark energy momentarily disrupted. Warning! Nightshade is undergoing light saturation. Its strength and dexterity have increased by 1.5 times. The protagonist's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He senses a shift in the battle's momentum. A chilling premonition washes over him. Nightshade is preparing something far more dangerous. The stark digital display blazes with a chilling ultimatum: fail to defeat Nightshade within 10 minutes, and face immediate death. The protagonist's eyes widen, his voice laced with disbelief. Immediate death penalty? I've never heard of anything like that. A wave of purple energy surges, the system's warning flashing, the branding of death is being initiated. And the protagonist activates his absolute calculation skill, a desperate gamble against the encroaching doom. Nightshade unleashes a torrent of dark energy, a terrifying display of power. The protagonist grits his teeth, a furious roar escaping his lips. What kind of bullshit interference? The timer ticks down relentlessly, 9 minutes and 28 seconds remain until the death penalty. He mutters, "Oh well. I've got to get rid of it as fast as I can." A blinding flash. Nightshade's attack explodes, a maelstrom of dark energy consuming everything. But the protagonist counters with a desperate, powerful strike, sending Nightshade reeling. Is Nightshade running away? A boss monster, running? The monstrous Nightshade looms, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. A chilling smirk plays on its lips. "It's mocking me," the protagonist thinks, his own eyes blazing with defiance. He understands the creature's strategy, it knows that it wins if it just stalls for time. But the protagonist has a counter. A surge of power erupts from him. A wide-range attack, a desperate gamble to overwhelm the shade before time runs out. Kaboom! The impact sends a shockwave. But the protagonist is caught in the blast's recoil. He staggers, disoriented. A searing pain shoots through him as an abnormal status effect takes hold. Shock. The world blurs, his vision tunnels. He's paralyzed, vulnerable. But even in this weakened state, his will remains unbroken. With a surge of adrenaline, he fights back against the shock, a desperate counterattack. The shock wears off. He coughs, spitting blood, but the Nightshade is reeling from the unexpected blow. Victory is within reach. A final, devastating strike. The Nightshade is vanquished. The clock ticks down. 7 minutes and 11 seconds until immediate death, a desperate battle against time. The protagonist, eyes narrowed in concentration, considers his options. Asterisk, can I keep using crowd control? It's risky, asterisk. Nightshade's power is unpredictable. A calculated risk is needed. A flash of insight. Its field of vision must be narrower than before. Wind boost activates. The protagonist's speed surges, a blur of motion. A precision strike targeting Nightshade's vulnerable eye. Dexterity temporarily increased. The impact. A deafening crash as Nightshade reels from the blow. And a wave of dark energy erupts as the creature is pushed to its limits. You're foolish. The words hang in the air, a prelude to the storm about to break. The protagonist activates his flash bomb skill. A blinding flash engulfs Nightshade. The raw power of the flash bomb tearing through the darkness. Chains of energy crackle and writhe. The impact. A deafening roar as Nightshade is caught in the heart of the explosion. The light fading to reveal a scene of utter devastation. Nightshade lies broken, defeated. The protagonist stands above, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with triumph. Finally defeated you. A final, bitter taunt echoes from the defeated foe, you piece of shit. The ground trembles as a final surge of dark energy erupts. A furious, chaotic explosion marking the end of Nightshade's reign. The dust settles, leaving only silence and the lingering scent of ozone. But the battle's not quite over. A stark warning appears, remaining time until immediate death penalty, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. How stubborn. Does he even have the strength left to resist? But, a sinister smile creeps across his face. It's too late. Activating the active skill sacrifice. The system checks for undead presence in the field. Changing sacrifice into an attack skill. The power surges. Activating the active skill Judgment of Light. A blinding flash erupts. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. 1 minute and 47 seconds. 59 seconds. 30 seconds. The countdown continues. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The ground trembles as a colossal figure rises from the dust. 5, 4. He stands defiant, facing the monstrous foe. 3, 2, 1. The final blow. I did it. The final confrontation. Nightshade, a monstrous entity of shadow and darkness, towers before the protagonist. Its form is a grotesque parody of life, a testament to the dungeon's corrupted heart. But the protagonist stands defiant. A blinding light erupts from within, a divine radiance pushing back the encroaching darkness. The sacrifice and Judgment of Light skills unleash their full potential. Victory is won, but at a terrible cost. The protagonist collapses, their body ravaged by the battle. A triumphant roar echoes through the dungeon, then silence. You've defeated the dungeon's boss, Nightshade. The branding of death is undone. 3,000 stat points, the Shadow Armor equipment item, and Nightshade's core material item are yours. Your level has increased by 3. And you've earned the title, the one who overcame the first trial. The ground trembles, the air crackles with energy. A colossal structure shatters, revealing a path forward. Checking the user's credentials, check complete. Hell's Temple is calling the user. A blizzard of crystalline shards falls upon a grand, Gothic temple. He stands before the entrance, a figure silhouetted against the swirling snow. This place is Hell's Temple. A terrifying visage fills the panel, eyes burning with hellfire, a guttural growl, grr, echoing from the depths of its being. The battle rages. A flurry of blows, a clash of steel against unnatural power, the air crackles with energy. A desperate parry. Shit. He grits, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. He's pushed back, but not broken. The beast lunges, jaws agape, teeth like sharpened obsidian, a terrifying display of raw power. A low growl, garmgur. The creature speaks, its words laced with ancient power, escort the guest. The beast explodes in a fiery maelstrom, its form dissolving into ash, a final, desperate act. Standing amidst the devastation, our hero surveys the scene. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the battle just fought. He breathes heavily, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. The victory is hard-won, but the journey continues. A triumphant declaration, I have finally reached this place. The gates of Hell's temple loom before the user, a swirling vortex of ethereal energy pulsating within its icy depths. He stands defiant, his voice echoing through the frozen landscape. Hell! I've come to see you. A colossal shadow stirs within the temple's chilling embrace, a monstrous form, barely visible in the swirling snow. And then, a chilling voice pierces the silence. I didn't think you'd be able to do it. Hell emerges, her presence radiating an unnerving power. A goddess of immense might, revealed at last. Congratulations, child who is destined to be the great enemy. You've overcome the trial I gave you. The user, his resolve unwavering, demands answers. What was it for? Sending me the Norni system, and giving me this trial? Why did you do it? Then, why me? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream against the backdrop of a swirling, ethereal landscape. Hell's chilling smile reveals all. From the very beginning, his destiny was sealed. His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the revelation. Asterisk fate? This can't be real, asterisk. The weight of his destiny crashes down, the great enemy, destined to challenge the high and mighty. Hell's words cut like a knife, someone to kill the top god, Odin, that's what Loki wants. The revelation hits him like a tidal wave. You want me to kill Odin? I don't follow. Hell's smirk deepens. You don't need to understand. I never needed you to understand. His anger boils over. This is insane, the realization burns within him. Hell's voice is a silken whisper, laced with manipulation. You must be upset. You probably can't understand why. You have to be a pawn in the god's game, but keep this in mind. Hell, the enigmatic goddess of the underworld, her eyes burning with an ancient power, stares out at us. This isn't just a tale of half-gods. This is a saga of cosmic proportions. A surge of dark energy erupts, swirling around the user. His eyes widen, reflecting the chaos within. As Hell reveals a terrifying truth, the world is heading towards its end because Odin wishes to have everything under his feet. The weight of prophecy crushes him. We need the power of you, the prophesied great enemy, to stop him. The user recoils, his voice a desperate plea. Wait, Hell. I still have something to ask you. Hell's chilling response echoes through the void, become strong. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, looms large. A sinister presence, a palpable threat. Hell's laughter rings out, sharp and cruel. I'll be counting the days until I meet you again. Frustration etched on his face, he mutters, damn it, this situation again. The weight of unanswered questions bears down on him. As a surge of energy erupts. Hell's gift has arrived. The passive skill, Hell's Blessing, is unlocked. Hell's Blessing, EX rank. Nullifies any abnormal status of the user. A blinding light engulfs him. A voice booms, forgive this old man's lack of manners. I couldn't be patient upon hearing you met with him. From the heart of the light, a terrifying visage emerges. A monstrous skull in hell, her eyes blazing with dark amusement. Asterisk RRRRRRR. Asterisk. The impact of their arrival reverberates. Hell laughs, ha, what a faithful friend. Anyway, how was it seeing him face to face? Hell's amusement fades slightly. Well, it's a bit too soon to come to a hasty conclusion. The great enemy has barely made his first step. Her eyes narrow, a hint of calculation in their depths. Is that so? Hell's gaze, sharp and knowing, pierces the user. It seemed like you like him. A barely audible sigh escapes Hell's lips. Who? I admit it. Hell's voice takes on a thoughtful tone. The great enemy's crew grew more than I'd expected. The user's face hardens, a grim determination etched onto his features. Overcame the obstacles I threw on him and came to me. I'm glad I misjudged him. Hell's expression softens, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. That's a relief? It eases my mind to hear he's doing well. A subtle shift in Hell's demeanor. Oof. Fine, is that all you wanted? You must have something else to say to me. The user's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. Mimir. A wave of magical energy erupts, illuminating the scene. Don't know what you're talking about. Hell's eyes gleam with amusement. Sly old man. Are you gonna play dumb until the end? You mask your deceiving outward appearance once. It's like I'm looking at my second brother. A vision of a sprawling city unfolds before the user, a symbol of his growing power. The great enemy's law was causally twisted. Did you think I wouldn't notice after seeing him face to face? A chilling smirk spreads across the user's face as he utters those words, a dark glint in his eye. That's the one Odin sacrificed to the pond of wisdom. Hell, her ethereal form shimmering, leans closer, her voice a silken whisper. Why don't you tell me, Mimir? Mimir's single, intense gaze pierces through the veil of magic. What you and Loki are planning. The user's voice, barely a breath, filled with a mixture of regret and determination. Forgive me, Hell. Mimir's response, laced with a hint of sorrow, I really wish I could tell you, but it's too early. It's fate. Hell's patience wears thin. Well, fine. I'm used to waiting. But I can't wait without doing something myself. With a sudden burst of energy, Hell attacks. The air crackles with power. This is it, you seem to have thought up a good idea. Hell's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling assessment. The great enemy is inexperienced. According to the prophecy, he will have many obstacles awaiting him. He needs a guide. The bustling atmosphere of Milis fills the air, a city of towering structures and hidden agendas. He walks with a companion, his face etched with weariness, a silent tension hangs between them. A concerned question hangs in the air, is something bothering you? His response, a strained, it's nothing. The pretense crumbles as they walk, something is clearly bothering him. Something bothering me, huh? It gnaws at him, the unanswered questions, the weight of his recent ordeal. Yet, a glimmer of triumph shines through, at least something good came out of it. A surge of power, a new passive skill, Hell's blessing, nullifying any abnormal status. An EX rank skill, unheard of power. Off grade? This isn't just any skill, it's EX rank, exceeding even the Acer system's highest standards. The whispers spread through the crowd. If other skills match this power, then supreme gods I must be incredibly valuable. It's what the half-Acer gods desire, the very reason they'd go to such extreme lengths. A chilling revelation, someone to kill the top god, Odin. That's Loki's game, and he wants in. The weight of that ambition settles, a heavy silence hangs in the air. He's found what he needs. This will do. A gasp escapes his lips. The price tag is staggering, 299 million won for a single mana blade. He'll pay with this. 300 million won for a single expendable item? The sheer extravagance is breathtaking. Milis supplies these too, but the ones given to new students lack quality. It's best to invest in your own equipment. The next purchase is already planned, a list of essential items flashes across his phone screen. A sleek woman in a business suit approaches. Hello, Min Jae-hyun. I'm Park Hannah from the Lotus Guild. The representative wants to give you a present since you'll be entering Milis soon. She offers a gift, a gesture of goodwill before a perilous journey. But the protagonist's reaction is one of surprise. I thought she'd just give me something like a miracle potion, or maybe one or two artifacts. I didn't expect this. Is this the Lotus Guild's playground? He's clearly intrigued, and ready for more. Let's go check out the armor now. But wait. A sudden change of plans. Ah, wait. I don't need armor. I already have something. With a flourish, he activates a new piece of equipment, the shadow armor. A wave of dark energy surges around him, revealing its stats: a B-rank defense item with a unique skill, Conceal. * B-rank defense armor. I can't get better than this here. Plus, there is still a wavering feeling of his presence. Conceal, *. Park Hana is impressed. Armor with this kind of rare skill is even harder to find? The protagonist considers his options. Do you need an artifact with a concealing feature? Park Hana ponders aloud, a thoughtful expression on her face. It's something any raider would want, but it'd be hard to find one here. She quickly corrects herself, a sheepish smile playing on her lips. No. I was just accidentally thinking out loud. Don't worry about it. The protagonist, a hint of skepticism in his eyes, questions, there aren't many people who learn that skill anyway, right? Park Hana's expression turns serious. She explains, it's hard to get unless you get lucky in a dungeon. With a knowing look, she states definitively, correct. The only raider in Korea who has Conceal is, your brother? Manager Park Sung-jae. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Park Hana's tone is sharp, almost accusatory. Did you not know? The representative must be pranking you. A sudden, sharp sound. Crash, the impact sends a shockwave through the scene as the protagonist's hidden power erupts. The tension is palpable. Park Hana suggests, then, let's skip the armor section and look at weapons. The protagonist hesitates, his eyes narrowed in thought. His internal monologue, their vibes are just too different. A palpable sense of unease settles over him. A surge of energy, a blinding flash. The protagonist's power is unleashed, a breathtaking display of raw might. The air crackles with energy. A surge of energy, a blinding light. Is this? Could it be from the treasure gate? Min Jae-hyun's eyes blaze with an unearthly glow, a power awakening within him. Just a sec. The raw power erupts. A golden tempest explodes from within, shattering the very air around him. The light fades, revealing a transformed Min Jae-hyun, eyes burning with newfound power. He stands amidst the remnants of the golden explosion. Passive skill Supreme God's Eye unlocked. A low-rank skill, but its potential is immense. He's gained a new active skill, Detection. The detection skill activates. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widen, taking in the world with newfound clarity. What in the? A hidden enemy attacks. A whirlwind of motion, a desperate attempt to strike from the shadows. But Min Jae-hyun sees through the illusion. The attack is deflected with ease. Damn it! The air crackles with residual energy. An Hoi-yeon stands victorious, his back to us, a whirlwind of power settling in his wake. The duel is over. An Hoi-yeon is the winner. The announcement hangs heavy in the air. Observers exchange knowing glances. What an easy win for him. I agree. The opponent has a good history of victories in duels, too. But the difference in intellect is too obvious. There's a reason they call him the future S-rank raider. An Hoi-yeon receives praise. Good job. A quiet, almost reluctant, thank you, father. Don't be too happy. It was a match you should have won easily. An Hoi-yeon's expression darkens. I'm aware. A subtle shift in his demeanor. You'll have to prepare for the next thing on your schedule now that the match is over. I have to go buy some things, so come down after you shower. The shower's spray washes over him, a cleansing but ultimately unsatisfying ritual. Uncomfortable. The weight of expectation remains. I'm sick of this mechanical life in which I have absolutely no will to do anything. This is not the raider I wanted to be. Where did it go wrong? Misteltein, a growth-type branch that ended the fight of Odin's son Balder. It grows with the user and contains unknown depths of magic power. Once equipped, magic power detection will be learned. Passive skill, magic power detection. Increases the ability to detect magic power to the highest degree. Observe the flow of magic power, mana sensitivity will be greatly increased. Mistletoe? A surge of raw power erupts, a blinding golden light consuming everything. Is this also the Norni system's little prank? A towering skyscraper pierces the sky, its glass facade reflecting the city's vibrant energy. Inside, a young man stands before a wealthy, older man. This and this. This too, please. The young man requests, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Do we need that much? The older man asks, concern etched on his face. It's all for you. You shouldn't feel like this is too much. You're a future S-rank raider. The older man's words carry a weight of expectation, yet also a deep paternal love. The young man's internal monologue, but, if we use this much money, what about mother's hospital fees for this month? Enough. The older man's firm tone cuts through the young man's worries. That's my problem to figure out. You just need to focus on training. A quiet acceptance. Yes, father. The young man's reply is subdued, his gaze fixed on the hefty sum before him. Alone, a wave of self-doubt washes over him. What am I doing here? The scene shifts. A bustling city street. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Look over there, isn't that On Hoi-an? That martial arts genius? How could he be here? But it looks like him. The young man feels the weight of unwanted attention. Is this the raider I wanted to be? A flashback. A torrent of energy erupts from his young hands. It seems no different to being a monkey at a zoo. On Hoyan's face is etched with doubt, his past laid bare. Was nothing more than a tool to my father. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. And the chilling truth sinks in, all I am is a tool that obeys my father's commands. The stark reality of his situation hits him like a physical blow. Can someone as pathetic as me endure 3 years at Miles? The question echoes in his mind, a desperate plea for self-worth. Suddenly, a crackle of static erupts from a nearby speaker. This is an announcement for our customers. There's been a dungeon break near the mall, and demons have appeared. Panic spreads through the shopping center. The association has sent raiders, but they're still on their way. So please calmly follow our orders. Dungeon break? Hoyan's eyes widen in disbelief. Demons in the middle of the city? This is chaos. A woman's voice cuts through the pandemonium. Please follow me this way. The raiders will be here soon. Hoi-an hesitates, his father's words ringing in his ears. You're a genius who will control the future of South Korea. If you get hurt here, you'll just be at a disadvantage at the Miles entrance event. There's no need to get involved here. The advice is sound, logical, but something stirs within Hoi-an. Right. It's just as father says. But, during the time it takes them to get here, what about the regular people who can't defend themselves? On Hoi-an, his face etched with determination, plummets through the city's skyscrapers, a silent vow echoing in his heart, to prove his worth. He clenches his fist, a flashback of his younger self in a hospital bed flashing before his eyes, a poignant reminder of the child he wants to make proud. A grotesque goblin, its eyes burning with malevolent light, emerges from the shadows, a chilling harbinger of the danger ahead. On Hoi-an stands defiant, facing a horde of goblins, their guttural cries filling the air. He is alone, outnumbered, but his resolve is unshaken. Terror grips him. His body refuses to obey, his eyes, wide with fear, are the only things that move. Paralyzed by fear, he struggles, unable to even lift a finger. This is it, he thinks, I'm going to die here. A voice echoes in his mind, a cold reminder, you knew this would be dangerous. The goblins advance, their weapons raised. A goblin lunges, its rusty blade flashing, the attack is swift and brutal. Another goblin charges, shield raised, but An Hoi-an, despite his fear, finds a spark of defiance. An Hoi-an, paralyzed by fear, faces a horde of goblins. Their menacing forms loom large. But a voice cuts through her terror. How can you be so afraid of a mere low-ranked demon when you've been dreaming of becoming a raider for so long? A blur of motion. A desperate struggle for survival begins. An Hoi-an fights back. The clash of steel echoes, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. And then, a gasp of shock. You're An Hoi-an? Elsewhere, Min Jae-hyun makes a purchase. Minus 50 million from his personal account. A hefty investment. And his companion is confused. What's happening? Why are you at the unknown item corner? What's that piece of rock? Min Jae-hyun's response is cryptic. It's nothing. Well, if anyone could see as the system does, that'd be just as strange. Still, I don't think I need to buy a weapon either. The scene explodes into motion. A figure bursts through a wall of shattered glass, a whirlwind of controlled chaos. Spinning, a blur of motion as he unleashes a devastating energy blast. Goblins, a snarling horde, charge forward, only to be met with a furious counterattack. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of power, the air crackles with energy. One goblin screams in agony as it's sent flying, the others are not far behind. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure surveys the scene. There are more goblins than he expected. A grim realization dawns. Neutralizing them without harming innocents will be a challenge. But the fight is far from over. A wave of emerald energy erupts, engulfing the remaining goblins in a blinding flash. With a final burst of speed, he leaps across the cityscape. An Hoi-an? The name echoes in Jae-hyun's mind, a ghost from a past he thought long buried. A flicker of recognition in his eyes as he processes the shock. To think I'd see the unfortunate genius, An Hoi-an, in a place like this. A grim realization dawns on Jae-hyun. A fellow Miles student, needing help. Jae-hyun's gaze hardens, he's ready to act. Suddenly, a horde of goblins emerges from the shadows. A wave of panic washes over Jae-hyun. But then, a surge of power courses through him, a blinding flash of golden energy erupts. The power of a true raider unleashed. The goblins are no match for his might. He won't let the demons reach the people. A fierce determination steels his resolve. Jae-hyun's words cut through An Hoi-an's fear. A tremor of hope replaces the paralyzing terror. And with newfound resolve, he prepares to fight. Min Jae-hyun, his expression grim, sets his jaw. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders, a responsibility he embraces without hesitation. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locks onto the horizon. An Hoi-an's fear has given way to a steely determination, mirroring his own resolve. A city sprawls beneath a pale sky, two figures walking towards the camera, their destination, a battleground. You know how to use it, right? Instructions are given, a grim determination etched on the faces of both men, a mission is about to begin. There are goblins here, many of them. He can't hesitate, not anymore. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. A deep breath, a moment of quiet resolve, then, the unleashing of power. The cry of aggravation. A surge of energy, a spectral knight materializes behind him, sword raised high, a warrior's might unleashed. Demons within a 50-meter radius are watching, their attack will be lessened by 20%. The hunt begins. The cry of aggravation, a skill far surpassing the standard aggravation. He's already strong enough to wield such power. Even then, the highest level he could reach before his regression was B rank. Was it his weak mentality, or some other unknown factor? That's why he was called the genius of misfortune. But who cares? A weak nature can be fixed. Hoi-an has the potential to be very useful. I need you to grow properly for the sake of my goal. Alright then, let's get this over with, shall we? The command is given, and with a surge of raw power, the transformation begins. The raw power explodes outwards. A blinding flash of light. The aftermath of battle. Broken swords litter the street, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Two figures stand amidst the chaos, their breaths ragged but their stances firm. A city skyline, scarred by the recent conflict. A man in a trench coat surveys the scene, his face etched with disbelief. What is all this? Park Jae-hoon, from the National Raider Association, arrives on the scene. He addresses the two young figures. Did you two take care of all these goblins? The gray-haired youth, Ho-yun, stammers a confirmation. Jae-hoon's eyes widen as he recognizes the legendary On Ho-yun. Ash hair and ash eyes, is he On Ho-yun? Jae-hoon reflects on the impossible feat, two high schoolers defeating a horde of demons? It's unheard of. Yet, the evidence is undeniable. Jae-hoon's gaze shifts to the other youth, equally surprised by their prowess. He knows he must report this to his superiors, but the implications are staggering. The dark-haired youth speaks, his voice low and serious. I was going to talk to you about that anyway. The dark-haired youth explains the sheer scale of their victory, emphasizing the unbelievable nature of their accomplishment. No one would believe them. If you don't want to be noticed by the public, I can take care of it. A subtle threat, laced with an offer of discretion. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, a silent promise of retribution. The deal is struck, a silent pact forged in shadows, a reward for silence. He weighs his options, a calculated risk, a gamble for the future. The unnamed character's jaw drops in disbelief. What are you talking about? You defeated them all. A chilling smirk plays on his lips, a calculated risk, a secret kept. The past is a ghost, but the present is a weapon. I have to keep things low for now. A vow of vengeance, whispered in the dark. His hand clenches into a fist, a silent promise of future violence. The shadows whisper secrets of revenge. My revenge has to be quiet and discreet. A plan unfolds, slow and deliberate. A chilling vision of violence, and I'll wait for the right moment to rip his throat out. The predator waits, patient and deadly. What should I do? The weight of the world crushes him, a single question echoing in his mind. It's not right to take credit for what he did, a quiet internal struggle begins. But, with this money, I might be able to help Mother's condition, a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. I wanted to be a raider with integrity, a dream shattered by harsh reality. But if for that reason alone, I miss the timing for Mother's treatment and she passes away, a chilling possibility. Could I handle that? The question hangs heavy in the air, a moment of agonizing self-doubt. His expression's too serious for him to be thinking this over just for his ego, a subtle shift in perspective. Is there another reason he's hesitating? Then, I guess I should help him decide. What you did was pretty significant. Had you hesitated, someone would have lost their life. The gravity of the situation sinks in. So you'll feel like you don't deserve it, a quiet understanding. A city street, bustling with activity, the air hums with unseen energy. Whispers follow him, a testament to his reputation. Asterisk, he's good at dealing with people. Asterisk, an extraordinary individual indeed. A decision made, a plan set in motion. I'll continue with the plan, he confirms, his gaze resolute. He departs, leaving a trail of intrigue. A request for his name and number is met with a casual dismissal. That's okay, you don't need to speak formally to me. We're the same age, he says, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The other's reaction? Pure shock. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Asterisk, same age? Asterisk, the disbelief is palpable. His preparations for Miles are complete. The scene shifts. Miles Academy. A new chapter begins. Whispers of a genius martial arts dupe fill the air. Eyes turn, recognizing him. On Hoi-Yan, a name that commands attention. A piercing gaze falls upon Seo Ina. She's different, an enigma amongst the students. The unnamed character with gray hair observes, a subtle shift in his expression. There's no need for immediate action. Ho-Yun, ever watchful, Keep Seo Aina in his sights, a silent assessment unfolds. A playful banter between two students, one finds Seo Aina pretty, but the other calls out his intense staring. The grand hall of Miles Academy, anticipation hangs heavy in the air as students assemble. Gu Jian, the chairman, takes the stage, his presence commands attention. A quiet moment of reflection for Gu Jian, this, he realizes, is merely the beginning. The main character's eyes blaze with determination, a memory surfaces, a past he now recalls vividly. A desperate plea. Kim Yunjung's life hangs in the balance. The Miles Academy entrance ceremony is about to begin, but this isn't your average welcome. A sly grin spreads across the speaker's face. Because today, Miles is unveiling something special. Something unexpected. A thrilling game of cat and mouse. New students and old will clash in a high-stakes competition to snatch namecards within a magically enclosed space. The hunt is on. The students are thrown into the fray, the air crackling with anticipation. Suddenly, a magical circle appears beneath Kim Yunjung's feet. She's falling. What's happening? A magic circle? The students watch in stunned silence as the situation unfolds. Panic grips Kim Yunjung as she plummets towards the ground. This is terrifying. But she's not alone. The main character bursts into action, a determined look in his eyes. Kim Yunjung, he shouts, reaching out. Grabbing her hand just as she's about to hit the ground. A close call. The impact sends a shockwave through the area. The tension is palpable. Ah, it's today. The day of Jaehyun's entrance ceremony. Time flies, doesn't it? But there's no time for pleasantries, the student hunt is about to begin. 3 days of isolation in an enclosed space. Meaning no contact with the outside world for 3 days. What a shame, but I already sent Jaehyun a good luck text yesterday. He's off to Miles Academy. Let's see what he has to say about this. The lush greenery of Miles Academy's training grounds, a stark contrast to the sterile environment of the previous scene. But the tranquility is deceptive. As two figures emerge, weary and worn. One collapses, gasping for air. While the other watches, concern etched on their face. Who are they? A closer look reveals dark hair and hazelnut eyes, a 92 in magic aptitude. This is no ordinary student. Son Jian. The name echoes in the darkness, a whisper of mystery. As a chilling calm settles over Seo Aina. He said not to worry, she thinks, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips. Seo Aina. The name itself is a prelude to intrigue, a shadow cast before the storm. The Miles Academy's central control room. A sprawling complex of antennas pierces the sky, a silent testament to the immense power contained within. A silent giant overlooking the city below. A group of figures moves through a sterile corridor. Their footsteps echo, a rhythmic beat in the otherwise silent halls. Their destination, a meeting of the highest caliber. Quite a few talented students this year. An Hoi-Eon is talented enough to be recognized overseas. The instructors discuss the exceptional abilities of their top students. Their words paint a picture of extraordinary potential, but also hint at the challenges that come with such power. They're of the mage class, but Seo, Kim Yunjung, and Aina, Lee Se-hyuk have all either passed 90 on the aptitude scale or almost reached 90. The conversation shifts to those who have shown exceptional promise, their paths diverging from the norm. A high-stakes gamble unfolds. The instructors know that these students are exceptional, pushing boundaries. And so, a chance must be given. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, a second chance can change everything. The cost of failure is immense. 100 C-rank raiders sacrificed. But a single A-rank raider is worth more. The true test of strength lies in proving one's worth. Those who falter, break under the pressure. A critical decision looms. Instructor Kim Suk-ji's role is clear, to select the most promising student. But time is running out. The pressure mounts with each passing moment. The student hunt begins. A new, illusory world created by magic. A place where reality itself can be bent. Where time can be skipped, and the impossible made possible. This is no mere test. It's a brutal trial by fire, pushing students to their absolute limits. 5% are eliminated each year. A chilling smile spreads across the instructor's face. The rules of this deadly game are about to be revealed. The students, unaware of the impending danger, stand in a desolate landscape, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the hunt. The stakes are high. Collect nameplates to earn points that will determine their fate in this brutal competition. A surge of power, a blinding flash. His A-rank blitz chain is sealed, but there's a catch. The rules are rigged. They conveniently forgot to mention intrinsic skills. A sinister plot unfolds. The instructor's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of manipulation. We've decreased all contestants' skill power to 10%, he sneers. A young man's face hardens, his eyes blazing with defiance. Bullshit. On Hoyan's mind races, piecing together the puzzle. It's a purge, a calculated elimination of the weak. Coina's eyes reflect the grim reality. The instructor wants to get rid of the useless students. Kim Yo-jung and his partner brace themselves for a 3-day ordeal. We need to find shelter first, he states, the urgency in his voice palpable, a stark reminder of the dangers that lie ahead in this subspace. The instructor reveals the true nature of this subspace, a treacherous ecosystem teeming with deadly traps, status abnormalities, and even a forest of nightmares, a landscape designed to test their survival skills to the limit. Finding shelter becomes paramount. 3 days in this hellscape, survival hinges on securing a safe haven, a home base to weather the coming storm. On Hoyan spots Coina in the distance. Hey, Min Jae-hyun, wait, she calls out, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. Could this be an opportunity, or a new threat? Hoyan's keen eyes assess the situation. Coina, a mage student, could be a valuable asset, or a dangerous liability. The decision weighs heavily on her. Kim Yo-jung weighs the pros and cons. Coina's presence could be advantageous, but her unpredictable nature is a major concern, a risk they might not be able to afford. The camera focuses on Coina, her face etched with a grim determination. She's a wildcard, a variable beyond their control, a dangerous game of chance. The scene shifts to a news report, revealing Coina's past, a history of reckless actions and a trail of destruction in her wake, a past that casts a long shadow over her present. Kim Yo-jung wrestles with a difficult decision. Trusting Coina is a gamble, but leaving her out in the cold could be even more perilous, a choice between two evils. On Hoyan's gaze is sharp, assessing. She doesn't trust Coina, not one bit. She's too unpredictable. And Kim Yo-jung's apprehension is palpable. Coina's past is a dark cloud hanging over them. The weight of that past is heavy in the air. Coina's smile is unsettling, a chilling reminder of her volatile nature. Hey, if it's okay with you, would you like to come along with us? She asks, her words laced with a hidden agenda. The offer is tempting, but the risk is clear. They're both mages, a powerful combination, but is it enough to overcome Coina's unpredictable nature? And the stakes are high. This event is unfair to new students, a brutal trial by fire. Kim Yo-jung hesitates, the decision weighing heavily on her. An Hoyan remains cautious. I think I'll have to make that decision later, she says, her eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupts. A whirlwind of sand and energy engulfs the trio, revealing 3 figures emerging from the storm. The unexpected arrival throws everyone off guard. Shin Junsang and Kwon Soil appear, their expressions smug. Wow, we've already found 3 new students. Looks like we'll get some easy points this year, Junsang boasts. But Kwon Soil's sharp eyes notice something amiss. What? I only detected 2, she whispers, her expression turning serious. A tense silence hangs in the air. He senses nothing from the approaching figures. But his companion is far from calm. Those guys are definitely Hey, those guys are in the martial arts class. Shouldn't we run away? No, we have to defeat them here. We'll never be able to outrun them. According to my memory, Kwon Soil has a difficult ability to deal with. Her intrinsic skill is to track a chosen target up to 300 kilometers away. Detection: if we don't get rid of her now, they might work together with other current students to attack us. Have to alert myself to some good food with these points. Hey, don't let your guard down. That handsome dude, something's up with him. He's still a new student, it's not our first time doing this event. Watch me. A blur of motion. I'll take care of them in a flash. Soil watches, her eyes narrowed, a glint of calculation in their depths. Ugh, this pig bastard. She mutters, already assessing the situation. She continues, her voice laced with a hint of warning, I told you something was up with him. Junsang, eyes blazing with barely contained fury, prepares for battle. It's been a while since someone swung a sword at me, he growls, a dangerous edge to his voice. A clash of steel. Sparks fly as Junsang's blade meets his opponent's. Asterisk a coincidence? I wouldn't know, asterisk he thinks, his attack relentless. The student's defense shatters. Junsang's superior skill is undeniable. You damn mage newbie, he roars, his attack unrelenting. A flurry of blows. The sound of clashing steel fills the air, wham, clang, shing, the fight is a whirlwind of motion. And yet, the student somehow manages to evade each strike. Junsang's frustration mounts. Why can't I hit him? His blade connects, but it's not enough. The student's movements are too precise, too elusive. The impact echoes, but the student remains standing. From the shadows, a voice cuts through the chaos. How impressive, Shin Junsang. How did you survive until now with such a fat body? The ground trembles as a powerful force erupts. Debris flies as Junsang is thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. His eyes blaze with barely contained fury, a storm brewing behind those intense golden irises. The air crackles with unspoken threat. I'll go easy if you hand over your nameplate now. You've got 3 seconds. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a chilling ultimatum delivered with cold precision. Give me the nameplate and fuck off. The defiance explodes, raw and untamed. A brutal clash. The impact sends a shockwave, shattering the silence. No way. He's just a newbie mage? This can't be happening. Why's she looking at me with those eyes? A creeping dread, a sense of impending doom. I gave you a chance. You're the one who refused it. The finality of his words, a prelude to devastation. A blur of motion. The world explodes in a whirlwind of power, a devastating blow. The tension in the observation room is palpable. The judges' faces are grim, a stark contrast to the smug grin spreading across the face of one particular observer. 100,000 points. The announcement echoes, a seismic shift in the competition, but who is Min Jae-hyun? Confusion reigns. Instructor Park Ha-joon questions the results, his doubt evident, while instructor Jong Isu remains unnervingly calm. A silent exchange of glances between the instructors. Is something amiss? The mystery deepens. A knowing smile plays on the lips of the unseen observer. His amusement is chilling, a predator watching its prey. A furious outburst. Who are you? The challenger demands, her voice laced with disbelief and anger. A calm response cuts through the tension. I sent you a party invite, accept it. A cryptic message, a new player enters the game. A flash of light, a weapon materializes. The challenger's eyes widen in shock, has she underestimated her opponent? Ha, stupid Shin Junsang, he messed everything up. Even without that monster, 3 versus 1 is still dangerous. I have to take some of them out and then get out of here. A blur of motion. Twin blades flash. And connect. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. She's trying to ambush us to make the situation chaotic and give herself time to escape. Not a bad decision. That would be the best she can do. But the attack is deflected with impossible speed. Kaka. She reacted to my speed? That plan would only work if Kim Yu-young were a normal person. Binding. TCH, the spell is countered with a swift, precise strike. Razor-sharp claws extend, a blur of deadly intent. A whirlwind of motion as Jae-hyun unleashes his fury. The air crackles with energy as he decimates his opponents. Kim Yu-young, caught in the crossfire, barely manages to evade the onslaught, a desperate attempt to escape the maelstrom of power. Jae-hyun watches, his expression unreadable. It'd still be hard for her to face a current student on her own. I'll have to help. A surge of golden energy, a power that hums with ancient might. The brilliant light of Alfheim awakens. With a determined gaze, Co Ina speaks, her voice echoing with resolve, become a radiant divine sword. Two ethereal blades materialize, glowing with celestial energy. That's Co Ina's unique skill. With newfound power, she grips the sword of Alfheim, ready to face any challenge. The twin blades flash, a brilliant display of power, slicing through the air with impossible speed, leaving only scattered fragments of the enemy's weapons in their wake. A blur of motion. A whirlwind of energy erupts as Min Jae-hyun cuts through his opponents, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Goddammit, screams one, his voice filled with disbelief and agony. Kim Yu-young watches, breathless, from a safe distance. They were all monsters, she thinks, fear etched on her face. The system announces, contestant Kwon Soil is out. Points are awarded to Kim Yu-young for her contribution to the battle. Co Ina, empowered by the sword of Alfheim, stands tall. More points are awarded to her, a testament to her skill and valor. Kim Yu-young, alive and breathing, shouts, "No! I live thanks to you." Min Jae-hyun, eyes narrowed, asks, is the offer you mentioned earlier still standing? He assesses Co Ina, his thoughts a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. She might not be the person I thought she was, he muses. Reserved, distrustful, and curious. The air crackles with unspoken tension between them. The system announces, creating party. Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yu-young, and Co Ina form an alliance. Footprints in the mystical forest, a trail leading deeper into the unknown. Two figures emerge, their eyes sharp and calculating. I think they went inside the shelter. One of them mutters, his voice low and menacing. News spreads like wildfire. Newbies won against Kwon Soil and Shin Junsang. The student hunt, a 3-day game of survival, has begun. These seasoned hunters underestimate their prey, and their confidence is about to be shattered. The hunt is on. A sudden burst of energy. Something's coming, a figure is thrown back, a pained expression etched on his face. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. Contestant Kim Sung-hoon is out. The battle intensifies. A desperate chase unfolds through the trees. Over there, someone shouts, the urgency in their voice palpable. Damn it, get her. The pursuers close in, their determination unwavering. But Co Ina is faster, more agile. She's a whirlwind of motion, leaving them in her dust. Are there about 5 of them, she wonders, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Great, it's going smoothly. A triumphant declaration rings out, but the smugness is short-lived. As a voice cuts through the air, sharp and laced with contempt, ugh, for real. You guys won't give it up, huh? Aren't you embarrassed to be chasing just one person? The target of their pursuit, his face contorted in fury, bellows, stop right there. A figure bursts through the trees, a blur of motion, how simple, the pursuer's plan is laid bare. They've found refuge in a dark, cavernous shelter. The shelter is safe, a voice states, but we can't stay here forever. We'll have to get food, and more importantly, we have to get points. A tense discussion unfolds. That means the grim decision is made. Correct. We're going to hunt the current students. The hunter leaps into action, a silent predator stalking through the forest. A swift strike, a flash of steel, ding, a warning signal pierces the silence. A chilling warning echoes across the battlefield. There's a creature nearby capable of plunging users into an abnormal state. Eyes gleaming with determination, she declares, found it. A cunning plan unfolds, luring unsuspecting students towards their doom. But even the most meticulous schemes have limits. The pursuer is nearing her breaking point. I succeeded with your plan to lure the current students towards the goal, but I'm about to reach the limit on how long I can run for. With a digital ding, she activates her wind boost skill, a burst of speed carrying her away. Leaving the rest to Min Jae-hyun, she issues a stark warning: I won't forgive you if you fail. Ha? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of surprise and confusion. The problem is laid out: how to deal with the paralysis spore mushrooms during the new student hunt. A serious challenge indeed. A possible solution is proposed: ash tree sap. A common resource in the forest of nightmares, it's presented as the best option. But a crucial caveat emerges. It's a treatment, not a preventative measure. If already affected, it's too late. A decision is made. The information is enough. Thanks, Hyung. Suddenly, a warning. A shout cuts through the air: Gee guys, hold up. The scene shifts. A dark, ominous forest looms. Crimson trees stand stark against the twilight sky. And the chilling truth is revealed: they've entered the paralysis spore mushroom habitat. Jin Yuk voices his concern: this is dangerous. Shouldn't they retreat? A title card appears, proclaiming, I obtained a mythic item. The team stands before a dark forest, the air thick with the scent of decay. Then, are you guys saying we should give up after having come all the way here? Jin Yuk's voice cuts through the doubt: it's all gonna go to shit if we're not careful here. We should stop chasing. Tension hangs heavy as one member speaks, to that piece of shit new student. Another team member explodes: how can you say that right now? The argument intensifies. But even if he's just a new student, what's the point if we're all going to be paralyzed by the mushrooms? Jin Yuk explains, his voice grim: the radius of the paralysis spore mushroom's paralysis effect is about 50 meters. That bastard will get paralyzed too. He issues orders, his eyes sharp. First, Park Sang-hyuk. You stay here, watch our backs from outside the paralysis radius. The rest, follow me. The team moves swiftly, a blur of motion through the ominous forest. There's no point in trying to be smart about it. From above, a figure descends like a hawk, a blur of motion against the pale sky. Landing with a thunderous thud. Got you, you bastard, the attacker shouts, their voice echoing across the field. The victim, momentarily stunned, stammers, you sure made things real annoying. Where are you gonna run off to now? A chilling smile spreads across the attacker's face. Welcome. The scene shifts. A group of figures stands silhouetted against the setting sun. You're all done for. The one who just swore at me, raise your hand. Who was it? A swift, brutal attack. A flurry of motion, a clash of steel, and the sound of shattering bone. Quack, Kwang. The attacker's eyes gleam with malicious intent. Now. Paralysis spore mushroom explodes. A blinding flash of light, followed by a shockwave that ripples outwards. Living beings within a 50 m radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Elsewhere, two figures stand amidst a forest. Hey, you said we were gonna look for something important. I only see trees here. Just wait. We're in the right place. The limitations of being a C-rank mage are weighing heavily on the team. Their high dependence on skills is a major hindrance in physical combat, leaving them vulnerable in searching for a solution. Their attack skills are sealed, forcing them to rely on basic magic and buffs. A plan forms. One member recalls their magic theory teacher's lesson on the change skill, a strategic ability to switch locations with an ally. Meanwhile, a figure in the shadows holds a vial of ash tree sap, a key ingredient for something interesting. The scene shifts to a forest clearing, bathed in an ethereal glow. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. As two figures prepare themselves, their expressions a mixture of determination and apprehension. A sudden, violent movement. A blur of motion as a figure leaps into action. The change skill activates. A swift exchange of positions, a tactical maneuver executed with precision. With a smirk, one character declares, "Sorry, but it's not my turn anymore." A blinding flash of light. Jin Yuk's position shifts, a blur of motion, leaving her opponent vulnerable. The attack lands with a sickening thwack. Another opponent lunges, sword flashing, but he's already trapped. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Ha, fuck. The new student smirks, his plan unfolding perfectly. Do you think things will work out the way you want them to? How stupid are you to run into the paralysis spore mushrooms? He explains calmly, I set up my companion's paralyzing spores, prepared for this kind of situation. His eyes blaze with cold fury. Once this spore goes away, all of you guys are. Sorry, but that's not gonna come. What? What kind of bullshit? The weight of defeat crushes him, his eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the harsh reality of his failure. I told you. His opponent stands over him, a silhouette against the fading light. The dust settles, revealing the victor's cold, calculating gaze. That guy's not coming. A grimace of pain contorts his face, the paralysis takes hold. Either way, we're both paralyzed for 2 hours. A glimmer of defiance in his eyes, a desperate plan forms. Once I'm no longer paralyzed, I will. He pushes himself to his feet, defying the effects of the poison, a surge of power erupts from within. Who are you to make that decision on your own? His opponent watches in stunned silence, disbelief etched onto his features. Wait. Confusion and fear war within him. What? How is he moving? No way, this doesn't make sense. His eyes blaze with newfound determination. No, it doesn't. But, take it up with God. A golden light envelopes him, a divine protection against the poison's effects. His blessing protects the user from abnormal status. Terror grips his opponent as the tables turn, a desperate plea escapes his lips. Don't come near. The new student stands victorious, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he surveys the battlefield. His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, reflect the intensity of the moment. Just 3 opponents remain. But his triumph is short-lived. A wave of pain washes over him, a searing agony that threatens to cripple him. The sound of strained breathing fills the air, whack. The aftermath. A hush falls over the arena as the results are announced, 100,000 points awarded to Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yo-jung, and Seo Aina. No way, one competitor whispers, disbelief etched on their face. Meanwhile, in a quiet clearing, Seo Aina tends to her injuries. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches her lips as she drinks a restorative potion. Poha, she exclaims, a sigh of relief escaping her. Are you feeling better? Her companion asks. A bit, I think, she replies, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Really? Should we start going towards the place we promised to meet, then? Her companion asks. Yeah, okay. The two friends set off, their conversation turning to Jaehyun's surprising mastery of magic. Jaehyun, it seems, knows a lot about magic. I never learned in the books that you could use change like this, one of them observes, a hint of awe in her voice. Just a few months ago, he'd never even considered magic. More than that, it's a bigger surprise that he knows about the ash tree sap. Where did he learn about that? And how did he deal with himself getting paralyzed? I'm curious too. Jaehyun, casually leaning against a tree, exudes an air of quiet confidence. How's the paralysis? Seems like you had an easy time of things. Of course. Well, all I did was run like hell and then use one magic spell. How about you, Aina? Ha? I'm okay too. You normally look so stupid. This is so unlike you. What? Stupid? You mean you? Boy. Is that really something you should be saying? Stupid. I think he's pretty handsome. Ah. This isn't the time to be having thoughts like this. Ina's eyes, though still bearing the faint traces of recent conflict, hold a quiet determination. A subtle tremor in her hand betrays lingering unease, but her voice is firm as she speaks. There's no harm in being careful. A subquest appears. A student nearby has fallen victim to brainwashing magic. The objective? Undo the spell and save the student. The reward? A blank card. A blank card? What could it mean? Min Jae-hyun, our protagonist, stands resolute, a glint of determination in his eyes. His companions offer their aid, ready to face whatever lies ahead. But Jae-hyun, ever the strategist, sends them away. No, I'm fine. You guys should get out of here fast, he commands, his tone firm despite the danger. He has a plan, a calculated risk. And, if possible, get me some points while you're at it. His words hang in the air, a mix of urgency and unexpected pragmatism. His companions are stunned. What? Suddenly, a powerful figure emerges from the shadows on Hoi-an, the martial arts genius. The tension ratchets up. How will Jae-hyun handle this unexpected encounter? Jae-hyun's smirk is a testament to his confidence. You don't think I can? A young woman watches from afar, her eyes wide with apprehension. On Hoi-an, her expression a mask of nonchalant boredom, lets out a single, world-weary sigh. Ugh, whatever. Aina, ever the pragmatist, declares, fine, we will go. We'll get points however we can, so don't get hurt. With a determined glint in her eyes, Aina urges them onward. We're going. Min Jae-hyun watches as his companions race off, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He gives them one last instruction, his voice firm, whether you beat him up or steal his nameplate, hurry. He assures them, yeah. I won't take long. A sudden, violent clash. A wave of energy rips through the forest as a powerful attack connects. The impact echoes through the trees, leaving a lone figure standing amidst the chaos. His eyes widen in surprise as he assesses the damage. Is that 600,000 points total now? A grim determination sets in. He mutters to himself, I've somehow survived for 2 days. This game will be over if I can last for one more. Min Jae-hyun, the magic class ace, sits alone, a shield at his side. As expected of P. Miles, he thinks, a hint of grim determination in his eyes? Even with restrictions, he's still at the top. His teammates are also securing top spots. A surge of golden energy erupts. A powerful presence, unseen but felt, makes itself known. Jae-hyun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. I knew he was a great person, he thinks, a wave of respect washing over him. Alone in the forest, Jae-hyun steels his resolve. I have to do better, he mutters, his gaze firm. A quiet confidence settles upon him. I still have time left, so, he smiles, a glint of strategy in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, hello, on Hoi-an. Jae-hyun's expression shifts to one of mild surprise. Chief Director. Gu Jae-in? On Hoi-an's voice echoes, cold and calculating, there's something I'd like you to help me with, a small favor. On Hoi-an's eyes glow with an eerie purple light, a chilling intensity radiating from his gaze. A sudden, sharp pain. A metallic clang echoes as something pierces the air. Warning! An intruder has breached his mind. Jae-hyun clutches his head, his face contorted in agony. A wave of disorientation washes over him. What am I doing here, he wonders, terror gripping his heart. His vision blurs, the world around him dissolving into a vortex of crimson and shadow. Ah, right. The task at hand. With newfound resolve, he leaps into action. A blinding flash of azure energy erupts. A trail of pure power slicing through the forest. He moves with impossible speed. An A-rank skill unleashed. Behold, the might of martial arts polar extreme. A blur of motion. Min Jae-hyun, a whirlwind of power, unleashes a devastating attack. The air itself crackles with energy. His opponent, momentarily stunned, watches in disbelief as the attack connects. He wasn't like this a few days ago, the opponent observes, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. The opponent continues, his voice laced with a grudging respect, he's gotten a lot more skilled, I barely can tell it's him. The battle rages on. A flurry of blows, a dance of death between two skilled warriors, each strike precise, each parry a testament to their skill. Jae-hyun lands a powerful blow, sending his opponent reeling. I'm worse, physically speaking, his opponent groans, a mixture of pain and annoyance in his voice. How annoying. With a powerful kick, Jae-hyun sends his foe sprawling, the impact echoing through the forest. The fight continues, a brutal ballet of skill and power. A desperate struggle for dominance. Jae-hyun, using his enhanced speed, closes the distance, preparing for the final blow. He activates his wind boost skill, a surge of power coursing through his veins. His eyes glow with determination. A blinding flash of light erupts as Min Jae-hyun unleashes his power. The air crackles with energy. A wave of raw force impacting his opponent with bone-jarring impact. The ground trembles under the sheer power of the attack. His enemy staggers, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the assault. But even in his momentary disorientation, a glint of determination remains in his eyes. The battle rages on. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion, a clash of wills and skills. Jae-hyun's speed is a blur, a phantom dancing across the battlefield. His movements are precise, deadly. The wind howls as he moves, a testament to his mastery of the wind boost skill. His every strike is imbued with devastating power. His body reacts instinctively, a testament to his honed battle sense. His body reacted before his eyes had even caught up to my movement, Jae-hyun notes, impressed. His opponent, though formidable, is beginning to falter. He has great battle sense, Jae-hyun observes, acknowledging his opponent's skill. But the fight is far from over. It's not as easy as I thought it was going to be, his opponent admits, a hint of frustration in his voice. A calculating gaze, eyes burning with determination. I can just use absolute calculation to get rid of the brainwashing, but, he thinks, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. It's obvious. He's probably smiling his disgusting grin. Excited to see how I deal with a martial arts class as talented as On Hoi-eon. But a smirk plays on his lips. It'd be a shame to deal with it that easily. He'll show them what he's got. A surge of energy crackles around him, kare, the air itself seems to vibrate with power. But a fun show comes with a price. What am I watching? A magic class fighting like a martial arts class. And winning, too? The opponent is the martial arts genius On Hoi-eon? Ha! No way. That's impossible. But, how is that guy doing it? It's impossible for a magic class to win against a martial arts class. That's the undeniable truth that. A seasoned observer reflects, I felt it while walking the path of a mage. So how is that guy? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken intrigue. How interesting. A low chuckle echoes, a hint of amusement in the voice. The clash of steel. A brutal blow lands, the sound of a body hitting the ground echoes. Keuheuk. And Min Jae-hyun stands victorious, his sword dripping with the spoils of battle. I didn't mean to take it that far. Well, you're strong, so you'll be fine. A sigh escapes his lips, a hint of regret in his eyes. Then, a smirk plays on his lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Activating the active skill flash bomb. The world explodes in a blinding flash of light. What is this? What's wrong with the screen? Panic erupts in the control room. A swift, precise strike. The blade finds its mark, leaving its victim stunned and speechless. The air crackles with anticipation. A blinding flash erupts. A wave of energy washes over the arena, obscuring everything in a brilliant white light. A spell to block vision, they whisper. But even through the blinding flash, a single word cuts through the chaos: flash bomb. The dust settles. Instructor Kim Suk-ji watches, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. Phew, he breathes, relief washing over him. In the control room, a tense conversation unfolds. Call him up to my office after the event's over. The older man's voice is firm, but a hint of worry flickers in his eyes. Sorry? But, is it okay to rush decisions like that? The younger instructor hesitates, his doubts apparent. The tension ratchets up. Instructor Kim Suk-ji. The older man's gaze sharpens. Why do you think that Min Jae-hyun used a spell to obstruct our vision in a situation in which he'd clearly won? The younger instructor stammers, speechless. That's... A chilling realization dawns on the older man's face. His grip tightens. Activating the flash bomb. The blinding light engulfs everything. A high-tech control room, screens flickering with data streams, is plunged into momentary chaos. The air crackles with anticipation. A mythic item. A blade of immense power, its edge shimmering with an otherworldly glow. A hero stands silhouetted against the setting sun, a desolate landscape stretching before him. His new weapon, heavy in his hand, feels like destiny itself. A smirk plays on his lips, a glint of triumph in his eyes. He is ready. With a swift, decisive movement, he strikes. The impact echoes through the silent forest. A wave of energy erupts, throwing the opponent back. The battle is far from over, but the tide has turned. The hero stands defiant, a mythic weapon gleaming in his hand. He activates his new skill, absolute calculation, a surge of energy crackles around him. Ding! Brainwash removed from the opponent. The effect is instantaneous. The enemy staggers, confusion etched across his face, a look of dawning realization. He gasps, you're. Are you all right now? The hero tries to stand, but stumbles, a sharp pain shoots through his body. I'm Phi-AAH. The enemy, eyes blazing, lunges forward, his sword flashing. My body. The enemy stops, a look of regret washing over his face. Sorry. You just charged at me out of nowhere. The hero collapses, his body racked with pain. Why would I? The enemy explains, it's a mental manipulation kind of magic. Mental manipulation? That kind of magic? It's far beyond A rank, even the simplest spells. I thought there were restrictions to force only C rank skill usage. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a problem for a bit? Or someone meddled with it. Even if there was a subspace problem, there aren't any students who could use mental manipulation magic of this caliber. If someone did interfere, do you have an idea who that person would be and why they did it? No. But if they're good enough to use this kind of skill, they must be someone in a very high position of power. Once you go through all kinds of things at miles. The hero collapses, his body racked with pain. Cook. My body's in bad shape. He gasps, the aftermath of a brutal battle etched on his face. His opponent, seemingly unscathed, observes him from a distance. The contrast is stark, one broken, the other untouched. A moment of introspection. Is this my limit? The hero questions himself, his resolve wavering. The two stand facing each other, a heavy silence hanging between them. I don't know what to say. I'm really sorry. The hero apologizes, his voice laced with defeat. Don't be. It's fine. If you can move now, I'm gonna get going. His opponent replies, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes. With a subtle smile, the opponent turns to leave. Good luck. A sudden shift in focus. The opponent's hand clenches into a fist, a surge of power radiating from him. He notices something amiss. What are you doing? You're out of the game if you don't have your nameplate. The hero, despite his injuries, offers a weak smile. It's fine. I wasn't as good as you, but I still got plenty of points. Besides, I lost to you. It's only right you take it. The opponent stares intensely, his expression unreadable. I lost this time, but next time will be different. I'll beat you then and take the nameplate back. On Hyoun's eyes gleam with fierce determination, a cold fire burning within him despite his defeat. The Millis Academy Festival arena hums with residual energy. Ding! Contestant on Hyeon is out. The digital announcement echoes, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of On Hyoun's resolve. 10,000 points have been rewarded to contestants Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yo-jung, and Seo Aina. A meager prize for such a fierce battle. An object worth only 10,000 points. On Hyoun's fingers tighten around his fist. He looks down, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Right, I wish you luck, he says, his voice barely a whisper, yet carrying a weight of unspoken meaning. But it's different for me. The screen flickers, showing highlights of the brutal competition. On Hyeon sits alone, lost in thought, a stark image of defeat. That martial arts talent I desired for so long, his eyes, though downcast, hold a spark of something new. A guy who's talented in martial arts has acknowledged me. A slow smile spreads across his face. It's a small victory, but it's his. I've been through a lot since I regressed, but this is a nice, pleasant feeling. I guess this is the beginning? A newfound hope blossoms in his heart, a stark contrast to the despair of moments ago. For the first time, I feel like I've progressed. Leaving behind the past where I was helpless. On Hyeon rises, his steps firm and purposeful. He's leaving the past behind, embracing a new path. And moving forward, step by step. Well, then. He walks away, his silhouette a symbol of resilience against the setting sun. Ding! Ding! The system chimes, calculating the final score. A record-breaking amount of points flashes across the screen. The digital world fades, replaced by the familiar glow of the real world. A sudden crash. Bodies litter the floor, the aftermath of a fierce battle. 1,530,000, not bad, he muses, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. His comrades look on, stunned. Hey, that's a record amount. Shouldn't you be happier? One of them exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief. Don't you agree? She presses, her eyes wide with playful challenge. Another teammate sighs, an hour, if we had just one more hour, we could have gotten 1.6 million, their words trail off, a mix of frustration and wonder. You two are weird, the main character deadpans, but a small smile betrays his amusement. But we'll be able to live in luxury with this many points, the first girl exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So there should be some bonus points. On Hyoun's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and elation washing over her. What? There are bonus points too? The revelation hits her like a lightning bolt. 1,000,000 points. The sheer scale of it is almost too much to comprehend. Her friend shares her astonishment, their joyous cries echoing in the air. 24.8 million won in 3 days? But the celebration is short-lived. On Hyoun's triumph is overshadowed by the sudden appearance of a stern-faced instructor. Ah, geez. That's embarrassing, so quit it. The air crackles with tension. Arrogant. Die. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling prelude to the confrontation that follows. The scene shifts to a large training hall, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. An Hoi-an and her friends stand nervously amongst a crowd of cadets. Their instructor, Kim Suk-ji, enters the room, his presence commanding immediate attention. "Hello, everyone." The instructor's gaze sweeps across the room, settling on An Hoi-an and her companions. A palpable tension hangs in the air. He addresses them directly, his tone serious. "I have something to tell you three." The weight of the instructor's words hangs heavy. An Hoi-an's heart pounds in her chest. What could he possibly want to tell them? The instructor suggests a private conversation. "How about we go somewhere else?" An Hoi-an's curiosity is piqued. Does this relate to their performance in the recent event? Does it have anything to do with how we did in the event? The instructor's face is unreadable, his expression a mask of quiet contemplation. A beat of silence. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggests a significant revelation is about to unfold. A hushed command cuts through the air, "All right." The group moves, a sense of unease settling in. A young recruit's voice, laced with apprehension, breaks the silence. "Shouldn't we ask where we're going?" His eyes, burning with an inner fire, betray his doubt. "Am I wrong?" The question hangs heavy in the air. A low, gravelly voice confirms his suspicion. "Correct." The names are called out: Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yo-jung, and Seo Ina. A summons to the chief director's office. The chief director's office, a place of power, now shrouded in an unsettling silence. "So," a voice whispers, heavy with unspoken tension. Two figures stand, their concern palpable. "Where's the chief director?" "We came because he wanted to see us, but he's not here." A wave of confusion washes over them. What's wrong with him? Even they don't know. A gruff voice cuts through the uncertainty. "You two can also take a seat and wait." The wait is long, heavy with anticipation. Then, a door opens. Two young women, Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina, finally arrive. "Ah, hello. I'm a magic class student, Kim Yoo-young." "I'm Seo Ina." The chief director's eyes crinkle at the corners as a wry smile spreads across his face. "Kim Yoo-young, Seo Ina, you sure are late." He sighs, weary but amused. "I almost fell asleep waiting for you." The tension in the room crackles. Is he insane? I'm ashamed. A confession hangs heavy in the air, the weight of unspoken anxieties palpable. He needed time to prepare for this conversation. But the chief director cuts him off. "No, we're the ashamed ones," he states, a wry smile playing on his lips. Their tardiness, a consequence of their recent subspace journey, is dismissed with a chuckle. The tension eases, replaced by a shared understanding. A moment of levity, a brief respite before the true purpose of this meeting is revealed. "Ha!" A hearty laugh echoes in the room. Min Jae-hyun, ever the strategist, anticipated this reaction. He calmly assesses the situation, his thoughts a silent calculation. He does still treasure talented students. But the chief director has a surprise in store. A generous offer, meticulously prepared, is about to be unveiled. First of all, congratulations. The chief director beams, his words a warm contrast to the earlier tension. Their success in the new student hunt is acknowledged, their achievements celebrated. Min Jae-hyun, ever humble, deflects the praise, crediting his team. "It's thanks to my party members," he insists, his loyalty unwavering. His companions, Kim Yoo-young and Seo Ina, stand beside him, a testament to their collaborative triumph. The chief director observes them keenly, his gaze lingering on Min Jae-hyun. He understands the young man's humility, recognizing the depth of his talent. "I was watching your performance," he says, a hint of intrigue in his tone. "But is that all?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken expectations. The chief director's fingers drum a steady rhythm on the polished mahogany table, a subtle display of power as he reveals their score, 1,140,000 points. A silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the barely audible thump-thump of their hearts. Min Jae-hyun's team exchanges a look, a mixture of relief and anticipation. The chief director smiles, a glint in his eye. Very impressive, he says, his voice smooth as silk. It's an unbelievable score. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. So, we want to give you a few special rewards. First, luxurious dormitory suite rooms, free of charge. Second, priority access to all Miles facilities. The images flash before them, showcasing the perks. Third, and perhaps most enticing. If a Miles test is unsatisfactory, they'll have the opportunity to retake it and change the results. Coina's eyes widen slightly. The chief director's smile widens. With these 3 rewards, he explains, you will officially enter a partnership contract with Miles. Min Jae-hyun's expression hardens. A beat of silence, then, a single, resolute word, I refuse. The chief director's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of cold calculation. These rewards are too good to pass up, why would he refuse? Min Jae-hyun explains, these are privileges we could earn within a month with our own efforts. Miles prioritizes skill above all else. The chief director slides a contract across the table, a predatory gleam in his eye. Min Jae-hyun receives it, his expression unreadable as he scans the terms. A wave of apprehension washes over Kim Yoo-young and Coina. The contract's details are laid bare, 5 years of servitude to the powerful Millis Corporation, with a hefty 30% of earnings going to a mysterious school. Min Jae-hyun's eyes blaze with righteous fury. This isn't a reward, he states, his voice low and dangerous. This is coercion. The chief director, Gu Jian, remains unmoved, a smirk playing on his lips. He's used to getting his way. Min Jae-hyun's team sits in tense silence, the weight of the decision heavy on their shoulders. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Kim Yoo-young and Coina exchange worried glances. They know this decision could change everything. With a steely resolve, Kim Yoo-young speaks first, I will have to refuse. Coina nods in agreement, me too. Gu Jian's face darkens. His hands clench, his disappointment palpable. This was supposed to be easy. The chief director's face is a mask of barely contained fury. His eyes burn with an unholy light as he presses Min Jae-hyun. Think it over, he growls, since you might not be sure. A warning blazes across Jae-hyun's vision. Someone is invading his mind, the words sear into his consciousness, a chilling premonition confirmed. But Jae-hyun stands defiant. A passive skill activates Hell's blessing, resisting the mental intrusion. He smirks, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. No. The chief director's face crumples. His disappointment is palpable, a defeated sigh escapes his lips. Irritating him was a good choice, he mutters, his voice laced with a strange resignation. Suddenly, a surge of power. Jae-hyun has obtained a new active skill, brainwashing. The ability to invade the minds of weaker opponents and control them at will. A sinister grin spreads across his face. With the threat neutralized, Jae-hyun turns to his companions. Let's go, guys. Kim Yoo-young and Coina, relieved, follow. I'm super hungry after being in that subspace for 4 days. Their departure leaves the chief director alone, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The weight of his failure is heavy on him. See you. Goodbye. The finality of their words hangs heavy in the air. The chief director is left alone with his thoughts, his face etched with despair. Elsewhere, instructor Kim Suk-ji is shown, his face a mask of worry and concern. He's clearly troubled by something. A superior officer approaches, his expression grim. He speaks, his words sharp and decisive. Yes. A mere student, resisted the chief director's inherent skill? Interesting. Will you be all right? Huh? What do you mean? Gu Jian's offer. You two also rejected it. Well, I liked the offer at first, but what you said was right. That contract did sound a bit unfair. It's certain he was gonna try and rip us off using sweet talk because we're young. I think it was a good decision to reject it. Plus, if we start with special privileges, other people will be starting off at a different point to us. Even if it may take time, it's right for us to earn it on our own. Righteousness. This is a very different person than the one I knew before regressing. I'm glad. To be honest, I was hoping you guys would reject that contract too. Either way, about that Gu Jian. Isn't something off about him? His face when we said no was real stinky. I felt a bit icky too. Arg. When a problem occurred in the subspace, neither instructor Kim Sukji nor chief director Gu Jian said anything. Good intuition, Co Ina. Let's keep that in mind. Do you maybe? A shadow falls across the city as a young woman, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, questions the motives of chief director Gu Jian. Meanwhile, a group of students, their faces partially obscured, move through the city streets. A tense atmosphere hangs in the air. One of them, a young man named Jae-hyun, is observed. His composure is unnerving. His calm demeanor is noted, a stark contrast to his previous hostility towards someone. The mystery deepens. Pressed for answers, Jae-hyun hesitates, unsure of what he can reveal. But he delivers a chilling warning: trust no one, not even those in authority. The question hangs heavy in the air: does this warning apply to Jae-hyun himself? His companions, equally wary, agree: don't trust him either. The past resurfaces, a harsh memory of abandonment and hardship. His face hardens. A confrontation erupts. A flurry of blows and desperate cries fill the night. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows as Jae-hyun cradles the injured female student. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Already? You're right, she whispers, her voice barely audible above the growing darkness. The city lights begin to twinkle as the two students prepare for a parting of ways. Then, I guess we'll separate here, she asks, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Suddenly, a playful interruption. Hey. What's with the romance here? Include me too, a cheerful voice exclaims, breaking the somber mood. With a clear directive, the group separates. Female dorms to the left, male dorms to the right. Head inside and rest, a commanding voice instructs. A quiet farewell. I'll go, we'll get going then. You should rest up too. Tomorrow's the first day of classes, one student says, a hint of weariness in her voice. As the night deepens, Jae-hyun walks alone, his silhouette stark against the cityscape. Yeah, see you tomorrow, he mutters, a sense of solitude clinging to him. He enters his dorm, the door creaking open to reveal a room steeped in neglect. Long time no see, he observes, a hint of melancholy in his voice. The air hangs heavy with the smell of mold, a squeaky floor that has gone ages without any repairs. A palpable sense of abandonment permeates the space. The atmosphere is thick with the misery left behind by countless students who were expelled. A chilling reminder of the harsh realities of this academy. Really, it's been such a long time. The city lights blur through the rain-streaked window, mirroring the uncertainty in his eyes. A familiar weight settles on his shoulders, a burden of memories. A city awakens, the sun rises over towering skyscrapers and lush green parks. A young man, his footsteps echoing softly on the pavement, begins his morning run, each stride filled with purpose. He slows to a stop, a determined glint in his eyes. That should be enough warming up. With a renewed sense of focus, he sets off again, his destination clear. I'll head back and get ready now, for my first class. The scene shifts. A stark, metallic hallway hums with unseen energy, the air thick with anticipation. A group of students stands in formation, their faces a mixture of nervousness and excitement. A new chapter begins. A confident woman strides into the room, her presence commanding attention. Welcome, magic class students. I'm the instructor for Introduction to Manhwa, she announces, her voice ringing with authority, Kim Ji-yeon. A figure emerges, bathed in ethereal light, an aura of power surrounds her. A group of recruits stands at attention, their faces grim. I understand, one of them mutters, the weight of the words heavy in the air. The instructor's whispers reveal a harsh truth: becoming a Miles instructor is brutally difficult. Only the most resilient survive the trials. They're just bastards like Kim Sukji who eat up whatever Gujayan throws at them, a gruff voice booms. A young woman, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination, addresses the class. I'm sure most of you are confused. She begins, her voice calm yet firm. As to why you're here, in this massive facility instead of a classroom. The answer is simple, stark, and chilling: it's to test your mana sensitivity. A gasp ripples through the room, a massive, glowing cube dominates the next scene. A mana cube? Are we going into that? A student whispers, his voice laced with disbelief. That's too hard for the first class, another student exclaims, fear etched on his face. A young man, his eyes narrowed in concentration, steps forward. It feels similar to the mana cube I entered last time. A lone figure walks towards a swirling vortex of energy. The mana is thick, almost palpable. The instructor addresses the class, explaining the nature of the test. What you see in front of you is a device called a mana room, an improvement on the mana cubes used by guilds. A student's apprehension is clear. The instructor continues, it's nearly impossible for you as students to withstand a mana cube right now. That's why we've prepared this. The mana room is revealed a series of chambers, each with increasing mana density. As you can see, this mana room is divided into several rooms. The first room's mana density is similar to the normal atmosphere, but as you progress, the density gets higher. A simple diagram illustrates the challenge. On average, newly entering students get to the third level, and graduates reach their limit by the seventh. The instructor's gaze sharpens. Today, you guys will be able to see how much mana density you can withstand. A student's worried expression reflects the gravity of the test, a mana room. She gives clear instructions: get in line and follow me. Raise your hand if there are any problems. You'll be able to follow the assistant instructor's guide and head outside. The students prepare, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The test is about to begin. The instructor declares, then, we'll start the test. A student steps into the swirling energy. The mana cube test begins. First level, it's a breeze for these elite students. But the pressure mounts as they progress. Clolo, the swirling waters of the second level test their limits. Coughing, sputtering, some struggle to adapt. The intensity ratchets up another notch as they enter the third level. Half the students are already showing signs of strain. The fourth level presents an even greater challenge. The sixth level, a brutal test of endurance. Hands flail, gasping for air. The pressure is almost unbearable. Hey, isn't it getting a bit suffocating? One student asks, his voice strained. Another student's face is etched with worry. I need to improve, too, she thinks, her determination hardening. Only 4 remain. Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-young, Seo Aina, and Lee So-hyuk. The cream of the crop. These are the top performers from the new student hunt. Each a force to be reckoned with. Especially Min Jae-hyun. A defiant gaze meets the camera. The weight of unspoken rebellion hangs heavy in the air. A swirling vortex of energy, a mana cube test of immense power, awaits. 7th level, the text proclaims, a challenge issued. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the group. I thought only graduates made it to the 7th level. The shock is palpable. But the instructor's resolve is unwavering. 8th level. We will go in. Does anyone have a problem? The challenge is clear. A tense moment, the students, faces etched with apprehension, prepare to enter the unknown. And then, a sudden gasp. Look! They're moving, defying expectations, heading towards the 8th level. A wave of uncertainty washes over them. Doubt, fear, and the weight of the unknown. A single student groans in pain, the strain of the heightened mana density evident. Ugh, a sound of exertion. The pressure mounts, the mana density intensifies, pushing them to their limits. Min Jae-hyun's eyes, pools of shadowed determination, fix on the shimmering portal. The 9th level, it awaits. A surge of energy. A blinding flash of light erupts as the students step into the unknown. And Seo Ina cries out in pain, her face contorted in agony. The ninth level is proving to be far more dangerous than anticipated. Kim Yu-young, her eyes wide with fear, stumbles back. The raw power of this realm threatens to overwhelm them all. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon's voice, cold and calculating, echoes in their minds. A chess master observing her pawns, she reminds them of the harsh rules of this deadly game. A crisis is an opportunity, but only if they can survive it. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the stakes. Ina's despair is palpable. She's on the verge of collapse, her strength failing her. But even as darkness threatens to consume her, a flicker of defiance ignites within her eyes. I can't lose. There is no future for the weak. A chilling declaration echoes through the void, a stark reminder of the brutal reality these warriors face. Kim Yu-jung's eyes, pools of despair, reflect the harsh truth of those words. I lost, this time too. The weight of failure crushes her spirit. The ninth level's harsh light illuminates a scene of struggle. A fallen comrade lies injured, their fate uncertain. As Min Jae-hyun pushes onward, his resolve unwavering. He pushes through the pain, his determination a beacon in the darkness. Lost, but not broken. A desperate cry pierces the air, Min Jae-hyun. Kim Yu-jung's voice, laced with worry, cuts through the tension. 10th level. At this level, it also gets hard for me to breathe. The air itself seems to weigh down on her, mirroring her exhaustion. Min Jae-hyun, are you okay? Her question hangs in the air, a fragile thread of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. It's getting a bit hard for me too. But even as he struggles, a steely glint appears in his eyes. I will leave here. A declaration of defiance, a promise to overcome. Min Jae-hyun's resolve is unshaken. A thunderous applause erupts in the manna room. Student Min Jae-hyun has achieved the incredible feat of reaching level 10. A milestone typically reached only by seasoned B-rank raiders. But whispers of greater potential swirl amongst the onlookers. Could Jae-hyun be even stronger? Jae-hyun, his eyes burning with an inner fire, offers a humble apology for causing worry. Explaining that his companion's discomfort stemmed from simple mana poisoning. Relief washes over the room as the truth is revealed. A wave of concern quickly shifts to playful banter as Jae-hyun teases his friend about her towel, a humorous moment amidst the tension. He then turns his attention to his worried companion, his gaze softening. Is she all right, he wonders. Her cheerful response confirms that she's fine, dispelling any lingering anxieties. A shared smile brightens the room. The tension melts away, replaced by a sense of camaraderie and shared accomplishment. That's good. A young woman, eyes wide with pain, clutches her head, the word compulsion echoes in the air, a chilling testament to her suffering. Relief washes over a nearby figure. Shit's a relief she wasn't hurt too badly this time. But the respite is short-lived. A shadow of concern crosses his face. But it'll be harder to control later on if she stays like that. He steels his resolve. I'm not going to control her, but I can't ignore the ripple effects of my actions. A montage of faces flashes before his eyes, on Hoyeon, Jae Sang-hyun, and the realization dawns. It's highly likely her future will change too. A playful companion speaks up, breaking the tension. What are you looking at? Am I that pretty? He sighs, a mix of exasperation and worry in his eyes. Are you sure nothing's wrong with you? The companion's playful demeanor fades, replaced by a serious expression. You seem pretty sick, saying such nonsense. A muffled cry escapes the girl's lips, her face hidden beneath a white cloth. She struggles, but her efforts are futile. The cloth is roughly yanked away, revealing a furious expression. A burst of fire erupts, mirroring the inferno blazing in her eyes. You piece of shit. The intensity of her rage is palpable. Do you know how much effort went into doing my hair this morning? Do you want to die? A beat of silence. Then, a chilling question: are you saying I'm ugly? The scene shifts. A chase unfolds in a sleek, futuristic corridor. Hey! Min Jae-hyun. Stop right there. The pursuer's voice is laced with a mix of concern and apprehension. I was the one who went to the nurse, but it looks like Min Jae-hyun will be the one to be in more pain. A knowing smile plays on her lips. The implication hangs heavy in the air. The camera pans down to reveal two figures fleeing down a long hallway. They are really close. And in the distance, a figure watches, seething with rage. That bastard. The whispers begin. How did Min Jae-hyun reach level 10? The question hangs heavy in the air. A pressing concern for Lee Soo-hyuk, who is immediately confronted by a red-haired antagonist. A tense exchange ensues, punctuated by the sharp crack of a blow. The antagonist's frustration is palpable, he demands answers. Soo-hyuk, though apprehensive, remains calm, his mind racing. But he already knows the answer. Min Jae-hyun, the first mage to ever win first place, is a mystery wrapped in enigma. The red-haired antagonist's suspicion deepens. It's not just Jae-hyun's skill that's unsettling, it's his origins. Something is fishy. And Soo-hyuk, despite his initial apprehension, finds himself strangely intrigued. He's seen Jae-hyun's power firsthand. A power that defies explanation. How could someone be so strong without cheating? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A question that even the red-haired antagonist grapples with. There's no way someone could be stronger than him without cheating, he insists. But Soo-hyuk's expression shifts. A sudden realization dawns on him. He's seen Jae-hyun's power firsthand, and he knows the truth. A truth that's both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Even if he died and were reincarnated, he wouldn't be better than Jae-hyun. The sheer power is overwhelming. A sneering face fills the panel, eyes narrowed in contempt. That emo bastard. The voice hisses, dripping with disdain. Lee Soo-hyuk sprints down a long, sterile corridor, the echo of his footsteps adding to the tension. A voice calls out from behind, "Hey, Lee Soo-hyuk. Wait for me." The scene shifts to a lavish office. A young man stands before a woman, his posture respectful yet confident. "You called because you wanted to know how the new student hunt went, right?" he asks. The woman smiles, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Yeah. Hearing it from you is more interesting." He continues, a hint of pride in his voice, "I'm sure you already predicted the results, but I got first place." Her smile widens. "Ooh. As expected." The conversation flows smoothly, the woman's curiosity piqued. "Is Manager Park next to you?" "Yeah, he's excited to hear what happened." The young man replies, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The woman leans back, her gaze sharp. "I figured the room you're in is too fancy to be a new student's. You must have earned a lot of points, huh?" A generous reward is offered, a calculated move to secure participation. But the shrewd negotiator questions the motives behind such extravagance. The stakes are high, and every detail matters. The Lotus Guild's interest focuses on 3 promising students. And among them, a familiar name surfaces. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. He's ready to move, his next step carefully planned. The red-haired antagonist, her curiosity piqued, learns a crucial detail: Lee Jae-sang's identity. Lee Jae-sang, the youngest son of the S-rank raider Lee Jae-shin, a name that carries weight. Despite his family's legacy, he remains relatively unknown, a hidden gem. A young man, eyes wide with apprehension, ponders a risky proposition. It's a gamble, a calculated risk. But the potential rewards are too great to ignore. He nods, a silent affirmation of his decision. A steely gaze, eyes burning with ambition. Lee Jae-sang, a name whispered with awe and respect. Is destined for greatness. His future, already etched in stone, the world's best alchemist. A red-haired woman, a picture of elegant composure, sits in her opulent office. A knock echoes through the room, announcing the arrival of a visitor. Baek Ji-hyun, a name that carries weight. The door creaks open, revealing a glimpse of a tense encounter. A hushed exchange, full of unspoken tension. As the woman's lips curve into a knowing smile. She's expecting this. A sharp rap on the door. The sound cuts through the quiet anticipation. And a new player enters the scene. Representative Yoo Seon-jian, her arrival as unexpected as it is impactful. A subtle smile plays on Representative Yoo Seon-jian's lips, a mask of calm concealing the storm brewing within. "What did you, the Curators Guild Master, want from me?" she asks, her voice sharp and direct, cutting through the polite facade. The red-haired antagonist leans back, a glint in her eyes. Straight to the point. "That's why we're not on friendly terms." She continues, her tone laced with a chilling confidence, "We can minimize the time wasted." "So, what are you here for?" The antagonist's gaze sharpens, focusing intently on Representative Yu. "I noticed a pretty little student you're fostering." The implication hangs heavy in the air. Oh my. Inside a lavishly decorated office, two women sit across from each other. One, with long blonde hair, exudes an air of icy composure, while the other, with dark auburn hair, expresses a subtle hint of amusement. "That's too bad, we don't think of our guild members as money, so," she says, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Why don't you look somewhere else?" she suggests, her eyes twinkling with a knowing glint. The blonde woman's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. As she contemplates the brunette's words. Would he think the same, she wonders, a question hanging heavy in the air. The blonde woman's eyes sharpen, a cold resolve hardening her features. "There are things in this world you can't get with money, you know," she states, her voice firm and unwavering. The brunette's smile fades slightly, replaced by a look of quiet understanding. "I guess you don't," she replies, her tone laced with a hint of disappointment. The blonde woman's lips curl into a smirk. "Well, I didn't think you would have taken the offer anyway," she says, a hint of amusement in her voice. "And I'm sure you don't want to talk to me for too long." A confident dismissal, sharp and precise. The brunette woman's lips curve into a slight, almost imperceptible frown, a flicker of disappointment before she composes herself. "I'm glad you're not that dull." The blonde woman's retort is laced with a subtle, self-assured amusement. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she adjusts her sunglasses, a final, unwavering statement of her resolve. That's how a merchant should be. The statement hangs in the air, echoing her unwavering principles. The next day dawns, a new challenge awaits, the day of the physical capability test. A sterile, futuristic testing facility, rows of candidates stand poised, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The test begins, a blur of motion, exertion, and raw power. "It's true that I'm not where I want to be right now." A sleek, modern training facility, the air hums with latent energy. The blonde woman and brunette woman stare, disbelief etched on their faces. "Hey, what are you?" "What do you mean?" The brunette woman explodes. "How can a mage take second place in a physical capability test? Is that even possible?" Min Jae-hyun shrugs, a smirk playing on his lips. "How's that strange? I was martial arts class at first, too." The blonde woman scoffs. "Kim Yoo-young, you shouldn't only focus on magic. Haven't you ever heard the saying that strength powers the nation?" The brunette woman's eyes blaze. "I'll beat that arrogant little face of yours one day. Just you wait." A concerned whisper, "Min Jae-hyun, he's a dangerous guy, like the chief director said. That's not the kind of strength a mage would have." "How's she doing it?" The command rings out, sharp and clear, "We'll start the AR room evasion test." A hush falls over the assembled students, anticipation thick in the air. A young man with intense eyes, Min Jae-hyun, recalls the grueling nature of the test. It was designed to push students to their limits, to force them to confront their weaknesses. The instructor gestures towards a shimmering, futuristic chamber. This is where all the advanced technology of Millis Academy is stored, he explains, called the AR test room. The students are assembled, a mix of apprehension and determination on their faces. You'll all participate in the evasion test here. One girl, her orange hair a vibrant splash of color, questions, evasion test? The instructor confirms, yes. This AR battle measurement system is made to better your abilities in battle through virtual reality battles. Min Jae-hyun's eyes narrow. They're not going to make it easy for us, he thinks, a grim determination settling on his features. The instructor continues, explaining that while normally students would analyze patterns while fighting drone monsters, this test focuses solely on evasion skills. Bonus points will be awarded for defeating the monsters, however. Min Jae-hyun nods curtly. That's true. The scene shifts, revealing the breathtaking scale of the virtual battlefield. Raiders hunt monsters and discover equipment, potions, and artifacts. A new device catches the eye, a sleek, earphone-like receiver. What's this earphone-looking thing? The blonde woman asks, her curiosity evident. Min Jae-hyun, ever the prepared one, calmly explains, it's a receiver device. It supports the battle system displaying virtual reality. The explanation continues, revealing the technology's inner workings. It stimulates the brain to make it feel as if the monsters displayed through the projector are real. The image shows a pair of advanced earbuds, the key to this immersive AR experience. A holographic projection flickers to life, showcasing a fearsome minotaur. The system overlays 3D images into reality using projectors on drones, making the monsters appear terrifyingly real. But there's a crucial detail: the point of this device is safety. A glowing shield icon appears, symbolizing the system's protective measures. The monsters are recreations, eliminating the risk of physical harm. The system's safety features are highlighted, but they're fake, so there's no risk of being hurt. A playful image shows the minotaur alongside a smiling student, emphasizing the simulation's harmless nature. However, a subtle caveat is revealed. Of course, the stimulation from the receiver recreates about a fifth of the enemy's attack damage. A hint of danger remains. The instructor's voice cuts through the explanation. This isn't to stimulate the students, but to plant a bit of anxiety, so the survival rate in real dungeons is a bit higher. The stakes are clarified. This AR system has levels from 1 to 100, but today, we are only going up to level 10. The tests will be done with 4 people in each group, and I will call out the groups now. The air crackles with anticipation. A stern-faced authority figure, his gaze unwavering, sets the stage. Tests will go in the order I say. Now, he commands, the weight of his words echoing in the sterile environment. He declares, we will begin the test. The countdown has begun. The camera pulls back, revealing Group 3 assembled on a stark, checkered floor. A strategic arrangement, 2 from the martial arts class, 2 from magic. A balanced team, poised for action. 2 young women from the martial arts class exchange greetings, a subtle tension underlying their polite smiles. While their male counterparts from the magic class stand with an air of quiet confidence. A nice balance indeed. A voice cuts through the quiet. Hey, it begins, drawing attention to Min Jae-hyun, the renowned top student. Are you Min Jae-hyun? Jae-hyun's response is curt, yeah. The other student presses on, I heard you got first place in the new student hunt, but I don't understand. How can a magic class get first place? Min Jae-hyun, a smirk playing on his lips, leans back. What do you think? He asks, his eyes glinting with challenge. Another young man, his expression unreadable, responds with a single word, can you teach me, too? The air crackles with unspoken tension. Jae-hyun's smile sharpens. What if I don't have a special reason? He counters, his voice laced with a hint of menace. Undeterred, the other young man's resolve hardens. I'll find out, he declares, his jaw set. He steps forward, his intent unmistakable. Even if I have to use force. A sudden burst of energy erupts as he lunges forward. The blonde and brunette women watch, their eyes wide with apprehension. Why didn't you just say you wanted to fight me? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing between the two rivals. And a smirk spreads across the challenger's face. I like that you're quick to catch on. The tension shifts. They're on the same team, why are they acting like this? One of the onlookers whispers her concern. As another nervously asks, yeah, will this be okay? Suddenly, a voice booms across the room, hey, guys, next is Group 3. Please come up onto the field. The two rivals exchange a look, a silent agreement passing between them. As they casually stroll towards the arena. The anticipation is palpable. The scene shifts. A countdown begins. The AR room evasion test will begin in 5 seconds. 5, 4, tick-tock. The tension ratchets up. From the digital ether, a skeletal warrior materializes. Its icy blue form radiates power, a sword held high. Jae-hyun, the red-haired mage, retreats, his words echoing, I'll back away for now. The ground trembles as he vanishes in a flash of light. A figure darts across the scene, a blur of motion, another, following close behind. Jae-hyun's pursuers are closing in. Jae-hyun, it's dangerous, cries one, their voice laced with worry. The skeletal soldiers advance, their movements precise and deadly. What are you doing? The question hangs heavy in the air. Jae-hyun's expression hardens. What's a mage gonna do by going into combat, he mutters, a hint of defiance in his tone. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. I didn't think I'd still get these kinds of provocations. I guess I have no choice. I'll have to show him my abilities, A surge of energy erupts from his hand, a blinding flash of blue power. A surge of energy, a torrent of azure power erupts from within him. His eyes blaze with an unearthly light. And with a furious roar, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact reverberates, a shockwave tearing through the air. He stands, panting, the raw power leaving him drained but victorious. His gaze is fierce, unwavering. Across the battlefield, his rivals watch in stunned silence, their earlier bravado shattered. A chilling warning echoes, skeleton soldiers are on the way. The air crackles with anticipation. And from the shadows, a terrifying figure emerges, a grinning skull mask concealing its identity. But he's ready. With a burst of speed, he confronts the skeletal horror, a blur of motion. A lightning-fast kick connects, shattering bone and sending the creature sprawling. It's a skill that boosts physical damage, typically useless for mages. But for him? A different story entirely. The energy crackles, a vibrant blue aura surrounding him. Rival 2 stares, speechless. What the hell? Crazy bastard. Onlooker 1 and 2 echo his disbelief, no way. The system message blazes, level 1 evasion test completed flawlessly. All enemies eliminated. Bonus points awarded. Level 2 begins. A Draugr, a fearsome undead warrior, materializes before him. The battle is on. A smirk plays on rival 1's lips. Long time no see. Level 10 evasion test, cleared without a single flaw. A new record is set. A lone figure stands on a windswept shore, the ocean's breath ruffling his dark hair. His eyes, glowing faintly, reflect an inner strength. My body feels lighter after changing my combat method to what you see Anglin taught me. A subtle shift in his posture speaks volumes of newfound power. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. He's mastered something significant. But there's a hint of unease. But she's weirdly excited whenever she's teaching me. The scene shifts, revealing a woman with vibrant purple hair, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Her laughter echoes in the air. It's kinda scary, but what she teaches me is great, so. He shrugs, a mixture of apprehension and exhilaration in his expression. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, you. The camera focuses on a tense confrontation. The air crackles with unspoken tension. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a stark contrast to the previous moment of quiet contemplation. He's ready for whatever comes next. What did you do? The challenger, a man with fiery red hair, steps into the frame, his face a mask of disbelief and anger. You saw what I did. The challenge is laid down. The air crackles with anticipation. You want me to believe a mage stepped up into combat and swept out all the enemies by himself? That's impossible unless you cheated somehow. The incredulity is palpable. Rival 1 stands defiant, a smirk playing on his lips. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The aftermath of their clash is clear. Rival 2 lies defeated on the checkered floor. A single word escapes his lips, impossible. Rival 1's victory is undeniable, but Rival 2 refuses to concede defeat. Don't think you've won, he growls, his eyes burning with fury. Rival 2's defiance is met with a chillingly calm response. Pretty sure I didn't lose, though. The tension ratchets up another notch. The scene shifts. The Millis Academy Festival is in full swing, a vibrant backdrop to the simmering rivalry. Rival 2's anger simmers beneath the surface. No, he spits, his voice low and dangerous. He's not done yet. A sinister smile spreads across Rival 2's face. I have plans. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Elsewhere, a figure rests, seemingly unaware of the brewing storm. The sun sets, casting long shadows. I'll beat you, then take the nameplate back. The words hang in the air, a declaration of war at the Millis Academy Festival. He clenches his jaw, a storm brewing behind his eyes. This isn't the time for reflection, there's a battle to be won. A quiet resolve steals his gaze. He can't let anyone down. Not now. The imposing structure of the training center looms before him, a place of sweat, discipline, and the honing of skills. Inside, hushed whispers reveal the results of the physical capability tests. Impressive scores, a new record set. And the name that echoes through the halls, Min Jae-hyun. A shockwave of surprise ripples through the room. He's not just talented, he possesses a boldness that defies expectations. The audacity to charge into battle, even as a mage. A heavy footfall echoes, a silent arrival that speaks volumes. The tension hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the hard work completed. Now, the moment of truth. A superior's sharp gaze pierces the silence, anticipation etched onto his face. Can you tell me the physical capability test results? He demands. Exactly 3 students scored perfect scores, a feat of incredible skill. An Hoi-hyun, Cha-yuan, and Min Jae-hyun, among them, Jae-hyun's scores were by far the best. A name that echoes with potential. Instructor Kim nods, a subtle glint in his eye. Good work, he says, the words carrying more weight than they seem. Min Jae-hyun, a young prodigy, sits before a wall of screens, each displaying a different mission, his gaze sharp, his aura radiating power. A quiet confidence settles over him as he reviews his accomplishments. Chief Director Lee's orders are clear: continue to monitor Jae-hyun's every move, any anomaly must be reported immediately. Instructor Kim assures him, his loyalty unwavering. Understood, Chief Director Lee. The mission continues. The report concludes, but Chief Director Lee's gaze lingers, a knowing smile playing on his lips. A digital torrent of blue energy explodes across the screen. The system readout is clear. AR evasion test, level 27, cleared without flaws. Min Jae-hyun stands, catching his breath, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Level 27 is my limit, he thinks. He flexes, a smirk playing on his lips. The confidence is palpable, a predator sharpening its claws. Even 6 C-rank raiders would struggle with this level. Let's go, he mutters, already anticipating the next challenge. His eyes narrow. That means my current level is exactly the same as his. The next dungeon practice will be a true test. He prepares himself. The next practice dungeon looms, a shadow of foreboding. A stark reminder of a past tragedy. The practice dungeon incident. One of the darkest days in the history of Millis Academy. A horrific scene unfolds, monstrous creatures, a bloody battle. Innocent lives lost. A tragedy etched in memory. Min Jae-hyun, his face grim, recalls his team's desperate fight. He was the only survivor. Reprimanded, told he should have died. But he couldn't leave Millis Academy. The weight of loss, the fire of resolve. A weight of the past settles on Jae-hyun's shoulders, the memory of those he failed, a burning ember in his soul. He stands in a shop, the air thick with the scent of arcane ingredients, a stark contrast to the somber reflection in his eyes. The city lights blur past as Jae-hyun walks, lost in thought. Will this life be different, he wonders. The past claws at him, a phantom pain of regret. I was replaceable, expendable, but that was then. A defiant glint appears in his eyes. This time will be different. He won't let the past define him. The classroom buzzes with anticipation. Mock dungeon practice is about to begin. A classmate calls out to Jae-hyun, breaking his reverie, a friendly face in a sea of uncertainty. He hesitates, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. Tomorrow, the first practice dungeon. A classroom, buzzing with the usual pre-class chatter. A girl with bright orange hair teases Min Jae-hyun, have you gone for a walk in one before or something? He replies, a hint of defiance in his voice, not dungeons, but I have met monsters a few times, so I know. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The orange-haired girl is playfully attacking Jae-hyun, damn you. The impact of her playful blows echoes through the room. A dark-haired girl observes the scene with a cool, almost amused expression. Jae-hyun and the orange-haired girl continue their playful fight, their laughter filling the room. The dark-haired girl approaches, her expression unchanged. If you're that worried about it, take this. With a flick of her wrist, she produces a small vial of glowing liquid. What are these? Potions? The dark-haired girl explains calmly, I bought them when I was buying one for myself. Don't be stingy, use them when you need to. Jae-hyun accepts the potions, a grateful smile touching his lips. Well, I guess I can forgive you just this one time. Thank you. Alone, Jae-hyun reflects. If I survived last time because I was lucky, I'm going to survive this time with my own ability. His eyes burn with determination. The day of the mock dungeon practice arrives. A quiet intensity hangs in the air as Jae-hyun prepares himself. A surge of energy, a vibrant blue, erupts from within. It's a breathtaking display of raw magical power. But even the most gifted mages must be cautious. High-level magic demands respect, misuse can lead to devastating consequences. The risk is clear, mana rebound. A backlash that can shatter the body from the inside out. Mages who wield immense power walk a tightrope. One wrong step, and the price is steep. For even the most powerful spells, like Blitz Chain and Sacrifice, carry inherent dangers. Jae-hyun knows this all too well. The upcoming mock dungeon practice isn't a game, it's a trial by fire. He focuses, channeling his inner strength, a swirling vortex of blue energy coalesces before him. A silent prayer for safety, a grim determination etched on his face. The stakes are life or death. The weight of responsibility crushes him. Failure isn't an option, not when his friends' lives hang in the balance. But Jae-hyun is resourceful. He prepares, focusing his magic power into his core, a safeguard against the unpredictable. Min Jae-hyun, eyes blazing with an inner fire, stares intently ahead. A storm brews within. A digital interface explodes into existence, bathing him in its radiant glow. The system's message is clear, he's succeeded in his time travel quest. He sits, back to us, the neon lights of the city reflecting in the glass behind him. The weight of his success, and the uncertainty of what comes next. A main quest update flashes before his eyes. First turning point achieved. But the challenge is far from over. The system presents a stark choice, follow the same path, or forge a new one. The consequences? Life or death. Another system notification appears, identical to the last. The stakes are high, the time is short. A Nornier system's intentions become chillingly clear. They're not just testing him, they're grooming him for something far greater. But what? The question hangs heavy in the air, what is the Nornier system's ultimate goal? And what role is Min Jae-hyun destined to play? The briefing begins. A stern instructor addresses a large group of students, outlining the rules for the upcoming mock dungeon exercise. Teams will be randomly assigned, and they'll face the challenge together. Nervous whispers ripple through the crowd, apprehension hangs heavy in the air. A student's worried expression speaks volumes. The stakes are high, and the uncertainty is palpable. The instructor continues, explaining the apparent low-level threat within the dungeon, a carefully constructed illusion. But one student, Jae-hyun, sees through the facade. His eyes narrow, suspicion etched on his face. This is a trap. The instructor's words ring hollow as Jae-hyun recalls the true nature of the dungeon. A chilling realization dawns. A brutal truth is revealed. The mock dungeon isn't so mock after all. A terrifying, high-level monster lunges from the shadows. Roar! A D-level boss monster, the Kobold Lord, a mere trifle for Jae-hyun. Of course, it wouldn't be difficult for me to take care of, but... He senses a trap. Gu Jian's plan is far more intricate than a simple sparring match. The other trainees, their faces etched with apprehension, reflect his own unease. Jae-hyun's eyes narrow. This isn't just an exercise, it's a calculated risk. He's prepared for a fight, a dangerous one. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air. In this practice dungeon, Gu Jian will reveal a small weakness. That weakness might just become my chance to kill him. The tension ratchets up. A cold calculation flickers in Jae-hyun's gaze. The hunt is on. The instructor's voice cuts through the silence. Now, let's get started with drawing lots. Step forward when I call your name. One by one, the trainees approach, their hands reaching for their assigned lots. The air crackles with anticipation. The dungeon's entrance looms before them, a dark maw promising peril. Jae-hyun's eyes fall upon a familiar face amongst his team. What a relief! There's someone I recognize on my team. A small smile plays on his lips. A glimmer of hope in the face of danger. In a dimly lit corridor, Min Jae-hyun's eyes blaze with determination. A plan begins to form in his mind. He moves with silent precision, his boots barely disturbing the dust. Two figures stand ahead, cloaked in shadow. A close-up on Jae-hyun's intense gaze, his pupils narrow to slits. The weight of the situation is palpable. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. Hey! I'm a martial arts raider, Kim Jina. Another voice joins in, I'm also a martial arts raider, Park Songwoo. Group 3, right? Looking forward to working together. Songwoo and Jina stand ready for battle, a fierce wolf-like creature at their side. The scene shifts to a desperate struggle. Run away quickly, one cries. We'll block them here. Jae-hyun's face is grim, his eyes reflecting the chaos unfolding around him. Asterisk, they want me to choose a route? The choice is yours. That choice could kill people, or it could save them, asterisk. A moment of clarity dawns. Ah, I get it now. The final panel shows Songwoo and Jina, their expressions determined, with the monstrous wolf looming behind them. The choice has been made. A desolate beach, the wind whispers secrets across the sand as four figures stand silhouetted against the harsh light. A sudden chill runs down their spines. A hidden threat, lurking just beneath the surface. The Nornir system was after this from the start. A grim realization dawns on one of them. A tense moment, hands clasp, forming an uneasy alliance. Nice to meet you. I'm Min Jae-hyun, a mage. A confident introduction, but a hidden agenda simmers beneath the surface. And his companion, Seo Aina, equally skilled in the arcane arts. Words of cautious optimism, a fragile hope blossoms amidst the uncertainty. A shared smile, a silent understanding passes between them. They're in this together. A familiar scene, echoing a past life. A sense of déjà vu washes over him. A piercing gaze, eyes burning like embers, the intensity speaks volumes. The entrance to the dungeon, a gaping maw in the earth, promising untold dangers. A final check of the plan, each piece meticulously placed. That's all for the planning. You have to keep this in mind, no matter what appears in the dungeon. A grim warning hangs in the air. Especially the martial arts raider who stands in the front. If that person falters, the whole party will be wiped out. A murmur of impressed agreement ripples through the group. Wow, as expected, a first place in the new student hunt. Your planning is impeccable. The details are locked in. A total of 6, right? Alright, I've memorized it all. Same. The command rings out, sharp and decisive. Planning time's over. Starting now, we'll begin the dungeon practical right away. Group leaders, please step forward with your group members. A quiet confidence. On Hoi-an is Group 4's leader? I guess at least Kim Yu-jing won't be getting injured. The team stands poised, a picture of controlled intensity. Min Jae-hyun's confident gaze sweeps across his comrades. Seo Ina's focus is unwavering, the others, a mix of readiness and apprehension. Jae-hyun's quiet confidence is palpable. He steps forward, his expression calm yet resolute. Shall we get going, then? The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. Crystals, like shards of frozen moonlight, glisten in the gloom of the mine dungeon. They ventured deeper into the darkness, the silence broken only by the crunch of boots on loose rock. A young woman's voice cuts through the quiet. It's so dark and damp. It's got a musty smell, too. This is a dungeon. Another team member adds, kobolds will probably appear here, right? Seeing as it's a mine dungeon. Hope flickers in the team's eyes. I heard mine dungeons have a lot of ores. Maybe we'll find a diamond here. Their excitement builds, a shared dream of riches fueling their steps forward. But then, a sudden shift in the air. A tremor runs through the ground. A sharp intake of breath. The dungeon air crackles with tension. Min Jae-hyun's team presses forward, their faces grim. Suddenly, a guttural growl echoes through the cavern. From the shadows, monstrous wolf-like creatures emerge, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Pickaxes gleam in their clawed hands. They may be numerous, but they're not strong individually. A battle plan forms in Min Jae-hyun's mind. And with a battle cry, the assault begins. Steel clashes against claws as the fight erupts. Ina's eyes blaze with determination as she prepares to unleash her power. This is it, she thinks, time to show them what I can do. With a chant, "Oh, holy light," burst forth, she activates her flash bomb skill. A blinding flash engulfs the battlefield. The impact sends a shockwave through the dungeon. The creatures are momentarily stunned, giving the team a crucial advantage. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and magic. Min Jae-hyun's sword sings a deadly song, while another team member cries out in pain. The fight is far from over. Seo Ina, seizing the opportunity, unleashes a powerful gust of wind, oh, winds of Helheim. The force of the spell sweeps through the remaining creatures. Seo Ina unleashes a torrent of emerald energy. Her staff sings as she channels her Hellhammer wind magic, a devastating air blast erupts. The twin blasts carve through the air, impacting the monstrous kobolds with explosive force. The ground trembles, leaving the team standing amidst the chaos, victorious but battered. Min Jae-hyun, ever the leader, immediately assesses the situation. Anyone hurt? Gasps and pained grunts fill the air as the team members respond. Exhaustion etched on their faces, they confirm their status. But something is wrong. A sudden, sharp pain grips Seo. His eyes widen in alarm. Seo. What's this? No one said anything about kobolds using poison. Panic threatens to overwhelm the team as they struggle to understand the situation. Min Jae-hyun, however, remains calm, his voice cutting through the fear. Calm down first. A colossal shadow looms over them. Terror grips Seo Ina's heart as she stares up at the monstrous foot descending from the darkness. This isn't poison. The sheer magical energy radiating from the creature is overwhelming. It's far beyond anything they've encountered before. An incredible amount of magic power. The kobolds were merely pawns in a much larger, more sinister game. The team is dwarfed by the sheer scale of their new enemy. What? Is a kobold lord lurking nearby? The very air crackles with tension. Meanwhile, Group 3 presses deeper into the earth. The passage is narrow, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else, something ancient. Jaehyun's strength is undeniable. Jaehyun, I knew you were strong, but you're really amazing. Seo Aina exclaims, her voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. Just how many monsters did you kill on your own? He shrugs it off, a nonchalant that's nothing. It just turned out that way somehow. But the glint in his eyes speaks volumes. At this rate, we'll probably be able to clear this without anyone getting hurt. A nervous laugh escapes Ina's lips. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. You still feel awkward around the others, right? Jaehyun asks, his gaze piercing. Ina's quiet, speaks volumes. She's really shy, Jaehyun observes, a hint of understanding in his tone. Even before the regression, Ina's quiet nature was evident. Even before I regressed, I don't think I saw her speak more than 3 sentences in a day. A shared moment of understanding passes between Jaehyun and another team member. The cavern opens into a breathtaking vista of crystalline formations. A strange energy hums in the air. This is different from the place I remember. This must be Gu Jian's work. A shadow falls over Min Jaehyun's face. His eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. This is it, the moment of truth. A guttural growl echoes through the cavern. Eyes of burning blue pierce the darkness. Gu Jian's monstrous form is revealed, a terrifying predator unleashed. The ground trembles as the beast lunges, a blur of claws and teeth. Min Jaehyun is thrown back, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. His eyes blaze with a fierce light. It's here, something will appear real soon. A chilling premonition hangs heavy in the air. The team braces for impact. Seo Aina grips her sword, her knuckles white. Plan C, will counterattack after defending. Be very careful, this foe will be like nothing we've faced so far. A young man's voice cuts through the tension. An even stronger foe will be appearing. I heard only weak monsters appear here, though. Doubt clouds his face. Suddenly, the ground explodes. A geyser of ice erupts, shattering the silence. The monstrous form of a kobold lord rises from the depths. Terror grips the team. Kobold lord? Why would a boss monster be appearing here? Panic threatens to overwhelm them. A grim warning from a team member. Especially the martial arts raider, only one at the front. If that person falters, the whole party will be wiped out. Magic armor activates. A shimmering blue energy envelopes Jaehyun and Aina, protecting them from the kobold lord's onslaught. But the sudden deployment leaves Jaehyun momentarily vulnerable. Shit, I got distracted, he mutters, realizing his mistake. Jaehyun activates his provoke skill. A calculated risk, daring the kobold lord to attack him directly. With a mighty swing, the kobold lord attacks. The ground trembles under the force of the blow. But Jaehyun's gamble pays off. Aina shouts, Jaehyun, as she witnesses his incredible speed and power. A burst of energy erupts from Jaehyun's fist. The raw power is breathtaking, a blue torrent of energy that slams into the kobold lord. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The force of the blow is immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Aina watches, awestruck. What incredible power, she whispers, her eyes wide with disbelief. But even this devastating attack isn't enough to finish the kobold lord. At that level, it should be able to, Aina thinks, a grim realization dawning on her. The kobold lord's regenerative abilities are revealed. A dark, ominous energy surges from within, healing its wounds. A chilling presence descends, cloaked in shadows, a new quest materializes. The details appear before your eyes, Raven Hunter. Eliminate Odin's ravens, those dark agents suppressing both you and the Aesir resistance. Failure means death. The stakes? Immense. A sterile office, the epitome of corporate efficiency, the air thick with unspoken tension. How's the situation looking right now? The question hangs heavy, a weight of anticipation. It doesn't seem like anyone's noticed yet. A sigh of relief, barely contained. That's a relief. It was a good decision to borrow his powers. A cunning smile spreads, a predator savoring its prey. Chains of pure energy crackle, searing the flesh of a monstrous wolf-like creature, a spectacle of raw power. However arrogant he may be, he will soon be in the palm of my hand. All of this is for Odin and the Aesir. A chilling declaration, laced with cold ambition. The chains tighten, each link a conduit of devastating energy, the wolf howls in agony. A final, desperate struggle, then, silence. A blinding flash of light. The monstrous creature lunges, claws extended. But the mastermind counters with borrowed power, a surge of energy deflecting the attack. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground. Aina, his ally, is caught in the crossfire. Aina, can you cover for me? So the enemy's attack doesn't reach me? Her face is etched with worry, but her resolve is unshaken. I'll try. He knows she's risking her life. Aina probably already knows, too. Mana rebound. A grim realization dawns on him. Even victory will come at a terrible cost. Even if he defeats the Kobold Lord, Ina's survival is far from certain. Yet, she's still willing to help me? Why, the question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the depth of their bond. The mastermind, cloaked in shadows, appears. Another opportunity. He smiles, a chilling expression of cold calculation. I'd promised myself to never trust anyone ever again. As unfair as it is, the world is cruel to the weak. But, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Let's get this over with. There's only one chance. The monstrous beast lunges, claws extended, a terrifying roar echoing through the battlefield. Its eyes burn with primal fury. But the mastermind stands defiant. A surge of power erupts from within him, a golden aura blazing. Chains of pure energy materialize, crackling with immense power, they whip out, striking with blinding speed. Aina, despite her wounds, throws herself in front of the mastermind, a desperate shield against the beast's onslaught. A desperate cry escapes her lips. Activating her mana force field. A shimmering blue barrier explodes into existence, deflecting the attack. The beast roars in frustration as the mastermind seizes his chance. His hand becomes a blur as he draws his blade, and in the next instant, he strikes. The blow is devastating. A shockwave rips through the air, the beast recoiling in agony. As the mastermind stands victorious, his breath ragged, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. No death would be more pathetic than dying because you couldn't trust your companion, he thinks, a grim reminder echoing in his mind. I'm going in. The mastermind explodes into action, a surge of golden energy crackling around him as he launches himself forward. He's fueled by righteous fury, a burning need to prove his doubters wrong. The air crackles with anticipation. And with a blinding flash, he vanishes. Aina watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. How much mana does it take to do that, she wonders. The monstrous creature lunges, its fangs bared, but it's too late. The mastermind reappears behind it. A blur of motion as he delivers a devastating blow. The creature's body is thrown aside, its momentum carrying it into the rocky wall. Dust and debris fly everywhere, leaving only silence in its wake. The mastermind unleashes a devastating kick, a blur of motion that sends the monstrous creature sprawling. He draws his blade, a flash of steel reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. The sword sings, a lethal dance of precision and power. A deadly arc of light cleaving the air. With a final, decisive thrust, the mastermind's blade finds its mark. A guttural roar of agony echoes through the desolate landscape. The beast falls, defeated. Silence descends, heavy and profound. The mastermind, eyes blazing with an inner fire, prepares for the final confrontation. His stance is a symphony of controlled power, a predator poised to strike. Aina watches from a distance, her breath catching in her throat. A low groan escapes her lips as she witnesses the unfolding battle. The ground trembles. The monstrous creature, once a terrifying force, is now faltering under the mastermind's relentless assault. A final, earth-shattering blow. And the Kobold Lord's raven is defeated. The string of mana connecting them snaps, leaving the creature vulnerable and broken. The mastermind stands amidst the chaos, his breathing ragged but triumphant. A grim smile plays on his lips as he surveys the scene. "Shall we see that nice little face of yours?" The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the battle. The mastermind walks away, leaving behind a trail of destruction and a lingering sense of unease. A chilling question echoing in his mind: what's Odin's goal? His foot rests on the fallen raven, a symbol of the broken connection. A dark premonition hangs heavy in the air. The aftermath of battle. Dust settles on the ravaged landscape, a lone figure surveys the scene. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications: what's the relationship between Odin and Gujain? The answer comes swiftly, a curt dismissal: it has no intellect. A cold assessment, devoid of emotion. A decisive action follows. There's no point in keeping him here. With a swift, brutal movement, a heavy boot descends. Crunch! The sound is final. The hero, weary but resolute, moves deeper into the cavernous depths. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A sudden cry pierces the silence: "Jaehun!" Ina's voice, laced with worry, warns, "It's not over yet. Be careful of mana rebound." A surge of dark energy erupts, engulfing Jaehun, a chilling display of uncontrolled power. The ominous warning materializes: impure mana is collecting in your body. Jaehun collapses, the aftermath of his battle heavy on him. His breath hitches, a pained groan escaping his lips. A surge of raw power coursing through his veins, a testament to the mana he absorbed. The system notification blazes: Raven Hunter quest complete. 5 stat points, a blank card, and a level up. His body begins to repair itself, the system's healing protocols kicking in. But a chilling warning flashes across his vision: critical condition. Party member in danger, the near miss with death hangs heavy in the air. Ina. She lies unconscious, her life force fading. The system's stark message: immediate healing required, or she will die. A wave of exhaustion crashes over her, beads of sweat clinging to her brow. The aftermath of a brutal battle leaves its mark. Disoriented, she gasps for air. What happened? The desolate landscape offers no answers, only the chilling silence of victory. Jaehyun's voice cuts through the quiet, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. He's alive. Concern etched on his face, he asks about her well-being, but her attention is drawn to something else entirely. A strange glow emanates from her hand. A surge of energy courses through her veins, a complete restoration. Her health and mana are fully replenished. What just happened? Recovering from the shock, she exchanges a look with Jaehyun, a shared sense of wonder and relief. They survived. The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air: the Kobold Lord, vanquished. His lifeless form lies amidst his fallen minions. A question hangs between them, unspoken yet palpable: why didn't you leave? Jaehyun's unwavering gaze speaks volumes. His unwavering loyalty shines through: I was waiting for you to wake up. A silent promise, a bond forged in the crucible of battle. Set Ina's eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, search the horizon. What is it that troubles her? The vast, desolate landscape stretches before them, a harsh reminder of their ordeal. Jaehyun and Set Ina stand back to back, their shared silence heavy with unspoken anxieties. We have to get our story straight, Jaehyun states, his voice firm but laced with worry. Set Ina's face softens slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, a subtle shift in her demeanor. The weight of their shared experience hangs between them. Ha? The unspoken question hangs in the air, a silent query mirroring the confusion in her eyes. The scene shifts. A group of survivors stands amidst the wreckage of a catastrophic event. The grim reality of their losses settles in. "Why did only the two of you make it out?" one of them demands, their voice strained with grief and accusation. Amidst the chaos, Instructor Yu Young tries to maintain order. "Student Kim Yu Young, that's enough. I understand you're worried about your friends." But the concern etched on her face is palpable. The weight of responsibility bears down on her, a silent plea for understanding. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun grapples with his own turmoil. What am I supposed to do, he wonders, his gaze distant and troubled. The fate of Sed-Ina, and the unspoken weight of their shared secret, weighs heavily on his heart. His silent prayer, for Jae-hyun and Ina to come back. A surge of energy erupts from Yu Young, a powerful aura radiating from her. The intensity of the moment is almost palpable. A squad of soldiers stands amidst ancient ruins, their faces etched with grim determination. But then, two figures emerge from the shadows, Jae-hyun and Sed-Ina. The soldiers' expressions shift from apprehension to stunned relief. They're both back. A young soldier, his voice laced with disbelief, questions the scene unfolding before him. "Are you guys fighting because of us?" A sharp retort cuts through the air. "No way." The camera focuses on a young woman, her face pale with shock. The weight of their near-death experience hits her hard. The inspection team had declared them dead. The monster they faced was a B-rank boss, a terrifyingly powerful creature. Tears stream down Sed-Ina's face as the reality of their survival washes over her. Sed-Ina breaks down, sobbing in Jae-hyun's arms. The weight of their ordeal is palpable. The instructor and the inspection team had given them up for dead. But here they are, alive. "I'm so glad you guys are alive." A group hug ensues, a powerful display of relief and shared trauma. The raw emotion is overwhelming. Sed-Ina, still shaken, whispers, "I get it, so let go of us now." Jae-hyun and Sed-Ina, exhausted but alive, stand together, their shared experience forging a deeper bond between them. A desolate landscape stretches before us, a harsh wind whipping through the ranks of weary students. Their faces are etched with exhaustion, the aftermath of a brutal encounter still fresh in their minds. Instructor Yu Jung's words hang heavy in the air. "I asked them to go get the instructor for help." A debate ignites, the weight of responsibility weighing heavily on each student's shoulders. But amidst the tension, a quiet defiance emerges. They don't deserve to be insulted or blamed, a voice cuts through the doubt, a stand against the tide of self-recrimination. The scene shifts, focusing on a heated exchange. "But how can you just leave your teammates behind like that?" The question stings, a raw nerve exposed in the aftermath of the battle. A moment of vulnerability. "I would have done the same." A confession, whispered yet powerful, revealing the unspoken fears and shared burdens. The tension breaks. A wave of relief washes over the scene as Sed-Ina and Jae-hyun embrace, their reunion a beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. The sound of a relieved sigh echoes. A silent understanding passing between them, a shared experience forging an unbreakable bond. Instructor Yu Young watches, her own relief palpable. A sudden question pierces the quiet. "Was it you who healed my body, then?" Jae-hyun's gaze is intense, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion clouding his eyes. Sed-Ina hesitates, her response carefully measured. "I know you are confused, but it's hard to tell you everything." The mystery deepens, a veil of secrecy shrouding her actions. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. "Why are you hiding it?" The unspoken tension between them crackles with anticipation. A chilling revelation unfolds. Sed-Ina's gaze is heavy with unspoken secrets. As the true face of the chief director is unveiled, a cruel man who believes useless students are expendable. His callous disregard for life is palpable. Jae-hyun's suspicion deepens. He knows something is wrong, something Sed-Ina is hiding. A hidden ability, a secret pact against the very institution they both serve. The weight of their shared secret hangs heavy in the air. A stark warning, delivered with chilling calm. Don't trust anyone, he advises, his words echoing the growing distrust. Jae-hyun's relentless questioning presses Set Aina. He knows she knew the chief director was dangerous. And that she acted as if she knew what was going to happen. The tension ratchets up. What secrets does she hold? Set Ina's silence speaks volumes. The pressure mounts, the questions intensify. A desperate plea for answers, a desperate need for understanding. The truth hangs in the balance. Jae-hyun wrestles with a difficult choice. Protecting Set Aina is paramount. Jae-hyun clenches his fist, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. I can't make allies this way, he mutters, the words barely audible above the crashing waves. A conflict raging within his eyes. Set Ina's plea for secrecy hangs in the air. If I tell you more, it'll be dangerous for you, too. The unspoken threat is palpable. Jae-hyun's gaze hardens. He's torn between his suspicions and a desperate need for answers. Can he truly let this go? The scene shifts. Jae-hyun stands before instructor Yu Young, the aftermath of the dungeon raid heavy in the air. His apology hangs heavy. I apologize for not being able to rescue you from the dungeon. I'm very sorry. Yu Jung's response is calm, almost too calm. I'm glad you're okay. It's fine. But her eyes betray a deeper concern. Yu Jung's words carry a subtle weight. It's not like you put us into this knowing what was going to happen. She understands the pressure he's under. Jae-hyun's exhaustion is evident. I'm gonna go now. I'm exhausted. He turns to leave, but Set Ina's worried gaze follows him. The unspoken question hangs between them. Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun's doubt is palpable. Can you really not tell me? He asks, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. Set Ina's face is etched with worry. Who knows if something like this will happen again, she whispers, her fear echoing Jae-hyun's own. You've earned Aiden's golden apple. Instructor Kim Suk-ji's voice cuts through the air, sharp and cold. You have disappointed me. A subordinate's apology hangs heavy in the air, a silent plea for forgiveness. The chief director's response is a thunderclap. I will tolerate it once. But I hate having a useless subordinate. Do you understand what I mean? Fear etched onto his face, the subordinate stammers a promise. I won't disappoint you again. But the chief director's cold gaze leaves no room for doubt. You'd better not. The weight of expectation crushes the subordinate. A chilling order follows. Make sure to tame Min Jae-hyun in the next event. The chief director's hand extends, a promise and a threat woven into a single gesture. Before my patience runs out. He rises from a luxurious bed, the morning sun painting the room in a warm glow, a towel in hand. He wipes his damp hair, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful intensity. And as he dresses, a sense of quiet determination settles upon him. A spectral figure appears, her eyes burning with an ethereal light, a chilling vision of the past, a haunting reminder of what he's fighting to change. A sigh escapes his lips, a weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Before my regression, Kim Yu-young died, and An Hoi-yeon didn't reach even half of his potential. He must intervene, for the sake of the future. But not for Seo Aina. She'll do fine without my intervention. He'll have to be careful about how he interacts with her, since he's not sure how it'll affect the future. He picks up his tablet, his gaze focused. Is there anything worth watching, anyway? He needs to find out the relationship between Gu Jian and the Aesir as soon as possible. This dungeon's just the beginning. A terrifying visage looms, a monstrous figure surrounded by shadowy beasts. There will definitely be more dangerous situations in the future. The stakes are higher than ever. A shadowed figure looms large, his face grim. The words echo in the silence. I need to grow stronger, so I can respond to any situation. He speaks, a glint in his eye. You said earlier that there are other kinds of dungeons than the ones we're used to. What else is there? A news report plays on a screen, revealing the answer. An expert explains, for example, there are theme dungeons. You have to approach those differently than you would a normal dungeon in which you kill the boss to clear it. The protagonist leans forward, intrigued. What other features does a theme dungeon have? The expert continues, the biggest difference is that you can't leave the dungeon before clearing it. He slams his hands on the table, frustration evident. Right, those were a thing. Raiders who want to raid theme dungeons need to become a character of the theme and clear certain requirements. The expert adds, I guess you could call it a kind of roleplay. The payoff, what's in it for these kinds of raiders? The answer is revealed, rare item rewards. A single word appears, stark and bold, hidden peace. A determined stride. He's moving with purpose. Towards a display of glittering treasures, sandals, a sword, a jeweled pendant, and a crimson rose. An item called God's Arrangement. The news anchor solemnly explains, this item is the reason raiders are desperate to clear dungeons despite their difficulty. A sprawling cityscape stretches out before us, a testament to modern luxury. Gleaming skyscrapers pierce the sky. Then the scene shifts to a cozy apartment, bathed in the warm glow of morning sunlight. A steaming mug sits on a table, the aroma of coffee filling the air. A young woman, her expression laced with a quiet apology, speaks softly, sorry for worrying you. Her friend, bright and bubbly, waves a dismissive hand. It's fine. I'm happy as long as you two are okay. But a shadow of concern flickers across her cheerful facade. Min Jae-hyun's personality is kinda shitty, you know. I was worried he might have been mean to you. The first woman sighs, a hint of weariness in her voice. He's always like that. Her friend presses further, her concern growing. Was he actually mean to you? A soft denial, a slight tremor in her voice. And no, it's not that, it's just. Jae-hyun seems to trust you a lot. A quiet moment, a thoughtful pause. I would be happy if he would trust me and depend on me a bit more. The weight of unspoken feelings hangs heavy in the air as the protagonist and her friend share a quiet moment. A gentle hand rests on the protagonist's shoulder. A silent promise of support passing between them. The friend's offer is clear, a chance to escape, to find solace. A flicker of hope ignites in the protagonist's eyes. Hesitation melts away, replaced by a quiet determination. With a shared smile, a plan is formed. Let's go, the friend says, her voice brimming with encouragement. The protagonist nods, a new strength settling in her heart. A legendary item. Aiden's golden apple, an object of immense power, is revealed. Its golden glow promises immortality and enhanced abilities. The description unfolds, detailing its incredible effects: aging halted, healing amplified, magic aptitude permanently increased. This is no ordinary treasure. A man's eyes widen at the sight of the apple's power. Millions, he whispers, awestruck by its value. He clutches the apple, a greedy glint in his eyes. This is mine, he thinks, already plotting his next move. A swirling vortex of fire and shadow reveals itself. It's the legendary Thjalfi's Thunder Steps, the very shoes that Thor's servant once wore. These aren't just shoes, they're a game changer. They drastically boost dexterity, making them highly sought after by martial arts masters. A young man sits, a golden apple blowing in his hands. He's about to take a bite, a calculated risk to balance his mana and endurance with his newfound dexterity. He takes a bite, a burst of golden light erupts. The power surges through him. And the taste? Surprisingly normal. Just like any other apple. But the effects are anything but ordinary. Ion's golden apple's power unfolds, permanently boosting his stats, stamina, mana, and even slowing his aging process. A grin spreads across his face. He feels the change, a surge of power coursing through his veins. His movements feel lighter, his body revitalized. He's stronger, faster, and ready for anything. He picks up his phone, a confident smirk playing on his lips. It's time to put his enhanced abilities to the test. The protagonist surveys the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. Seeing this place after regressing makes it look even tackier. He chuckles, a sound that carries a hint of amusement and superiority. The air crackles with anticipation. As he approaches a ticket booth, the mundane facade of the place belying the extraordinary events about to unfold. "Hello? What kind of ticket would you like?" the attendant asks, oblivious to the storm brewing before her. Min Jae-hyun, a raider from the Lotus Guild, steps forward, revealing a dark, ornate card. In a bit. A sleek, modern lobby. Two figures stand in quiet conversation, their backs turned to a woman observing them from a distance. A question hangs in the air, a silent query about the whereabouts of a certain student, Min Jae-hyun. Student Min Jae-hyun's out right now? Yes, he came by yesterday saying he had something to do today. Concern flickers in the receptionist's eyes, a brief moment of worry before a reassuring response. Is there a problem? No. There isn't a problem. A subtle shift in the conversation, a hint of something more. The receptionist's relief is palpable, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she learns that Jae-hyun is recovering well from a recent incident. He's already recovered from such an incident. He's a newly enrolled student, too. A testament to Jae-hyun's resilience. Kim Taeyeon, a figure of unwavering resolve, contacts her team. Team manager Song Jiseok, "Can you hear me?" The response is immediate, crisp, and to the point, "I'm listening." Taeyeon presses on, her voice tight with purpose. "How did the investigation go?" The answer is revealed, a chilling revelation. After looking into it, I found that Gu Jian was behind it. A strategic decision is made, a calculated risk. Keep an eye on both of them, and call me if you notice anything. The operative confirms, but adds a crucial detail. Understood. There's one more thing. The tension ratchets up. What is it? Taeyeon's suspicion is voiced, a seed of doubt planted. The student Min Jae-hyun I talked to you about before, I think he knows something. It's not that I don't believe in how capable you are, but no teacher in the world wants their student to be in danger. A concerned mentor's voice, laced with worry, echoes in the quiet room. A phone call. Urgent words are exchanged, anything can happen in a dungeon. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. A familiar landscape, it's just as I remember it from my past life. A chilling realization dawns on the protagonist. So, I could easily tell that the Viking was a mission location. That's also how I found the haunted house and the parade. A confident voice cuts through the tension. A new player enters the scene. Seo Ah-hyun, a theme dungeon raider, brimming with self-assuredness. As you know, my skill cognition accelerant is pretty awesome. There's nothing I can't do if I just use my brain a bit. A young man scoffs, his expression a mixture of disdain and weariness. I was excited because I heard it's a theme dungeon, but I'm disappointed. His expectations have been dashed. A self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150. But a dark past lurks beneath the surface. She was all excited about her own power and bragged about it, but ended up being killed by those who were envious. A cautionary tale. Min Jae-hyun walks alone, a city street stretching behind him. The air hangs heavy with unspoken anxieties, it'd be better. A digital distortion ripples across the sky, a crimson tide swallowing the horizon. The very fabric of reality seems to fray at the edges. A city crumbles, consumed by a chaotic maelstrom of digital debris and fiery destruction. This is no ordinary catastrophe, this is a digital apocalypse. Jae-hyun's feet touch down on a fragmented, digitalized ground, a dark, ominous energy pulses beneath his shoes. He's not just observing, he's inside the digital storm. And with a defiant stance, he declares his intent, for me to take them instead. A digital interface flickers to life, glowing with an otherworldly light. The words entrance appear, beckoning him forward. A system message confirms his location. You found the first mission of the Big Three. Would you like to start the Viking mission? Without hesitation, Jaehyun accepts the challenge. Alright, then, shall I enter? The system initiates the transport sequence, transporting user to the Viking dungeon. A vortex of swirling energy engulfs him. And as he's pulled into the digital abyss, a final message flashes, changing the ending of this story. The Viking dungeon looms before Min Jae-hyun, its entrance a gaping maw in the crumbling stone, an eerie, ethereal glow emanates from within. The system initializes, a surge of data floods his senses, this is it. I'm becoming Jalfi Star. A low hum vibrates through the air, a theme quest appears before him, Jalfi's Grudge. The stakes? Life or death for his sister, Roskva. Images flash before his eyes, a fiery battlefield, a desperate struggle. Jalfi, servant of Thor, the fastest in the 9 realms, but a man consumed by vengeance. He was once human, now, fueled by the loss of his family at the hands of Viking raiders, his hatred for the Aesir burns bright. This isn't the story I know. A young boy's voice cuts through the memories. Is this another conflict between the Aesir and the Norns? The weight of destiny settles upon Min Jae-hyun's shoulders. A voice calls out, sharp and urgent, Jalfi. Wake up! Wake up! A gasp escapes his lips. This is, my head. The world swims back into focus. He's on a ship, surrounded by armed men. A ship I stole in order to find Roskva. The words echo in his mind, a desperate plan forming in the chaos. This is Frederick, who came up with the plan to steal this ship. A hand gently touches his shoulder. Are you okay? He manages a weak, yeah, I'm Dash. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A flurry of blows, whack, the deck becomes a battleground. A desperate struggle for survival unfolds amidst the crashing waves. The ship is under attack. Multiple vessels surround them, raining down blows. Damn it! The situation is dire. The battle rages on. Amidst the chaos, he's overwhelmed. I don't know what's happening, he thinks, his eyes wide with fear. But I'll have to hold off on finding Roskva for a bit. He makes a difficult decision. I'll leave this to you. He pushes himself away, leaping from the ship. Wait. A desperate plea echoes across the water. He plummets into the icy waters below. The impact sends a shockwave through the ocean. His vision blurs. On the ship, the battle continues. A fierce clash of steel. The enemy closes in. Oh ha ha ha. Idiot. I'll kill you right now. Wait. A desperate struggle unfolds in a dimly lit chamber. 2 burly figures grapple with a young woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to the grim scene. Why is she there? The captive's eyes flash with a chilling glint. A sinister smile spreads across her face as the truth dawns on the onlookers. You found Jalfi's younger sister, Roskva. My name's Seo Ahyun, she declares, a mischievous glint in her eye. I happen to be the owner of a genius brain. And a prodigious talent for raiding, or so she claims. I'm also a great raider to be. Anyway, I'm just an amazing person. But her confident facade crumbles. Why is she locked up? Trapped in a themed dungeon, the odds were astronomically low, but here she is. Panic sets in, why is my luck so bad? She thinks. A desperate plan forms, I'll just think of a way out of here star. She steals her resolve. Fear gnaws at her, I don't want to die here, a raid team might already be here. A glimmer of hope. She spots someone, but is it a rescuer? A figure emerges from the shadows. Who is this stranger? He doesn't seem like part of a raid team. Intrigued, she decides to follow him. The chase begins. Damn it! We even made an announcement for everyone to escape. Of everyone, it had to be her? Oh ha ha. Let's give him a taste of our arrows. The arrows fly, a deadly hail, but they're met with a burst of energy. Why am I always surrounded by abnormal people? A surge of power erupts, a blinding flash of blue energy. Queeg. Phew, no, let's be optimistic. Even if Seo Ah-hyun's a bit of a bitch, she'll be helpful for the raid. I can't send her out, so it'd be better to use her. A brutal blow connects, sending the attacker sprawling. Quag. Surrounded by enemies, the protagonist remains unfazed. His eyes, burning with intensity, fix on the approaching horde. I don't have time right now, he declares, his voice a low growl. A chilling confidence radiates from him as he issues a defiant challenge, just come at me all at once. The clash begins. Bodies fly as the protagonist unleashes a whirlwind of attacks, a storm of fists and feet, leaving a trail of unconscious foes in his wake. Amidst the chaos, a figure stirs. You can stop pretending to sleep. The protagonist's voice cuts through the din, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Seo Ah-hyun, eyes snapping open, reveals herself. TCH. I've been found out. I guess you're Thjalfi, then. A tense standoff. Yeah, but you know. Seo Ah-hyun's expression shifts, a flash of anger in her eyes. The air crackles with anticipation as she prepares to strike. He knows what I'm thinking. A warning, sharp and cold, I can tell what you're thinking about right now. You better not try any of your funny ideas. Be smart. Seo Ah-hyun visibly shrinks, a nervous hiccup escaping her lips. The tension hangs heavy in the air. Success. The mission is complete. You have cleared the first mission of the Big Three, Thjalfi's Grudge. The reward is calculated. A young man, his eyes burning with intensity, stands before a girl with vibrant pink hair. Her expression is one of apprehension, a stark contrast to his unwavering gaze. The text boxes reveal her identity, Roskva, a magic class raider with martial arts skills. Her age? Roughly the same as his. The scene shifts. He observes her, his thoughts sharp and critical. She's lying, he thinks, his suspicion growing. Roskva tries to deceive him, claiming her only skill enhances swordsmanship. A nervous chuckle betrays her attempt. But he sees through her facade. I hate liars, he states, his voice laced with icy resolve. Roskva, cornered, reveals another skill, cognition. A mischievous glint appears in her eyes as she explains its effects. The power of cognition is explained, it slows time and accelerates the user's thoughts. A strategic advantage, indeed. He analyzes her, a smirk playing on his lips. Am I wrong, he wonders, his eyes gleaming with intellectual curiosity. Roskva's discomfort is palpable. She tries to dismiss him, but he's not easily fooled. He sees through her charade once more. You still seem to be planning to lie and use me, he observes, his voice unwavering. Seo Ah-hyun, tears streaming down her face, begs for mercy, please, don't leave me alone. Min Jae-hyun remains unconvinced, his gaze unwavering. How can I trust you, he demands, his suspicion palpable. Seo Ah-hyun stammers a weak promise, I will figure it out. Min Jae-hyun's skepticism is clear. Ooh, really, he scoffs, a hint of amusement in his tone. A solution is proposed, write a contract, then. Seo Ah-hyun's eyes widen in surprise. Sorry? The contract is presented, a digital document outlining the terms. The conditions are stark, the stakes high. The contract's clauses are revealed, Seo Ah-hyun cannot harm Min Jae-hyun, must obey his orders, and will not speak of the contract. In return, Min Jae-hyun guarantees her safety until the dungeon is cleared. Min Jae-hyun, a grim expression on his face, mutters, "Damn it." A flashback reveals the nature of the contract, a subordination skill, a form of mind control. A dismissive comment hangs in the air, dripping with subtle disdain, she's somewhat of a simpleton. Hell's Temple. A chilling name for a place even more chilling. Within its icy walls, a figure is trapped, their form obscured by swirling snow. A powerful woman with horns and piercing eyes watches from above. Her gaze is sharp, calculating. That little great enemy seems to be working hard, she observes, seeing as the glares of the Aegir cops have gotten rather sharp. A low growl echoes through the temple. A monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with an infernal light, stirs. They will definitely be upset if I leave right now. What shall I do? A sinister smile spreads across the horned woman's face. So, hell, be my eyes. I'll need to stall for some time until he's ready. The scene unfolds before us, a decrepit amusement park, shrouded in an eerie twilight, a place where shadows dance and secrets lurk. A young woman's voice cuts through the silence, laced with apprehension. Where are we going now? The haunted house, a young man replies, his tone unwavering. We're going there first. Her eyes widen, a mix of fear and fascination. The haunted house? Why? Are you scared? He smirks, a playful challenge in his eyes. You think I'd be scared of something like that? Someone like you. His confident facade cracks slightly. Ah. I said I'm not. The imposing silhouette of the haunted house looms before them, a chilling command echoes, prepare to go in. A wave of apprehension washes over her. Wait. I need to do some deep breathing. Looming before them, a Gothic mansion of immense size, shrouded in an eerie twilight. The young man and woman stand before the haunted house. A chilling message appears: escape this place without breaking the 3 rules. Some skills will be locked. He's a cameraman, she's a horror streamer, their roles are set. The air crackles with anticipation. It's been a while since they've had guests. A butler emerges, his presence both formal and unsettling. The butler, Alfred, greets them with a chillingly polite smile. The tension is palpable. The second mission of Big 3 begins. A theme quest, Flandier's Mansion. Use your camera to reveal the mansion's secrets and escape. Failure means death. Alfred gestures, inviting them inside. The ominous atmosphere thickens. The imposing Flandier mansion looms before them, its Gothic architecture hinting at secrets within. Alfred, the unsettlingly polite butler, ushers the young couple inside. A nervous energy crackles in the air. Inside, a breathtaking painting catches the young man's eye. Wow, it's a pretty painting. A portrait of a young girl and her dog. A wave of nostalgia washes over him. This is a portrait of the owner and Sean. Alfred's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The young man's gaze lingers on the painting, a poignant reminder of simpler times. While Alfred's smile subtly shifts, revealing a hint of something dark lurking beneath the surface. She must really treasure her childhood, seeing as she put up a portrait like this. Of course. She has a lot. Very dreamlike, happy memories. Alfred's jovial facade cracks, revealing a chilling glimpse of something sinister beneath. A sudden shift in the atmosphere. The imposing figure of Alfred, Flandier's butler, materializes before them. His words hang heavy in the air, we're here. A lavish dining hall unfolds before them, a feast laid out on a long table, a macabre banquet prepared by the Countess herself. Alfred's chilling smile sends shivers down their spines. It's a feast that Countess Flandier has prepared for you. His voice drips with unsettling sweetness. Please dig in. He leaves them alone, his parting words echoing ominously, I will come back once you are done. The young woman's eyes dart around the room, her apprehension palpable. A sense of dread washes over her. As she whispers to the young man, it would definitely be a bad idea to eat those. The young man, ever vigilant, suggests a different course of action. We should explore since the butler isn't here right now. But before they can move, a sudden realization dawns on him. Wait. Let's get some information from here before we go. A surge of energy erupts from the young woman. Her eyes glow, and she whispers, I discovered a few things about this mansion. The young man, ever vigilant, raises an eyebrow. That's fast. I guess it's an inherent skill, after all. What is it? The young woman explains, pointing to a detail only she can see, I think the owner of this mansion is a kid, about 12 years old. The evidence? The chair in the lobby is higher than the others, and all the shelves are unusually low. It's all perfectly sized for a child. The young man ponders this, a thoughtful expression on his face. I see. The furniture really was pretty low. With newfound knowledge in hand, they decide to move on. All right. Let's go somewhere else now. Okay. They stumble upon a high-tech camera, gleaming in the dim light. Wow. This camera's a really expensive one. I wish I could take this with me. A sudden shift in mood. The young woman's playful tone vanishes, replaced by a worried frown. What's wrong? The young man's face hardens. His voice is grim. This isn't the time for jokes. We're locked in here. A wave of concern washes over the onlookers, their faces etched with worry. Will the two trapped inside make it out okay? One man's frustration explodes in a single, raw word, fuck. The weight of potential consequences hangs heavy in the air. We would have gotten promoted soon. What the hell is this? One man exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. Another adds, who would have known that a theme dungeon would break out in a theme park? The gravity of the situation sinks in. If the civilian council judgment of us falls, then you may be demoted too, despite having been promoted with the goblin incident. And my promotion will be nullified, of course. The words hang in the air, heavy with dread. Thanks for the positive words, Song Jiziak Sunbeam, one man says, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. A grim determination sets in. We're gonna be blamed for all this. The order is given, check on the two people who are in there. All right. A file is examined, revealing a name, Min Jae-hyun. Ha? It was him? The implications hit hard. But I heard he's enrolled in Miles Academy. Did Lotus already scout him? Panic rises. What? What the fuck is this? The situation escalates. Is it 3 instead of 2? No, it's not that. This theme dungeon. An ancient, imposing door stands before them, heavy and ominous, a palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. Unease ripples across her face, a silent scream trapped behind wide, fearful eyes. He observes, his expression grim. I see they're taking the old-fashioned route. A subtle shift in his demeanor reveals his annoyance. Panic threatens to overwhelm her. If we're trapped in here and never make it out. But he remains resolute. This is a dungeon. I'm sure there's a way out. His confidence is a stark contrast to her fear. She pushes back, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. All right? There's no inescapable dungeon. She begins to search, determined, while he observes, a calculating glint in his eyes. He assesses the situation, his thoughts sharp and focused. The owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like us. His resolve hardens. There's no way I can't open this flimsy door with the stats I have right now. The camera's lens focuses on the pair, capturing their every move within this eerie mansion. A gasp escapes the male protagonist's lips. His eyes, wide with dawning realization. A flashback of a grand throne room, now stained crimson with blood, floods his mind. The image is jarring, brutal. And the horrifying truth dawns on the female protagonist. Then Alfred, who guided us here earlier, was a fake. A surge of anger courses through him. His eyes blaze with newfound fury. Is this just the beginning? The female protagonist, ever observant, points out a crucial detail: this camera is showing us what we can't see. His expression shifts. A smirk plays on his lips. Aha! That's why I'm the cameraman, and this camera's a key to solving the mystery. He's pleased with his deduction. Right, you're pretty good. He observes her, a thoughtful expression on his face. I guess she calms down when thinking the problem now is deciphering the camera's cryptic feed. The screen flickers, showing a scene from the past, or perhaps the present? Assuming the Alfred we met is fake, this screen is either showing us the present or the past. It all clicks into place for her. That makes sense. A sweeping shot reveals the true nature of their surroundings: a sprawling, Gothic mansion, a dungeon of mysteries. This is a dungeon where we have to solve the mystery of the mansion. A lavish feast unfolds before us, a table laden with delicacies, but something is terribly wrong. The image shimmers, revealing a dark secret hidden beneath the surface. Ugh! The female protagonist recoils, a wave of nausea washing over her. The opulent display is sickeningly wrong. Then all this food. It's definitely not made for eating. The male protagonist's eyes narrow, his gaze sharp and analytical. A chilling realization dawns. A gruesome scene flashes before their eyes: a bloody murder, a life violently extinguished. The camera's true nature is revealed. Hey! He urges caution, a sense of foreboding heavy in the air. The weight of the discovery settles upon them. Hold this. He hands her the camera, his expression grim. The past, or perhaps the present, is now in her hands. It's because this is all an illusion. The male protagonist's voice cuts through the tension, his words revealing a deeper truth. Then, he attempts to activate his skill, a surge of energy building within him. A shadowy feline looms, eyes blazing with malevolent purple and crimson light. A stark warning materializes: this skill is not allowed here. The male protagonist, analytical gaze unwavering, utters, "I see how it is." His female counterpart, apprehension etched on her face, asks, "What are you doing?" Her eyes dart around the opulent, yet unsettling, dining hall. Something feels off, she thinks. A device to open a door must be here. She studies the scene, her gaze lingering on the camera atop the table. The only thing that's different is the camera being on top of the table in place of the food, so the key to escaping must be here. The male protagonist's eyes gleam with newfound understanding. A burst of light erupts as he touches his chin, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. Then there's a way to solve it. Turning on the on-off skill mana detection. The illusion of the feast begins to shimmer and distort, revealing the true nature of the dungeon beneath the deceptive display. The camera's glow intensifies and collapses, revealing a hidden mechanism. "I knew it," he declares. Magic is fundamentally tied to other objects or calculations. The key is inside that pudding? A bizarre clue, but the female protagonist's sharp eyes miss nothing. A wave of apprehension washes over her. In the pudding? A horrifying glimpse through a crack in the wall reveals a trapped figure, a chilling testament to the illusion's power. Fear threatens to paralyze her, but the male protagonist's unwavering resolve spurs her on. And no. I'll do it. With trembling hands, she approaches the suspicious dessert, a sickeningly sweet trap. And with a surge of bravery, she plunges her hand into the green depths. Ugh! A gasp escapes her lips as she pulls out a small, ornate key. It's here! The dungeon's second seal is broken. The illusion crumbles, revealing the true nature of the mansion. A triumphant victory, but the journey is far from over. Alfred, the butler, his face a mask of horrified denial, whispers, "We can't, no." But his resolve is clear. This butler, Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. The grand mansion's entrance hall, a chilling silence hangs in the air, broken only by their footsteps. A glimpse of something horrifying flashes on a screen, a scene of carnage, a macabre tableau of stuffed animals amidst a pool of blood. The female protagonist's eyes widen in shock. This must be the guest bedroom, right? She thinks, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. She confirms her suspicions. They said we're guests, so after dinner would be the bedroom, and there's blood here, so there's no other option really. The male protagonist urges caution. Then let's go in and see if there's anything strange. A tremor of fear runs through her. We're going in? His voice is firm, resolute. We have to get out of here. Do you want to stay in this mansion forever? The male protagonist, eyes narrowed, enters a dimly lit guest bedroom. Rain lashes against the windows. A chilling breeze rustling through the room. He's on high alert, every sense sharpened. His gaze sweeps across the room, searching for anything out of place. A sudden flicker of movement catches his eye. A ghostly figure, barely visible, drifts near the window. Fear, cold and sharp, pierces him. But determination hardens his resolve. He won't back down. A flash of movement. A woman's hand, stained crimson, lunges from the shadows, revealing a horrifying visage. The air crackles with unseen energy. The air hangs heavy with the scent of mildew and decay. A labyrinthine corridor stretches before us, the only light source a flickering torch in a crumbling wall. A low moan echoes through the darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerges from the gloom, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. A gasp escapes the young man's lips. "Appa," a young woman cries out, her voice filled with alarm. "Are you okay?" she asks, concern etched on her face. He groans, clutching his head. "My head hurts." "Stop yelling," he mutters, his voice strained. "Shit. This dungeon, it's unlike anything they've encountered before. Is this how this dungeon is supposed to progress?" he wonders aloud. He tries to make sense of their situation. "I tried to figure out what situation we are in using cognition accelerant. The walls are damp, covered in moss. The air is thick with the stench of decay, and the chilling evidence of past suffering. Taking into consideration all the moss and the moisture, it looks like an underground jail, and there are traces of torture throughout the entire place. It's so creepy. Why do they have this in a mansion?" She whispers, a shiver running down her spine. A fist, glowing with ethereal energy, explodes outwards. The force of the blow is immense, shattering the very stone around the young man. Debris rains down as he unleashes the raw power of silence. The young woman watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. He's gone too far this time. Dust settles on the ravaged corridor. "Be as quiet as you can," she whispers urgently, "it'll be bad if Alfred or whoever he is finds us." The young man, his eyes blazing with an inner fire, surveys the damage. "You really destroyed that wall quietly," she remarks sarcastically. "Shut up," he snaps back, "think of ways to get out of here instead of." A low growl echoes through the darkness. What was that? A sudden flash of light, and a small, fluffy puppy appears in his hands. "A puppy," he mutters, utterly bewildered. The young woman's eyes widen in alarm. "Put that puppy down right now." He examines the puppy closely. "Why? It's just a normal puppy in both appearance and mana. Seeing as it has a key in its mouth, it must have been trapped here too." A seemingly innocent puppy, nestled in a shadowy figure's arms, a glint of gold catches the eye. "It's a key." The young woman recoils, a wave of apprehension washing over her features. "This isn't good." The young man, eyes gleaming with newfound purpose, examines the key. "That's a good reward," he muses, "this place must have a connection to the secrets of this mansion." They reach the third floor, the puppy trotting at their heels. "But I don't know where we have to go." The young woman sighs, "We don't have our camera anymore, so we gotta just look around." A sudden tension grips the young woman. "Appa?" The young man's expression shifts, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong? You're making me anxious." A horrifying visage fills the panel, a young woman, her face marred, a grotesque grin splitting her features. Her eyes are empty voids. The young man, his own eyes blazing with a fierce intensity, stares back, a silent challenge in his gaze. He begins, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. The young woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to the grim scene, urges him on. "Let's just go, we don't have time to talk to a ghost," she pleads, her voice laced with anxiety. He turns to her, his expression hardening. "Why are you still here?" he demands, his tone sharp, impatient. His question hangs in the air, a pointed inquiry. "Do you have regrets related to the mansion?" The spectral figure trembles slightly, a subtle shift in her posture. Then, "Are you here to help us?" she asks, a glimmer of hope flickering in her spectral eyes. A nod, barely perceptible, is her only response. The young man presses on, his determination unwavering. Then, I'll ask you one thing. His question cuts through the eerie silence. Where on the fourth floor is Flandier's room? The ghost's spectral hands move, a silent gesture. A clear indication. Is she pointing to that end? The young man asks his companion, his voice low. All right. Thanks. The young man's gratitude is brief, his focus already shifting. The ghost's form flickers, fading slightly. The Lotus Guild will take responsibility for everything related to this themed dungeon. The weight of those words hangs heavy in the air. A question hangs between them, unspoken yet palpable. Is this a genuine offer, or a carefully laid trap? The guildmaster's words are sharp, cutting through the tension. You can point the knives of the National Raider Association and the civilians toward the Lotus Guild. But there's a condition, a demand whispered with an air of mystery, but in return, Guildmaster Yu Sonjian has requested that you don't release any information about Min Jae-hyun. Doubt clouds the scene. Why would the Lotus Guild go to such lengths for a mere Miles Academy student? The question hangs heavy, unanswered. A decision is made. Well, we wouldn't lose anything from this offer, so I'll do as you said. But a shadow of uncertainty remains. But, if he fails at the dungeon raid? Confidence, unwavering. Don't worry. If he was someone who would fail at this kind of thing, the Lotus Guild wouldn't have done all this for him. The scene shifts. A dark, ominous location. The air crackles with anticipation. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, *quang, the impact sends a shockwave through the air. A trail of discarded armor litters the ground, the remnants of a brutal battle. This is the shortest route, he thinks, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. This much is nothing. He pushes open a heavy, ornate door. A young woman trails behind him, her expression a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. A small, whimpering dog scurries ahead. Entering Flandier's room. Wow, it's super creepy, she whispers, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The room is unsettling, toys scattered amidst a grim, dusty atmosphere. It's obvious that there would be something on the desk, the young woman observes, her voice betraying a hint of nervousness. He, however, is already looking elsewhere. You check places where you wouldn't expect to find hints, he advises, his gaze sharp and focused. Ah, okay. She exclaims, understanding dawning on her face. The small dog sniffs excitedly around the room, its playful energy a stark contrast to the unsettling atmosphere. A feather catches the light on the desk. And then, a book is found, hidden beneath a pile of others. A glint of triumph in his eyes. Found it. He smiles, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he opens the diary. The pages whisper secrets of the Flandier mansion. A somber funeral unfolds under a weeping sky, the weight of grief heavy on every face. The diary opens to a chilling entry, year 1474, May 15th. The funeral's over. I became the owner of this mansion, as I was the only one left of the Flandier bloodline. But I'm not happy at all. I'm alone. Forever. A flicker of hope. Year 1474, July 4th. A girl was caught. Apparently she had taken one of the flowers from my garden. She's about my age and looked to me like my doll, so I took a liking to her. I'm gonna ask her to live with me in the mansion. A new friendship blossoms. Year 1474, July 20th. She said she has no name, so I named her Sally. We played every day in the mansion. I'm so happy that I made a friend. I hope this continues every day. A sudden departure. Year 1474, September 8th, Alfred left the house without a word. Sally said he must have been in a hurry and that he went to the next town over. But I'm anxious. I don't know why, but I'm anxious. Alfred's return, but something is wrong. Year 1474, September 10th, Alfred's back, but he seems different. Sally seems to be hiding something from me too. Something must have happened. Terror grips the mansion. Year 1474, November 9th. I keep hearing screams inside the mansion. The kitchen lady, Selena, and my maid, Michelle, keep screaming. It sounds like their throats are gonna tear. A chilling realization. I'm scared. I'm scared. What's happening? Sally and Alfred are knocking at my bedroom door. I'm certain they want to kill me. What do I do? The diary slams shut, a wave of dark energy erupts. The restrictions have come undone. The restrictions are lifted. A weight vanishes from Jaehyun's shoulders. His eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying truth: Flandier is dead. A chilling realization dawns. The young woman clutches a doll, her face a mask of grief. A monster's shadow looms large. Jaehyun stares into the abyss, a grotesque image seared into his mind. A sickening thud echoes in the silence. The monstrous form writhes, a horrifying doppelganger revealed. The truth is sickeningly clear. A horrifying revelation. The mansion's secrets are laid bare, a gruesome spectacle unfolds. A wave of pure terror washes over Jaehyun as he witnesses a nightmarish army of doppelgangers. The sheer scale of the horror is breathtaking. The first secret is revealed. Alfred's true identity is uncovered. The Flandier's diary subquest is complete. A crimson tide erupts, a horrifying spectacle of bone and shadow. As a monstrous entity takes shape, its form writhing with dark energy. The air crackles with power. A swift counterattack. A blur of motion, a crimson flash, and then, silence. He lands, a triumphant figure against the backdrop of destruction. You're finally showing your real self, his opponent observes, a hint of grudging respect in their tone. The villain's words echo the protagonist's inner turmoil. I was growing impatient, seeing you act so fake. His true power unleashed, a chilling grin spreads across his face. Kiki, you're pretty quick to catch on, for a human. Kiki. The villain's laughter rings out, but there's a hint of genuine surprise. A nonchalant response: it wasn't anything difficult. I'm just smart. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face. Quickly replaced by a defiant smirk. Ah, maybe not. Maybe it's you that's stupid. The villain's rage explodes. You dare insult me? A terrifying roar shakes the very foundations of the world. A nightmarish vision unfolds, a grotesque symphony of writhing, crimson flesh, the very essence of dread made manifest. A colossal gateway, framed by ancient stone, stands before him. Torches cast flickering shadows, painting the scene in infernal hues. A chilling wind whispers through the desolate expanse. A mechanical monstrosity, gears grinding, eyes glowing menacingly, descends from the darkness above. The air crackles with anticipation. Then, a blinding flash of light. The protagonist, eyes blazing with newfound power, unleashes a torrent of energy. Blazing projectiles pierce the air. Each strike a thunderclap against the metallic beast. The ground trembles as the mechanical monstrosity is shattered into a million pieces, a satisfying end. His loyal companion whimpers, shaken but unharmed. He cradles the small dog close, a wave of relief washing over him. It's a doppelganger, a monster that feeds on the skills and appearance of others, a dangerous ability indeed. But this one is different. Its focus is solely on combat prowess, making it a B-rank threat, a challenge the protagonist is ready to face. The monster lunges, its grotesque form a horrifying sight. Your body. I'm gonna consume it, it snarls. The protagonist stands defiant, a grim determination etched on his face. Give it to me. The battle begins. A flurry of blows, a clash of wills, the air crackles with energy. The doppelganger roars in frustration, its attacks growing more desperate, its power waning. A final, devastating blow. The doppelganger explodes in a shower of dark energy. Silence. The protagonist stands amidst the wreckage, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with triumph. How is it to be played after being the one to play others for so long, he thinks. The final blow lands. Dust and debris explode outwards as the B-rank doppelganger is utterly vanquished. Leaving the protagonist standing amidst the chaos, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He surveys the scene, victorious but thoughtful. "You're pretty good at barking," the protagonist taunts, his voice dripping with amusement. "You're talented at being a dog." The defeated doppelganger whimpers, a pathetic sound in the grand hall. "Bark! Bark! Bark! Alright, you did well, so I'll let you go." A wave of dismissal washes over the protagonist's face. A soft light emanates from a hidden alcove, a mystical energy pulses with an otherworldly glow. And the protagonist reaches out, his hand bathed in the ethereal radiance. A sense of peace settles over him. At the top of a grand staircase, a young woman in a flowing dress awaits. She smiles, a gentle wave greeting him. He descends the steps, a quiet confidence in his stride. "Goodbye." A brilliant light engulfs him, a blinding flash of pure energy, transporting him away. You made it out alive. But the victory is bittersweet. Still upset about the ordeal, she vents her frustrations. He remains stoic. Despite her complaints, the journey continues. No time for rest. Already? Exhaustion weighs heavily on her. He pushes her onward. He understands her fatigue, but there's no time to waste. The mission must go on. With a firm command, he urges her forward. She begrudgingly complies. A wave of anger washes over her as they walk. The memory of the ordeal is still fresh. They arrive at a new location. A strange, vibrant city unfolds before them. Exhausted but curious, they take in the sights. Is this a parade? The final showdown is here. A wave of energy washes over Min Jae-hyun and Seo Ah-hyun as they're greeted by a flamboyant figure. "Welcome! You've completed the 2 missions. Good work." Jae-hyun, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase. "What's the last mission gonna be like?" The answer? A game of tag. Ah-hyun's eyes widen in surprise. Tag? But this is no ordinary game. Our master of ceremonies explains, you two have to run from the monsters that'll come out of that gate and reach the final destination. Jae-hyun, ever calculating, adds, that wouldn't be all there is to it. The game master grins, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh. You're really clever. You're right. This game of tag spawns monsters depending on the number of challengers and how strong they are. A shadow falls over Jae-hyun's face. Asterisk, this is bad. Considering my skills, there will be stronger monsters compared to those from earlier. Fighting while protecting Seo Ah-hyun's gonna be a bit, asterisk, he knows what he has to do. I'll have to get an understanding of your skills. With a flourish, the game master gestures towards Ah-hyun. Excuse me. The game master's eyes gleam with anticipation. Congratulations, you two. S rank. Ah-hyun and Jae-hyun stare, dumbfounded. Ha! The masked figure cackles, a chilling sound that echoes through the opulent hall. Such high ranks before. I'm impressed. But the protagonist is far from impressed. His brow furrows, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Asterisk, wait, how does that even make sense? Asterisk, he thinks, confusion etched on his face. A wave of fiery energy erupts, a maelstrom of heat and destruction. The air crackles with power, the very ground trembling beneath the force. The pink-haired girl watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. A single word escapes her lips, I wish you luck. The protagonist receives a new quest, last festival. The objective? Escape Surtur or defeat him. The stakes? Immense. The quest details flash before his eyes, difficulty 9+, reward, Jelfi's thunder steps. Failure means death by Surtur or his flames. And the team size? 3 members. 3. The protagonist's jaw drops. Wait, 3? There's no way. something is terribly wrong. A monstrous roar shakes the very foundations of reality. Searcher, a being of pure fire and fury, rises before them. Asterisk qua. Triple A. Triple A, asterisk. Searcher. A being whose purpose was to engulf the world in flames. Before even the first giant Emer was born. The very air crackles with the echoes of ancient destruction. The sword of flames, in his hand, said to be hot enough to burn the world to ashes in a matter of hours. Damn it, the raw power of Searcher's weapon is almost palpable. A wave of searing heat washes over the scene. Wag! How are we supposed to run away from that? The sheer terror in her voice is undeniable. I'm thinking about it. Just shut up and run if you want to die. A desperate plan forms in his mind, a spark of defiance against the overwhelming odds. The city crumbles under the inferno, asterisk kaboom, asterisk, a cataclysmic explosion rocks the very foundations of reality. Ha! I think this may be my fault. A pang of guilt pierces through his bravado. Should I help them? A contemplative pause hangs heavy in the air. A terrifying visage, wreathed in an ethereal glow, stares out from the shadows. Her horns curve like wicked blades, a cruel smile twisting her lips. The sword of flames cleaves the earth. A cataclysmic eruption of fire and destruction unfolds before our eyes. The unnamed protagonist, his face etched with grim determination, assesses the situation. It's too dangerous to fight him directly, he thinks. His female companion, eyes wide with terror, points towards a distant structure. Ah, over there. I think that's the destination. A glimmer of hope. The protagonist's resolve hardens. All right. Hold on for a bit. With a burst of speed, they make their move. It's a simple event, they just need to reach the goal. A strategic retreat. He'll distract the monster while she makes a run for it. The unnamed protagonist's plan is set in motion. His breath hitches as he prepares for the confrontation. The fiery behemoth, a terrifying inferno of muscle and rage, unleashes a wave of searing heat. Its power is overwhelming, sending our heroes sprawling. The ground trembles beneath the impact, debris raining down around them. Shit, the male protagonist's eyes blaze with grim determination. He's assessing the situation, his mind already racing. Keep your mind alert and listen to me, he commands his companion. A desperate plan forms. We'll split up and keep running, okay? Run straight to the merry-go-round, he instructs, his voice tight with urgency. His female companion hesitates, fear etched on her face. Are you gonna distract that thing? Do you want me to use you as bait instead? She asks, a tremor in her voice. Just run, he shouts, his resolve unwavering. With a surge of adrenaline, she takes off, her blonde hair a blur of motion. He turns to face the beast, a defiant glint in his eyes. A guttural roar shakes the very air as the monster charges. Cook, the impact sends a shockwave through the area. But he holds his ground, buying precious time for his companion's escape. Over here, you bastard, he yells, drawing the monster's attention. He leaps onto a nearby structure, narrowly avoiding a fiery swipe. How are you gonna catch me when you're so slow, he taunts, a smirk playing on his lips. A monstrous figure, wreathed in flames, roars its challenge. The very air crackles with its power. Meanwhile, the female companion stumbles through the fiery ruins, fear etched onto her face. The heat scorches her skin. She glances back, eyes wide with terror, as the inferno rages behind her. Escape is her only thought. Suddenly, a message flashes before the protagonist's eyes: the goal has been destroyed. The quest's clear condition other than the hidden quest has been changed to impossible. The female companion, still fleeing, is confronted by a terrifying, fiery beast. You ignorant fool, it snarls. The protagonist, battered but resolute, observes the scene from a distance. His thoughts are grim, asterisk there's only one way out. I'll have to kill him, asterisk. With a surge of determination, he unleashes a devastating attack. A fiery projectile hurtles towards the beast. The impact is earth-shattering. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the ravaged landscape. Even the monstrous creature is staggered by the unexpected power. Until now, there have only been a few who could withstand my attack. Pretty impressive, it admits, before unleashing another devastating attack. The protagonist prepares to meet the challenge head-on. "Try blocking this too," he shouts, as he counters with a powerful blast of energy. A surge of energy. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a devastating counterattack, a torrent of power erupting from his fingertips. Meanwhile, his female companion, eyes wide with terror, flees the scene. The ground trembles beneath her feet. She stumbles, fear gripping her heart. We might really end up dying at this rate. I have to think. There must be something I can do, A blinding flash. The protagonist's attack connects, sending a shockwave through the area. The impact is earth-shattering. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. "I found it," she cries out, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. The unnamed female companion points, her voice filled with newfound determination. "Beat that giant." The city burns, a fiery inferno consuming everything in its path. The protagonist sprints through the chaos, his eyes locked on his target. A monstrous figure emerges from the flames, roaring in rage. "Do you dare run away from me? A water tank?" The question hangs in the air, a spark of hope igniting in the face of impossible odds. There's a water tank on the outskirts of Neverland. A desperate plan begins to form. Lure the monster there. We might be able to damage it if we use water to get rid of its flames. A glimmer of a strategy emerges. Certainly, even if it may be a giant from a myth, he's only a copy, not the original. A crucial piece of information is revealed. He would die if we were to destroy his weak points. The female companion's eyes narrow in focus. So lure him to the water tank. A plan takes shape, precise and deadly. 3 steps to the left. Duck your head. The instructions are clear, the stakes are high. The protagonist springs into action, a blur of motion. The chase is on. Have you given up on running, weak human? The monstrous figure looms, a wall of fire and fury. A blinding flash of light erupts. Raw power, untamed and fierce, explodes from the heart of the battle. The unnamed protagonist activates his illusion skill. A surge of energy, cool and crystalline, counters the inferno. The monster reels back, a guttural quatch, escaping its lips as the illusion takes hold. The tide is turning. Now. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. His blade, a streak of blue lightning, finds its mark. A shockwave of energy rips through the air as the monster is struck. The impact is earth-shattering. What a dirty trick. The monster roars, its rage palpable. But the protagonist remains unmoved. So what? I won, anyway. His voice is cold, defiant. Victory is his. Don't be arrogant. A voice, deep and ancient, cuts through the air. The monster's form shifts, revealing a terrifying power. I, Surtur, may have fought you with only a copy of myself, but going against my original form won't be this easy. The true power of Surtur is unleashed. The battle is over, for now. The protagonist stands victorious, but the shadow of a greater challenge looms large. The unnamed protagonist stands, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination. The battle has taken its toll, but she won't rest yet. It's really over, she whispers, the weight of her victory settling heavily on her shoulders. The air crackles with residual energy, a testament to the epic clash that just concluded. Atop a towering metal structure, under a bruised twilight sky, a swirling orb of ethereal energy pulses with otherworldly light. A black cat sits perched, observing the spectacle. I guess you didn't need to help, after all, the cat remarks, a hint of amusement in its tone. The scene shifts. 2 young figures exchange glances, their expressions a mixture of awe and intrigue. That Min Jae-hyun boy sure is interesting. One of them muses, their voice laced with curiosity. The cat's gaze is sharp, assessing. He looks like he's anxious to become stronger. It observes a subtle undercurrent of something else in its words. Don't you think so, Hal? The cat asks, its voice laced with a knowing smirk. The energy orb intensifies, its glow pulsating with power. He's still nothing more than a vessel, Hal states, his voice devoid of emotion. The orb flares, a sudden burst of energy. But you're the one who's most curious about how he's doing. The cat's voice is playful, yet there's a hidden depth to its words. The Acer must not learn of the great enemy's existence, not yet. The weight of this secret hangs heavy in the air. Now is too early. Witness the power surge. Strength plus 50, dexterity plus 150. A new active skill ignites within him, Steps of Light, rank 9. This isn't just speed, it's explosive velocity, doubling his dexterity for 5 minutes. And get this, it works on others. He already knew this item's potential, but seeing it in action, an S-rank item, as powerful as it is rare. The glow speaks volumes. A bustling city street, the aroma of pizza and pasta hanging in the air, a casual encounter turns tense. Is she trying to pull something again? His eyes narrow, suspicion etched on his face. No way. The item he obtained, Kroskva's seal. It boosts strength by 50 and grants a new skill, Courage. Courage? It's more than just bravery, it completely resists the state of terror, further enhancing strength and dexterity. He considers the potential. Resistance to status abnormalities? Cognition acceleration? More useful, perhaps. But then, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, he's so annoying. He decides to wait. He can call her whenever he wants, anyway. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. I guess you liked the rewards. A shadowy figure emerges, a top hat and crimson coat, a stark contrast to the city's muted tones. He admits to having a hard time. Their meeting concludes. Then, we'll get going. A final, lingering look. A farewell, a wish for safe travels. But the words that follow send a chill down the spine, you, the fated great enemy. The weight of the world crashes down on Min Jae-hyun's shoulders, his face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, Hal, a sinister smile playing on her lips, watches from the shadows. A cataclysmic energy surges, a crimson tide engulfing everything in its path. The very fabric of reality seems to tear. The ground trembles, cracks spiderweb across the earth, a fiery inferno erupts. Amidst the chaos, a reporter's voice cuts through the pandemonium, over there. Survivors are coming out. Relief washes over the onlookers as two figures emerge from the devastation, unscathed. But Min Jae-hyun's escape is short-lived. He bursts through the crowd, his eyes blazing with a newfound resolve. Get out of the way. A concerned official approaches, there are things to discuss with the survivors, steps we have to take. Yet, as quickly as he appeared, Min Jae-hyun vanishes, leaving only whispers in his wake. The crowd erupts in a flurry of speculation. He was right there a second ago. Get an interview with the other one for now. Agent Kim Ji-yeon's report arrives, detailing Min Jae-hyun's escape, a feat that raises eyebrows and sparks intrigue. The implications of his abilities are discussed, the sheer audacity of his actions leaving everyone speechless. The truth is revealed, Min Jae-hyun is no ordinary escapee, he's a battle mage. A phone call concludes, a mission deemed a success, the agents are dismissed. But the conversation continues, revealing a deeper intrigue. I'll see you soon, then. The sheer audacity of Min Jae-hyun's escape is highlighted, his abilities far exceeding expectations. A subtle shift in focus, a new plan is forming in the mind of the unseen director. The mystery deepens. A meeting is inevitable, a calculated move to uncover more about the enigmatic Min Jae-hyun. Min Jae-hyun, safe in his apartment, breathes a sigh of relief, the news reports bring him a sense of security. The aftermath, a quiet reflection. Min Jae-hyun, safe for now, processes the events. Asterisk I guess Lotus did something about it. Big guilds sure are powerful, asterisk he thinks, a hint of awe mixing with relief. His gaze hardens. Asterisk I didn't expect so many people to be there. At least I was able to see how good Jelfi's thunder steps are. Suddenly, the scene explodes into motion. A blur of movement as Min Jae-hyun utilizes his enhanced speed, a whirlwind of power unleashed. Just by having them equipped, my running speed becomes 4 times faster. He navigates the chaos with ease, a phantom amidst the throng. I wonder how much faster they'll be once I get used to them. The adrenaline fades. He stretches, a sigh escaping his lips. Was tiring, but not bad, he muses, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. But there's more. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Asterisk plus. I had an unexpected harvest. Asterisk a new item appears on his screen, Surtur's Undying Flames. A single-use item, a part of Surtur's avatar's heart. When used, it'll reinforce a weapon to its strength capacity limit and imbue it with flame attribute. He examines the item, a thoughtful expression on his face. With this incident, I realized that I'm still weak. A burning resolve ignites within him. Asterisk I need to be strong enough to win against my opponent without using dirty tricks. Strong enough to one-sidedly defeat the opponent and be someone others dare not approach out of fear. Asterisk a powerful image flashes, a symbol of ultimate strength. The scene shifts, revealing a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows, their presence radiating power and menace. A determined gaze, eyes locked on an unseen horizon, the weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Faces flash before him, friends, family, a past he vows to leave behind, a promise etched in fire. His eyes burn with newfound resolve, reflecting the flames of Surtur's power. A transformation begins. The words echo in his mind, asterisk it starts now. Asterisk the journey to become stronger, to protect those he cherishes, has begun. In a dimly lit control room, a figure sits, watching a screen, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Agent Kim Ji-yeon, her expression unreadable, stands in a stark, metallic hallway, a sense of disappointment hangs heavy in the air. From now on, she'll report on every detail of Jae-hyun's progress, a new chapter in their complex relationship begins. A chilling laugh echoes through the darkness, a sinister presence watches from the shadows. One must weed in order to have a beautiful garden. A cruel philosophy, whispered in the heart of darkness. A cold, calculating gaze, the mastermind plots his next move, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A sinister figure sits in his opulent office, a chilling smile playing on his lips. I'm very excited for this event, he sneers, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. I'll be able to get rid of all the dirty things in my way. The camera focuses on his intense gaze, revealing a ruthless determination. A sudden, violent thud echoes. Papers scatter, each marked with a crimson X, revealing the targets of this sinister plot. The weight of impending doom settles upon the scene. What? Is that true? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of shock and concern. Jae-hyun's friends are clearly worried about his absence. And Jae-hyun, caught off guard, stammers an explanation. He wasn't ignoring them, he insists, so they shouldn't be mad. But his unconvincing tone and sheepish expression tell a different story. His mom was worried sick, and to make amends, he promises something yummy. Jae-hyun's friend, her concern etched on her face, asks if he's okay. Is he hurt? The question is laced with genuine care. But Jae-hyun brushes it off, a hint of something dark flickering in his eyes. I'm okay, he says, a little too quickly. Don't worry. His friend's worry doesn't fade. You've always had such bad luck, she observes, a touch of exasperation in her voice. Does God hate him, she wonders aloud? Jae-hyun's response is unexpected. A god's hatred? No. He has a goddess's blessing. The image of a powerful, dark-haired woman with glowing eyes flashes in his mind. A revelation that leaves his friends speechless. What could this possibly mean? Lee Se-hyuk, radiating an aura of barely contained power, issues a warning: if you're planning to pull some stupid trick again this time, you better prepare yourself. His voice booms across the lecture hall, a challenge echoing in the sudden silence. A stern-faced woman strides into the room, her presence instantly commanding attention. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A student whispers, "I don't know him." The newcomer, Professor Jong Isu, addresses the class with a calm confidence, "Nice to meet you all." She introduces herself as their new magic instructor, promising to help them improve their skills. A murmur of anticipation ripples through the students. One student observes, "She looks really young for an instructor." Another student, perhaps more insightful, thinks, "Well, I guess there's no better way to gain experience than as a Millis instructor." Professor Isu begins her lesson, explaining the fundamentals of magic. "My class will teach basic understanding about magic and the calculations that come with it." Textbooks are passed around the classroom, a hush falls as students examine their new assignment. The pages are blank. Whispers of confusion ripple through the room. What is this, they wonder? Lee Se-hyuk, ever confident, approaches the mystery with a discerning eye, a glint of understanding in his gaze. He reveals the hidden truth: the book's magic is encoded, not printed, only those skilled enough can decipher its secrets. The new instructor, Jong Isu, observes keenly, her eyes fixed on So-hyuk, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. She calls upon Jae-hyun, testing his abilities, a challenge issued, a moment of truth. With surprising ease, Jae-hyun identifies the hidden runes, a silent affirmation of his latent power. So-hyuk's jaw drops, a student far exceeding expectations. Jong Isu's smile widens, a flicker of genuine surprise in her eyes. Jong Isu presses further, probing the depths of Jae-hyun's understanding. A final question hangs in the air. Jae-hyun's response is both insightful and humble, a glimpse into his own uncertainty about the true nature of his power. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, the weight of untold power pressing down. Frustration boils over. "I hate this," she screams, the raw agony etched on her face. It's a torrent of pent-up rage, unleashed. The weight of her ordeal crushes her. Dragged into the spotlight, forced to answer questions about a harrowing experience, the echoes of her trauma reverberate. A desperate plea, barely a whisper: "Explain what happened, and tell what items I got." A cold command cuts through the air. "I have somewhere to be, so deal with the journalists on your own. And never mention anything about my skill." Chains of golden light erupt, binding her. A guttural cry escapes her lips as the power surges. A desperate cry pierces the silence. Min Jae-hyun. When are you gonna undo the subordination? A flicker of hope, a desperate plan forms in her mind. Wait. Right. I can just go look for him. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the library, a young man pores over an ancient tome. His brow furrows in concentration, a flicker of understanding crosses his face as he deciphers the arcane symbols. The pages glow faintly, revealing a complex magical formula. All formulas change their natures depending on how they're used, he reads. The text describes the Blitz Chain, a spell that combines mana and lightning magic. A surge of energy crackles to life, visualized as a chain of golden lightning. In-depth knowledge of the basics allows for a wider range of low-rank magic, the book explains. The young man's eyes widen, a spark of realization igniting within him. Similar to how martial artists attain higher rank swordsmanship by improving their basics, mages can achieve higher levels by understanding the calculation of formulas. A fiery image of a swordsman and a mage appear side by side. He murmurs to himself, lost in thought, a subtle shift in his expression hints at a new understanding. Meanwhile, another student in the library looks on, a mixture of surprise and annoyance on her face. "At least you succeeded in reading the cover," she remarks, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. The young man's eyes narrow. These two are really talented, he thinks, a hint of frustration creeping into his thoughts. "I'm upset." The female student sighs, her shoulders slumping. The weight of her emotions is palpable. "Look! I can finally read the first page now." A triumphant grin spreads across Jaehyun's face. His hard work has paid off. Jong Isu watches, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Is it because of the boundary Jaehyun set? His confusion deepens as he's the only one who can't see it. Suddenly, a flash of fire. Chaos erupts in the library. Accusations fly. But Jaehyun knows the truth. It wasn't him. A chilling laugh escapes his lips. A lone crow perches outside the window, its obsidian eyes gleaming ominously. Then takes flight, a dark shadow against the cityscape. The mystery deepens. The first potion shop naming competition. A box of the finest potions awaits the winner. But the faces of the participants tell a different story. Doubt hangs heavy in the air, the weight of expectation pressing down. This is a lot more difficult than I expected, one of them mutters, his voice laced with frustration. The challenge proves far greater than anticipated. What if it doesn't get any business? Survival is the most important thing to a raider. The stakes are high, and fear gnaws at their resolve. But another voice cuts through the tension, there's no way a potion business would fail. You guys tried it earlier too. A confident assertion, a challenge to their doubts. The two women exchange a look, a silent conversation passing between them, a word hangs in the air, revolutionary. A few days prior, a different scene unfolds. A sense of accomplishment washes over him as he finishes a task. All right. The magic theory quiz was a breeze. I won't have to worry about tests for a while. He smiles, a smug expression on his face. The auction screen glows, a digital battlefield of numbers. Nightshade's corpse, 170 million. Nightshade's core, a staggering 315 million. And the Wraith's scythe and Draugr's sword, also fetching impressive prices. A determined glint in his eyes, the protagonist focuses on the screen, a calculating smile playing on his lips. Effort is important, but money is key, he thinks. He taps his pen against a notepad, a whirlwind of business plans forming in his mind. Business and investments, the easiest ways to get money if you know the future. In a dimly lit office, two figures sit across a table. One, a young man in a lab coat, looks apprehensive. The other, our protagonist, exudes an air of quiet confidence. The person who will be responsible for the potion businesses in the entire world. He says, his voice low and steady. The young man shrinks back, fear evident in his wide eyes. A sudden burst of energy erupts from the young man, a pink-haired girl appearing in a flash. You should at least keep your promise, she cries, her voice filled with outrage. The protagonist smirks, unfazed by her outburst. The scene shifts to a table where several people are gathered. The protagonist's eyes are narrowed, a hint of amusement in their depths. You put that weird skill on me so that I don't do anything. A close-up on a text box reveals the skill's effect, the user and subordinate can locate each other. This effect cannot be cancelled. The protagonist's plan is unfolding perfectly. You really blackmailed a kid like that? One of the onlookers asks, shocked. The protagonist simply shrugs, his expression unreadable. A hand shoots up, a sudden interruption. The air crackles with anticipation. How about Heavenly Demon Potion, she suggests, a mischievous glint in her eye. The strongest in Morim, she claims, a bold statement indeed. The scene shifts to a dimly lit potion shop, a den of questionable concoctions. They're useless, a voice scoffs, the air thick with disdain. This is no ordinary establishment. Even the dungeon monsters would have better ideas, Min Jae-hyun thinks, his frustration palpable. But then, a sharp question cuts through the tension, why aren't you asking me? He hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Whatever you have, it's probably, he begins, but curiosity wins out. What is it? Workshop elixir, the answer comes, a revelation that hangs heavy in the air. The protagonist's eyes narrow, intrigued. And a discussion unfolds, the implications of this elixir slowly revealed. Another name for the philosopher's stone, a voice whispers, its power echoing in the silence. The weight of this discovery settles upon them. It would advertise potions and increase the brand's value, someone exclaims, a sudden burst of excitement. A wave of gratitude washes over them. You saved us, they cry out, relief evident in their voices. But the protagonist's expression remains enigmatic. All right, he declares, a decisive tone. The name is set, Workshop Elixir. The new brand is born, a testament to his cunning strategy. The lecture hall buzzes with anticipation. Instructor Jong Isu stands before her students, a powerful presence radiating from her. She writes on the board, Rune. The language of magic. The air crackles with arcane energy. Min Jae-hyun, eyes narrowed in concentration, analyzes the inscription. This is the foundation of magic, a device for forming calculation formulas. Very good, student Min Jae-hyun. Perfect answer. The instructor's voice booms, echoing the student's brilliance. The class ends. But Jae-hyun lingers, a question burning in his mind. He approaches the instructor, holding a worn book. I had a question about something I read. The instructor's eyes widen. The book, it's a 4-star rank magic text. Impossible. A wave of shock washes over the instructor. Even most instructors struggle to read this level. Min Jae-hyun, this student, what is he? Instructor Jong Isu, a picture of calm composure, reviews Jae-hyun's notes. His expression is unreadable. But the intensity of the situation is palpable. 2 cups of tea sit untouched on a polished mahogany table, reflecting the tension in the room. Jae-hyun arrives, a touch earlier than expected. You're here earlier than I expected, the instructor notes, a hint of surprise in his tone. I meant to come earlier, but I was busy because of tests and such, Jae-hyun replies smoothly, his eyes betraying none of his inner turmoil. The instructor gets straight to the point, so, you want me to help you understand a 4-star magic text? Jae-hyun nods, his gaze unwavering. Yes. A burst of energy. The very air crackles with power as the fundamental principles of magic are revealed: creation, destruction, and amplification. Each element is depicted in a breathtaking display of vibrant color and raw energy. Jae-hyun explains his struggles. The calculation formulas and the theories are all high-level. It's hard for me to understand them on my own. His eyes, usually calm, now burn with a fierce determination. I depended on Odin's eye until now, but I need to understand magic on a deeper level. Why not? The instructor's voice is sharp, her gaze unwavering. Jae-hyun's ambition is laid bare, he pushes for the most advanced magic texts. But the path to power is not so simple. She explains, the concepts in 4-star magic texts need to be understood on your own. Otherwise, there's no point. Jae-hyun's face hardens. The weight of her words sinks in, A rank raider, that's my goal. A flicker of something, uncertainty? In the instructor's eyes. She sighs, but a student of mine came to ask for help. A surge of teal energy crackles in her hand, a display of raw power. So I'll at least tell you a discipline. Jae-hyun's eyes widen. Intrigued, he asks, a discipline? Yes. A discipline to help you learn amplification. The instructor's smile is sharp, almost predatory. The offer is clear, but the price. Jae-hyun's resolve hardens. Yes. He accepts the challenge, his eyes burning with ambition. Anything in order to grow stronger. The AR battle system room hums with energy, a digital chessboard shimmering beneath a cascade of blue data streams. A warrior stands panting, sweat glistening on his brow. The exertion is evident, but his eyes burn with determination. I need more power. A surge of power courses through him, a brilliant aura enveloping his form. His eyes blaze with newfound strength. Activating active skill, magic arrow. A volley of ethereal arrows materializes, each tip glowing with icy energy. They pierce the air with breathtaking speed, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. The impact is devastating. The skeletal figures are obliterated in a flash of blue energy. This power, it's incredible. He stands victorious, but his expression remains grim. The battle has taken its toll. A single question hangs heavy in the air, just one skill? The information panel displays the details of his newly acquired item, Gleipnir, imitation item. Rank B. A string that's sealed Fenrir. All stats will be decreased by 50% when tied around a user. If undone or ripped, stats return to normal. Right, analyze those magic skill formulas again and again. What does that training have to do with amplification? That's up to you to find out. A difficult skill would be too hard to bring forth amplification. So magic arrow should do. The warrior unleashes the magic arrow skill. His entire body feels heavy and slow. This is worse than I imagined. Are you really okay? Yes. I think. I can detect you from 100 meters away because of the smell from your pain relief patch. You do realize you have been living in the AR test room for a week now, right? It's not good to overwork yourself. Thanks for worrying about me. Ina's shoulders slump, the weight of the upcoming quiz is clearly visible. I heard you have to take extra lessons if you don't pass this quiz, Ina. The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the pressure. But a moment later, a burst of laughter. Ah, right. It's already time to go to the library. Ina's cheerful tone is infectious, dispelling the tension. As she and Min Jaehyun head out, their steps light and carefree. Ina, let's go. Min Jaehyun's voice is firm, reassuring. The scene shifts. Heavy breathing fills the air, a testament to the warrior's recent exertion. Huff. Huff. And a wave of relief washes over him as he wipes sweat from his brow. Phew. The digital display glows. You have perfectly cleared test level 41. Victory is his. A surge of power. Your understanding of the formula has greatly increased. You have obtained the passive skill, Understanding of Formula. The system's voice echoes with authority. Followed by another, Magic Arrow's efficiency has greatly increased. The skill is leveling up. The warrior's power grows exponentially. And then, a breakthrough. You have learned Magic Arrow LV2. The upgrade is complete. Witness the power of Magic Arrow LV.2. Arrows of pure, concentrated mana pierce the target with devastating force. This is the peak of a B rank raider, or the very beginning for an A rank. The path ahead demands deeper understanding. And that understanding requires mastering 4-star magic texts. No shortcuts for the warrior. A sharp knock echoes through the quiet office. Chief Director Gu Jian, its instructor Kim Suk-ji. Come in. The director's voice is low, a hint of weariness in its tone. A weight of responsibility pressing down on him. The Guild Experience event is approaching. And the pressure is immense. Damn it. My reputation has hit rock bottom because of the mock dungeon incident. I need to recover it. The preparations are complete, ahead of schedule. Ooh. That's earlier than I expected. A crucial question hangs in the air: are there no faults with the thing? The answer is swift and decisive. The weight of the world rests on Chief Director Gu Jian's shoulders, his face etched with worry, a silent scream trapped behind his eyes. A sprawling cityscape unfolds before us. The Guild Experience event headquarters loom large, a symbol of both anticipation and potential chaos. Min Jaehyun, ever observant, walks the city streets, his phone clutched in his hand, a silent message sent. He enters a tranquil forest, the air thick with mystery. A sense of unease settling upon him as he walks deeper into the woods. A question hanging heavy in the air: should I wait or take the initiative? The answer comes swiftly. With a determined glint in his eyes, Min Jaehyun unleashes his power. A surge of energy erupts, a breathtaking spectacle of raw magical might. The ground trembles beneath his feet, a surge of power erupts from within. And with a burst of speed, he's a blur of motion. A brutal clash. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. You must have missed the news that your colleague went to hell last time. A chilling taunt echoes across the battlefield. He grits his teeth. Asterisk stupid ones again. They're just coming at me from inside the academy, asterisk. Asterisk Gujian is already on the move, asterisk. A wave of energy washes over him, a cool blue light enveloping his form. Asterisk one thing I'm certain of is that you guys messed with the wrong person, asterisk. Activating the active skill, Magic Arrow LV2. The air crackles with anticipation. A volley of energy lances erupts, piercing the sky. Ninjahian's eyes blaze with an inner fire, his pupils glowing ominously. A palpable sense of danger hangs in the air. A surge of raw power erupts from him, a swirling vortex of teal energy enveloping him. The air crackles with arcane energy. His face contorts in pain and exertion, a silent scream etched onto his features. This power, it's overwhelming. Suddenly, a dark figure emerges from the shadows, a single feather drifting down like a fallen star. The air grows heavy with anticipation. And a chilling voice cuts through the silence, "Long time no see, son." A surge of golden energy erupts from within him, a power unlike anything he's ever felt before. His face is etched with confusion, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. As a mysterious woman reveals a devastating truth, if you're curious about anything, you can just ask. I'll answer what I can. The air crackles with tension as she speaks, a secret about his past, a secret that will shatter his world. Minsono, he's not your real father. His real name is Hugin. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a dark shadow falls over the scene. Hugin is a mythical creature that controls and perceives other human minds. And he's been manipulating Somoa's life from the shadows, all to keep an eye on a prophesied enemy. The weight of this revelation crushes Somo. The man he thought was his father was a manipulative creature of myth. A flashback. A young Somo stands before a shadowy doorway. "This is my childhood home," he wonders, a tremor of unease in his voice. The scene shifts. A harsh voice cuts through the silence. "I don't know why something like you was born." Somo recoils, pain etched onto his face. "You?" A chilling revelation. "What do you think would change just because you unlocked mana?" Somoa's eyes narrow. "Ah, right. Father did not like that I awakened." A bitter truth dawns. His past unfolds. "Ever since the day I unlocked my mana, my days were filled with violence and abusive words." A desperate plea. "Stop." A woman intervenes, her voice filled with anguish. "Why are you hitting him again?" A surge of power. A blinding light erupts as Somo is pulled into a mystical realm. He steps through a shimmering portal, leaving his past behind. Tears stream down her face as she clutches him close, a silent testament to the pain they both share. A choked sob escapes his lips, a raw, visceral expression of his anguish. His eyes snap open, a fiery orange burning within, a glimpse into the depths of his trauma. A spectral image of a family portrait, now shrouded in a veil of smoke and sorrow, a haunting reminder of what was lost. He gasps for air, his chest heaving. "I can't breathe," he chokes out, the words thick with despair. But it's not just the smoke, a deeper, more profound suffocation grips him, a suffocating weight of forgotten memories. A chilling realization dawns on him: I have forgotten what should not be forgotten. The past claws its way back into his consciousness. Fleeting images flash before his eyes, a playful child, a loving family, a stark contrast to the darkness that now consumes him. The happy memories are shattered by a harsh reality. "I said no more sweets," a woman's voice echoes, followed by a child's insistent plea, "But he wants it." A scene of forced compliance, a subtle hint of abuse, a seed of trauma planted in his young heart. Tears stream down Somoa's face, a raw agony etched onto his features, his outstretched hand trembles, a desperate plea in the silent scream of his soul. All backed-up data has been recalled. Kuhyuk, the sound of strained breathing fills the air as Somo collapses. You're finally free from the memory manipulation. The mysterious woman's voice is soft, yet carries the weight of untold burdens. Somo clutches at the floor, his knuckles white with the force of his grip. Why? Why did he do that? The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate search for understanding. The woman's expression darkens, her eyes filled with a sorrow that echoes Somo's own pain. Because you were born as the fated great enemy. The revelation hits Somo like a physical blow. Great enemy. What are all those things? Why are they making my life so hard? Somo's voice cracks with a mixture of anguish and defiance. A pause, heavy with unspoken history. 10,000 years ago. The woman's eyes glow with an ethereal light as she conjures a sphere of golden energy. The first Ragnarok happened. That's when everything began. The weight of millennia settles upon the scene, a chilling revelation. A desolate battlefield, the remnants of a war waged against extinction itself. The resistant Aesir alliance fought valiantly, but ultimately fell to the Aesir gods and Valkyries led by Odin. After the war, Odin agreed to let the gods and others who were untouched by the war live, on the condition of creating a contract. This document notarizes the defeat of the resistant Aesir forces in Ragnarok. From this point forward, they cannot harm the Aesir gods and must obey Odin. This contract cemented Odin's authority, but at a terrible cost. Countless beings across many worlds suffered because of it, their cries of despair echoing endlessly. Somo, burdened by this history. Then, a prophecy emerged from the three Norns. 10,000 years from now, when the second extinction arrives, the weakest being will overthrow Odin and usher in a new world. You, our hope. Min Somo stares into the abyss of his own destiny, his golden eyes blazing with a newfound understanding. Using him to kill Odin, that's their plan. The mysterious woman's chilling confirmation hangs in the air, heavy with implication. That's right. Then, a question that cuts to the core of the conflict: what is Odin's plan? Somo's face hardens, his expression turning grim. He demands an answer, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. What does Odin gain from all this? The answer comes as a shockwave, a revelation that shakes Somo to his core. The peak of the 9 realms. Odin wants it all. A gust of wind whips around Somo as the horrifying truth is revealed. Odin's ambition is cosmic in scale. He wants the 9 realms in the palm of his hand, including Midgard, where humanity resides. The stakes couldn't be higher. A celestial globe, representing Midgard, shimmers into view, a symbol of the impending cataclysm. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Odin's perspective shifts, revealing his disdain for the mortals caught in his grand scheme. Irritating. He finds their existence an inconvenience. The weight of Odin's plan settles heavily on Somo's shoulders. The resistant Aesir, they are resolute, their determination etched onto their faces. In the face of such a monumental undertaking, weakness is a luxury they cannot afford. Every muscle tenses, every gaze sharpens. Odin, the All-Father himself, bestows upon Heimdall temporary authority. A chilling smile plays on his lips. He knows what this means. The air crackles with anticipation. A weightlifter pushes himself to the limit. Muscles screaming in protest, sweat dripping from his brow. Phew, he breathes, collapsing onto a bench. A sudden shift. A luxurious room, bathed in soft light. A mysterious figure floats before him, eyes gleaming with an unsettling power. The peak of 9 realms? Yes. That's Odin's ultimate goal. The world's Odin has already taken over our Vanaheim, Jotunheim, and Muspelheim. And he wants to conquer the rest with a second war? That's right. Then why hasn't Odin already killed me? It's because of the power of prophecy. Something even the gods cannot overpower. A chilling revelation unfolds. The mysterious figure's words hang heavy in the air, you're being protected by that power. But there is no such thing as eternal power. As Ragnarok approaches, all protections will vanish. The weight of this prophecy crushes down. The protagonist's fate hangs precariously in the balance. The power protecting you will also vanish. You will then be killed by the Aesir gods. A stark realization dawns. A single word escapes the protagonist's lips: no. The truth is revealed in a flash of insight. The pieces fall into place with a sickening thud. I guess it's more accurate to say you were already killed once. A gasp of understanding. The protagonist's eyes widen, a horrifying truth dawning on him. Ha! I get it now. My death before my regression was Odin's plan. Rage boils within him, a volcanic eruption of fury. They were playing with me from the start. They killed my family, manipulated my memories, and made my life a living hell. A glimmer of hope amidst the despair. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken desires. Do you wish for revenge? The protagonist's eyes burn with a newfound resolve. The thirst for vengeance consumes him. Do you want to get revenge and protect what is important to you? A powerful presence emerges, bathed in an ethereal glow. The guide of the 5 trials has arrived. I am the guide of the 5 trials. The prophecy unfolds before you. A figure of immense power, the prophesied great enemy, materializes. And with a flick of their wrist, a trial is set before you. The path to Odin's downfall is paved with challenges. The main quest is revealed: God Murderer's Path. The fate of the great enemy hangs in the balance. Resist Odin, resist Asgard. The trials begin. And the weight of this destiny settles upon the protagonist's shoulders. Before the end begins, the protagonist, sore from his intense training, pushes himself further. The path to power is paved with sweat and grit. And through sheer willpower, he achieves an S-rank skill. A monumental leap forward. But even this victory leaves him exhausted. The road ahead is long and arduous. A stark reminder of the immense power of his rival, Jae-hyun. He's still far from ready for the Miles Academy Festival. But undeterred, he vows to continue training. The fight for his destiny begins now. On Hyeon, exhausted but resolute, collapses against a wall. A summons arrives. Chief Director Gu Jian wants a meeting. The chief director, a shiver runs down his spine. In a shadowy office, a sinister plan unfolds. A voice, cold and calculating, speaks into a phone. Once we get rid of the lower-ranking students, the support will naturally go toward all the high-ranking students. The congressman, a puppet master pulling strings from the shadows, continues his chilling monologue. I'm sure you can take care of the rest as the congressman. His words laced with a chilling confidence. Things are spiraling out of control. The Raider management headquarters are closing in. He's growing impatient. Is it about time I get rid of him? They are nothing more than the nation's dogs, and I've already finished the preparations. Preparations? A cruel smile spreads across the congressman's face. It's simple. A hand reaches for a door handle, a sense of urgency hanging in the air. The door creaks open, revealing a young man, his face etched with worry. His eyes dart around nervously. He stumbles back, a look of pure shock freezing his features. What? A calm, almost mocking voice cuts through the silence. It was probably just a problem with the subspace, or someone intervened. A wave of crimson energy engulfs the young man's vision, revealing a sinister face. The truth hits him like a ton of bricks. Asterisk, I get it. I get who the person that invaded my mind on the day of the new student hunt was, who caused the incident at the mock dungeon, asterisk. A guttural sound escapes his lips, kek. He clutches his head in agony. His eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning. No, it's dangerous to act rashly. This problem isn't something I can solve on my own. He steels his resolve. Chief Director, it's on Hyeon. On Hyeon's voice, barely a whisper, echoes in the darkness. I need people I can trust. The weight of his recent ordeal hangs heavy in the air. He seeks solace in the familiar halls of the academy, but even here, shadows lurk. Two figures sit, their faces etched with worry. On Hoi-yan sits, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath the surface. His thoughts race, a chilling realization dawning. At this point in time, Odin probably knows that you have come into contact with the resistant force. The congressman's influence stretches further than he imagined. A chilling presence materializes, a woman with horns and piercing eyes. That means that Ragnarok can happen earlier than planned. The threat of Ragnarok looms closer than ever before. The classroom is dismissed, the tension palpable. Then, that's all for class today. But the day's events are far from over. A secret message is delivered, a call to action. Asterisk, there's a message I have. The one sleeping, please wake up star. The resistance stirs. The students awaken, sensing the shift in the balance of power. On Hoi-yan contemplates the upcoming event. I guess it's time for the next event now, the pieces are moving into place. An announcement is made, a carefully orchestrated plan unfolds. As we already notified, the guild experience will be happening in 3 days. The congressman's game is afoot. A pensive gaze, a thoughtful hum. The congressman weighs his options, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He focuses on a single objective, to observe the top guild in Korea before his regression, a crucial piece in his intricate plan. The rules are laid bare, a coveted guild experience, a special point for those who accept, a strategic move to test the resistance's mettle. A moment of realization dawns, a chilling laughter echoes in the silence. The names are revealed: Min Jae-hyun, Seo Ina, Kim Yu-young, and 3 others chosen by the Lotus Guild, a carefully selected group. And then, a surprise, Lee Soo-hyuk, selected by the Neptune Guild, a twist in the congressman's game. Gasps of shock ripple through the room. The Lotus Guild's involvement sends a wave of disbelief. The plan unfolds, a calculated move to identify the most skilled students, all according to the congressman's design. A hushed anticipation, the weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. Dreams of meeting Guildmaster Yu Sunjian, a chance encounter that could change everything. Wide eyes, a gasp escapes, a shared moment of stunned silence hangs heavy in the air. A message, for all 3 of them, simultaneously? The air crackles with unspoken questions. On Hoyen's face is etched with urgency. It's an emergency, she needs to get to Jae Sang-hyun's workshop, right now. A clandestine meeting unfolds in a dimly lit study, cluttered with research papers and arcane artifacts, the air thick with unspoken tension. The shocking revelation drops like a bomb. Chairman Gu is orchestrating the deaths of low-ranking students during the guild experience reawakening. So, in other words, Chairman Gu Jian is trying to kill off the lower-ranking students with low grades for the sake of students reawakening? A collective gasp. The gravity of the situation sinks in. Yes, that's right. One student's voice cracks, barely a whisper, this is too much. The weight of the chairman's actions crushes their spirit. Another student speaks, their voice laced with anger, playing with people's lives. The guild experience, far more dangerous than anyone anticipated. A flashback, in a past life, a similar incident was brushed off as an accident. But this time, the truth is known, we're the only ones who know about this. And that chilling realization dawns, we're the only ones who can prevent this. I can't pretend to not know about this when I know students' lives are at stake. A sigh escapes his lips. It is a noble mindset to want to help others. But we need to differentiate between bravery and reckless boldness. Her voice rings out, sharp and urgent, other students' lives are on the line. A wave of fear washes over him. I agree. It's scary, but I'll do anything to help if I can do something. I don't want to do nothing if it's something we can prevent. His eyes blaze with determination, right. These guys are raiders. Raiders hunt for treasure and monsters, while protecting others. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in shadows, the air crackles with unspoken tension. A plan to overthrow the chairman, Gu Jian, takes shape. Their expressions reveal a mixture of determination and barely contained fury. The students gather, their faces grim. One student's incredulous whisper cuts through the silence, you've already mastered a 4-star magic text? Doubt hangs heavy in the air as another student's disbelief echoes. There's no way that's possible. But a chilling smirk plays on the lips of the mysterious student. Is it not? The chief director's sinister plan is revealed, to use this powerful student as a pawn. But this student, Min Jae-hyun, is far from a mere puppet. His eyes burn with defiance. A tense exchange ensues. Ah, are you perhaps planning to snitch all of this to that bastard Gu Jian again? The student's shock is palpable. How do you know that? Min Jae-hyun, a figure of chilling authority, extends a hand, his eyes burning with power. Will you hear me out, he demands, the very air crackling with unspoken threats. A young woman, instructor Jung Isu, stares back, her expression unreadable. A purple aura surrounds her, hinting at the immense power she wields, a power that's about to be tested. Active skill brainwashing is contaminating the target's mind. The text blazes across the screen, a stark warning of the insidious power at play. Jae-hyun's smirk widens. As I thought, he muses, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I'm much stronger than her now. He leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. The most efficient way to win in this kind of battle is to take control from the inside. With a snap of his fingers, the scene shifts. Jae-hyun faces instructor Jung Isu, his expression now one of cold calculation. The game has changed. Instructor Jung Isu, Jae-hyun declares, his voice sharp and commanding. For a few days from now on, you'll be my colleague. Jung Isu's eyes widen slightly. Colleague, the word hangs heavy in the air, a promise and a threat all at once. Jae-hyun's smile intensifies. Yes. Finally, we can talk. He leans in closer, his gaze piercing. Then, why don't you tell me the kind of dirty things Gu Jian is planning for the Skilled Experience event? Manager Park Sung-jae, a picture of calm professionalism, extends a welcoming hand. Then, please, come this way. The students, a mix of excitement and nervous anticipation, eagerly respond, okay. The tour begins. A sleek, modern interior unfolds before them, a testament to the Lotus Guild's power and influence. Leading them through spacious hallways, the air humming with subtle energy. Until they reach a grand hall, bathed in soft light. The air crackles with anticipation. With a flourish, Manager Park gestures towards a figure emerging from the shadows. This must be the Guild Master. Guild Master Yoo Seon-jian, radiating grace and power, makes her entrance. Lastly, here. A collective gasp escapes the students as they take in her beauty and presence. Nice to meet you, she says, her voice smooth as silk. The Guildmaster's charm is undeniable. One student, overwhelmed with excitement, blurts out, I finally get to see you up close. I'm a big fan. Please sign this. Yoo Seon-jian smiles, a genuine warmth in her eyes. Thanks. My motivation comes from people like you. She's playing it perfectly. The students are captivated, their initial nervousness replaced by awe. Manager Park observes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. You have already made so many friends. Wide eyes, a gasp escapes. As student? The shock is palpable, the scene shifting to a tense meeting. A calm voice cuts through the tension. I was able to hear a lot about you guys from Jae-hyun. And the reason for this clandestine gathering is revealed. I called you guys here because of him. A serious tone sets in. To be honest, Lotus and a few other guilds already know about Gu Jian's corruption problem. But the gravity of the situation is emphasized, we just haven't been able to do anything yet because of the absolute power he holds. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so obvious with his schemes. The discussion turns to Gu Jian's abilities. He seems to even have the ability to open dungeons. Most of his skills are kept secret. I don't even know most of them. A plan is formulated. A very precise plan will be necessary for this. A holographic display flickers to life. This shows the mana fields around the guilds involved in the Guild Experience event. The mana concentrations are analyzed. The image zooms in, revealing hotspots of intense magical energy. And a conclusion is reached: they're all very concentrated with mana compared to other areas. If a dungeon were to appear, it's most likely that it'd be at one of these locations. A mysterious woman leans in, her eyes glinting with an unspoken plan. You have an idea, don't you? The response is immediate, a steely resolve hardening his features. Yes. Those students, we have to save them ourselves. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders, a silent vow forming in the depths of his eyes. A lone figure walks down a dimly lit corridor, the air heavy with anticipation. He approaches a group of figures shrouded in shadow, their faces obscured. Pieces of shit, they all look down at me for not being talented, but it's different now. The reason the chief director picked me out personally to be in here is because he finally saw that I had the potential to be a great raider one day. The leader's voice rings with newfound confidence. Sungkan, wait. What? Is something wrong? A worried whisper cuts through the air. A growing unease spreads among the team. Isn't this place a bit weird? Well, you know, a raider guild should have various facilities. But this place, doesn't it look like it's been left here for a while? Like some abandoned building, the doubts begin to surface. A wave of apprehension washes over them. As they reach their destination. We're at our destination. The leader states, his voice strained. Gasps of shock ripple through the air, Instructor Kim Suk-gi's eyes widen in disbelief. I didn't realize my skill's effect would end so fast. Well, I have no choice. It's a bit early, but... A surge of dark energy erupts, engulfing the students. This is where we say goodbye, students. Panic sets in. We have to run. It's my last lecture for you all. But who knows if you will come back alive from that hell. Considering the map, it must be here. The team arrives at their destination. What is this place? It looks like some old abandoned building instead of a guild building. Are we there yet? Sungkan's team arrives at their destination, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The question hangs, heavy with unspoken anxieties. A shadowed figure observes them from afar, a silent predator in the undergrowth. The trees stand tall and imposing, their branches like skeletal arms reaching out. Jaehyun, ever vigilant, stands guard, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This place feels wrong, he thinks, a prickle of unease crawling up his spine. Of course, don't worry, he reassures his team, his voice calm despite the turmoil within. A subtle shift in the wind whispers through the leaves. But a sharp question pierces the air. By the way, Jaehyun, how have you already learned telepathy? The question hangs, a testament to Jaehyun's uncanny abilities. I read a few magic texts, Jaehyun replies, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. His casual demeanor belies the immense power he wields. You say that like it's simple, but interfering in someone else's mind and imbuing your thoughts with mana to communicate is not easy. You're amazing, exclaims a teammate, awestruck by his talent. Sungkan's team stands united, their resolve strengthened by their shared mission. I believe in you to step up in case anything goes wrong, he says, his voice firm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman sips tea, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling calm. Of course, she thinks, a knowing smile gracing her lips. A subtle shift in her expression reveals a hidden concern. He borrowed my own manager, Jaehyun's such a thick-skinned kid. A shadowy figure sits in a dimly lit office, their face obscured by darkness. The air thick with unspoken tension. The guild Gu Jian, what is he up to? A woman's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and suspicious. From what I know, that's a guild Gu Jian made himself. The name Kane hangs heavy in the air. A map of Seoul flickers to life, highlighting two locations, Kane and Lotus. Close proximity. But a chilling implication. To cause such a disturbance so openly? Uncharacteristic of Gu Jian. A woman's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening into certainty. He must be scheming something. In another room, a conversation unfolds. Hannah, have you looked into the guild that Gujian set up? The response is curt, yet revealing, yes. The bombshell drops, the Cane Guild is actually a ghost guild. A ghost guild? The implications are unsettling. The woman explains, as you already know, there are guilds involved in tax evasion and other corrupt activities, and they don't record their activities. Jae-hyun was right. The unnamed woman's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning. A shadow of dread falls upon her. Gujian, what is he planning? Hannah, ever vigilant, acts swiftly. Hannah, prepare my equipment, we don't know what might happen. The weight of the situation is palpable. Understood. She's prepared for the worst, but a flicker of hope remains in her eyes. I hope things will be all right. The team arrives at an abandoned building. Sungkan's apprehension is clear. Are you sure this is the place? Yes. A sinister smile spreads across Sungkan's face. This is where the source of the ominous mana lies. A dark energy pulses, a tangible threat. The air crackles with anticipation. Then let's go. The team moves forward, a grim determination etched on their faces. A chill wind whispers through the air. The unnamed woman's eyes widen, sensing something amiss. I can feel remnants of magic, she gasps, her voice laced with apprehension. Jae-hyun, ever vigilant, confirms her fears. Yeah, I think some advanced magic was activated in this area. His tone is grave, his gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. Sungkan's eyes blaze with determination as he senses the ominous power. There must be traces of a formu, he clenches his jaw, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The ground trembles. A surge of dark energy erupts, throwing the team off balance. Sungkan's voice rings out, sharp and urgent, everyone, get out of here now. Panic grips them. The magical energy intensifies, forming a vortex of purple shadows. One of the team members cries out in despair, I can't move. A chilling laugh echoes. Sungkan and his team are trapped. A sinister voice booms, you fools. The ground beneath them cracks open, revealing a gateway to another realm. The voice continues, its tone dripping with malice, welcome to the realm of the Dark Elves, to Svartalfheim. A dark, foreboding dungeon unfolds before them. The air is thick with an ancient, malevolent energy. A sinister presence watches from the shadows. Crystals pulse with an eerie light, a chilling whisper echoes through the cavern, arise. From the depths, a monstrous figure emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. It is time to feed. Svartalfheim, the world of the Svartalfar, a realm where dark elves reside, their power once comparable to the gods themselves. A team of adventurers stands before a breathtaking sight, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. A sudden realization dawns on the leader. Shit! This is Svartalfheim? His eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of their situation, the whispers of ancient legends, of dark elves with godlike power, now a chilling reality. But their power was weakened when this place became a dungeon. A chilling realization grips him. Gujian, the name echoes in his mind, a sinister revelation. He was planning to get rid of the students here, a cold dread washes over them. The team is stunned. Chief Director Gujian can use this kind of advanced transportation magic. Who is he really? On Hoyan's right. Gujian is just a human. A lone figure, etched with the weariness of a long journey, stands silhouetted against a starless night. Suddenly, a gasp rips through the silence. On Hoyan, eyes wide with disbelief, stares into the cavern's depths. Mr. Sungjae, she stammers, her voice barely a whisper. From the shadows, a familiar figure emerges. Gujian. How are you here? The question hangs heavy in the air, laced with a mix of relief and suspicion. Gujian explains, his voice calm yet firm, Min Jae-hyun asked me to come, just in case something went wrong. We couldn't have representatives here as witnesses, so I'm here instead. On Hoyan's relief is palpable, a wave of exhaustion washes over her as she lets out a shaky breath, I am so glad. I thought we were all gonna die here. But Gu Jian's expression hardens. No, he states, his voice cutting through the fragile hope, the situation isn't really better just because I'm here. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. As he reveals the horrifying truth, this place is the Dark Elves' world, Svartalfheim. Even A-rank raiders struggle to survive this place. Fear grips the group. An Hyoen's eyes dart around, her fear evident. If we let our guards down, we'll all die, she whispers, her voice trembling. Min Jaehyun's gaze is sharp, focused. He's right. There aren't any flawless methods for clearing this place, he states, his voice low and serious. Don't worry, Sungjae assures the group, his voice calm amidst the chaos. We'll all make it out of here alive. I'll make sure of it. Jaehyun's gaze sharpens. His plan begins to form. A grim determination etched onto his face. The hunt for survivors begins. A tense meeting unfolds in a luxurious, yet sterile, setting. The air crackles with unspoken accusations. This is a clear violation of the promise, don't you think? The words hang heavy in the air, a challenge issued. The man across the table remains unfazed. His response is chillingly confident. Geez. You don't need to worry at all. He'll easily place first in the next event. He's like a snake. The conversation shifts to Hyoen's recent defeat, a bitter pill to swallow for her mentor. How can my Hyoen lose to a magic class student? Should I ask for a new pot of tea? The question hangs in the air, a subtle tension between the two men. One man, clearly agitated, cuts the silence short. No, I will get going now. Onsuku, a name whispered with respect and a hint of fear. He's a former military officer with deep connections to the central government. But even his influence has limits. There's no reason for me to intervene. A calculated decision, born of cold pragmatism. A chilling smile plays on his lips. I don't play games I know I'm gonna lose. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the opulent room. Darkness. A cavern, vast and echoing, where the only light comes from glowing crystals embedded in the walls. Several figures lie still on the ground. I think this place is too dark. I'll use flash. Wait. This should be better. A voice cuts through the gloom, followed by a surge of brilliant light. The light expands, revealing the survivors, their faces etched with relief. The cavern is bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A blinding flash erupts from within the cavern. The team stares, mouths agape. As one of their own is bathed in an ethereal glow. W.O. Is this light? Yes. A gasp escapes her lips. I leveled up Flash from D rank. Impossible. The others stare in disbelief. Leveling up a skill is only possible once you're an A-rank raider. Jaehyun's already this skilled? What are you all doing? Aren't we gonna go? Their leader, a man of quiet authority, nods. Let's go. The team moves as one, their steps echoing in the cavern. A mixture of awe and apprehension etched on their faces. Is this really possible? The leader shakes his head, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. I've trained countless new raiders, but I've never seen this before. His gaze drifts to Jaehyun, a question hanging in the air. How much stronger can he get? The team presses deeper into the cavern, the air growing heavy with anticipation. Let's rest here for a bit. Well, if you say so. Jaehyun's apprehension is palpable, a tremor in her voice betraying her unease despite her words. She clutches the potion, a lifeline in this oppressive darkness. Anyway, it's a good thing we took the potions. I was getting out of breath from the mana. Relief washes over her face as she speaks, a visible sigh escaping her lips. She's grateful for the foresight of her team. I'm glad I asked Jae Sang-hyun to prepare them in advance. A quiet gratitude fills her tone, a testament to the team's preparedness in the face of the unknown. Thanks. The cavern splits before them, a vast, echoing space opening into two paths. The team stands at a crossroads, the air thick with anticipation. The survivors must be somewhere over there beyond the fork. The team leader's voice is low, a grim determination etched on his face. He points towards one of the paths, his gaze unwavering. I have an idea. Jaehyun's eyes gleam with newfound power, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a plan is forming. The middle. The middle leads to the boss room, the rest, Jaehyun's voice trails off, a hint of grim determination in his tone. The path forward is clear, but fraught with danger. A colossal figure looms, its power palpable, a terrifying presence that chills you to the bone. Twin blades of pure energy crackle, poised to strike. Jaehyun, eyes narrowed in focus, prepares to meet the onslaught. A surge of power. Energy crackles around him, a golden inferno erupting from his very being. The shockwaves ripple outwards, leaving trails of shattered fragments in their wake. Fear etched on their faces, his opponents watch in stunned silence. His allies, equally awestruck, bear witness to this incredible display of might. Across the frozen battlefield, a lone figure stands defiant. He raises his staff, a chilling blue energy gathering at its tip, mana field. He commands, unleashing a torrent of magical power. The mana field explodes outwards, a breathtaking spectacle of ice and power, freezing his enemies in their tracks, a wave of absolute dominance. Meanwhile, another warrior activates her own skill, slowing down the enemy's movements, setting the stage for a devastating counterattack. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield as the battle intensifies. A desperate struggle for survival. With a final, desperate lunge, the warrior cries out, *O, radiant divine sword. As a blinding flash of light erupts. Activating the martial arts polar extreme skill. The air crackles with anticipation. Now! A warrior unleashes a furious assault, his blade a blur of motion. Twin blades dance, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air, each strike precise and deadly. The force of the attack is overwhelming. A blinding flash of light erupts as the warrior's skill reaches its peak. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield, leaving only shattered remains in its wake. A new ally arrives, his words cutting through the silence, "I'll join in too." He surveys the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. These foes are unlike any he's faced before. And he activates his Blitz Chain LVE5 skill. Chains of pure energy surge forth. The golden chains crackle with power, binding the enemy in a cage of pure energy, a devastating blow. A blinding flash. The clash of steel and magic erupts in a storm of energy. According to the tutorial on how to clear Svartalfheim, the Dark Elves' weapons and armor are all made from magic. That means I can destroy all of it with absolute calculation. A chilling command cuts through the chaos. Everyone, listen up. Kim Yu-young, Ina. Only use fire-type magic. What? Okay. I don't know why, but, alright. A wave of purple energy surges forth. Hoyeon joins the fray. Use provocation skills to simplify the enemy's movements. The plan unfolds. Active skill provoke activates. Manager Park Sung-jae-nim, eliminate the Dark Elves whose movements have been dulled. Okay. The main character activates Stealth LVE5. His presence, completely erased. A Dark Elf Lord, unsuspecting, stands before him. Then, a blinding flash. A swift, precise strike. The main character's blade cuts through the air with deadly grace. The Dark Elf Lord reels from the unexpected attack. Ally unleashes Fire Strike. A torrent of searing flames erupts, engulfing the remaining Dark Elves in a fiery inferno. The heat is intense. Allies' flames consume their foes, leaving behind only ash and embers. Another Dark Elf falls. Victory is near. The battle rages on. Ally unleashes her power, activating her fireball skill. The very air crackles with energy. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the Dark Elf Lord in a searing inferno. The heat is intense, the ground trembles. But even as the flames consume him, the Dark Elf Lord fights back with a desperate lunge. Ally, however, is ready. With deadly precision, she knocks a fire arrow and unleashes a torrent of fiery destruction. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Kaf, screams the Dark Elf Lord, his reign of terror ending in a blaze of glory. His final words echo with disbelief, how do these humans know our weakness? The main character seizes the moment, his blade ablur as he closes in for the kill, a final, decisive blow. The final clash echoes. A wave of destructive energy erupts as the Dark Elf Lord meets his end, leaving behind only ash and the lingering scent of magic. Ally's fire arrow finishes off the remaining Dark Elves, their screams cut short by the inferno. Is it over? The main character breathes heavily, his body aching from the battle. It seems so, he confirms, his voice strained but resolute. Let's get moving, we don't have much time, he urges, his gaze hardening as he senses a new threat. Ally senses residual mana, a chilling sign of survivors. Is the path to the left perhaps where she whispers, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Not all of them, but she feels the lingering presence of the Dark Elves' mana, a grim reminder of the battle's cost. A dark chasm opens before them, a foreboding entrance to an unknown place. If we're late, the main character mutters, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. His eyes burn with an intense, fiery resolve. They might die. The weight of responsibility crushes him. A jarring shift in scenery. A harsh voice booms, how the hell did you mess up this badly? The transfer spell malfunctioned. A chilling realization dawns. Mana-wielding intruders infiltrated the facility. Kim Suk-ji, the chief director, is consumed by a furious rage. His subordinate's failure is unforgivable. The weight of responsibility crushes him. And a cold, calculated decision is made. Ally, sensing the lingering mana, is deeply concerned. The air crackles with tension. A grave threat is imminent. The fate of the students hangs in the balance. Ally's earring, a magical artifact, remains inert. No casualties yet, but time is running out. She must act swiftly. Every second counts. Ally prepares for a daring escape. Her colleague offers support. Don't worry. A reassuring whisper, barely audible above the roar of the engine. The bike cuts through the city, a blur of motion, a streak of defiance against the encroaching darkness. If Gujian even touches the hair on any of my people. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling promise. I will never forgive him. A vow etched in steel, as cold and unforgiving as the night itself.